a barrier that, according to legend, was created to test people's strength. It divided the original continent and plunged the world into chaos, endlessly spewing out terrible filth from within. Horrible entities, creatures of darkness, began to erupt from the barrier, filling the world with a roar, constant threat and fear. These dark forces spread, turning the surrounding lands into areas of ruin where cities and fertile fields once flourished. Because of these attacks, human lands were devastated, and large numbers of people disappeared for unknown reasons. When it seemed that there was no hope left, and the crying and grief for losses filled the borders of the entire continent, something amazing happened. At the most critical moment, when people plunged into despair had almost lost faith, a savior appeared. Appearing suddenly in the midst of a time of despair, he brought people hope and new faith in the possibility of victory over darkness. His name was Carlos Arthur Ingram, and with his extraordinary strength and wisdom, he became a true salvation for many. Soon he founded the great empire of Caleth and declared war against all this evil and the barrier itself. Hundreds of years later, our heroine came to the emperor to express her opinion. He said that she had something to tell him and should be busy, but she still took such a noble step. Lady Rustica Genos was a first-class knight of the Caleth Empire and was known as a brilliant swordsman. She said she should be more careful what she said, but she felt she had to ask about it, so she paid a visit. Hundreds of years have passed since the Empire began the war with the barrier, but the number of evil spirits has not decreased, and people continue to die or disappear. This causes enormous damage to the Imperial Order, and the circumstances of the war are such that the armed forces are insufficient due to the scale. Therefore, even child soldiers are being recruited and sacrificed, and therefore other measures are now needed. The Emperor looked at our heroine and condescendingly asked what measures Lady Genos had in mind. Rustica considered it her duty to share her proposal with the Emperor, and she told him about the risky idea of crossing the barrier. At that moment, some invisible force practically shut her mouth, and our heroine heard herself being asked to shut up and listen. After all, her arrogance is exorbitant. She demonstrates her stupidity in front of the Emperor, but this behavior has come to an end. Now she has lost everything, starting with her magical abilities and the excellent swordsmanship that everyone praises. Called a genius knight, the sweet honor she enjoys is due to the many people who respected her and followed her. An unknown voice told her that she could open her eyes, her former honors were gone, and now only a dark reality awaited her. Our heroine did not want such a reality. It frightened her. She tried to resist, but all in vain. She didn't want to return to this nasty reality, but the rays of the morning sun, breaking through the window, tore her out of her nightmare. And opening her eyes, she realized that she had again had that old dream that had been tormenting her since the very moment she lost everything. He was always the same, as if she didn't remember everything that happened on that fateful day. Meanwhile, reality had overwhelmed her with another problem. Her head was hurting, and not just a headache, but it was almost splitting into pieces. She tried to remember how much she had drunk yesterday, but from what moment she no longer remembered the events. Hearing some snoring nearby, she turned her aching head with difficulty and almost fell out of bed from surprise. Disparate memories began to flash before her mind's eye, which lined up into events. She felt completely uneasy and wondered if she was crazy for living alone, if she was really that lonely. Then she thought that such an irrational and irresponsible decision should be limited to just one night. Although she understood that it would be shameless to just run away like that without saying a word, she also didn't want to explain anything at all. She hoped that everything started while he was drunk, and that he himself, when he woke up, would not want to remember what happened that night. When the stranger woke up, our heroine was gone without a trace, but he did not immediately realize that she had left him without saying goodbye. He was surrounded by silence and the morning sun softly filtering through the curtains, and he looked around with slight bewilderment. Rustica was nowhere to be found, and some confusion could be seen in his eyes, since no one had ever explained to him the reason for such an act. She thought she was that same hooligan who walked the streets, smelling madly of alcohol, and on such a beautiful day, she felt so awkward and ashamed that she did not dare raise her head and look passers-by in the eyes. People have already started discussing her behavior, how indecent it is to walk around in such a state, and whether a grown woman should be ashamed. Another woman said, usually she doesn't show her face, but now she decided to go out into the world in a future state of unsound mind. Her friend told her that she didn't know her origin, but the lady got along well with children, so they weren't bothering her for now. And how a young girl could bring herself to this, Ruth also did not understand how she ended up in such a situation. It is better to be a stranger, whose identity is unknown to anyone, as is the reason why she ended up in such a remote place. She didn't want rumors to spread that the same Rustica, who was called a genius knight, had lost everything overnight. When she got home, she thought that gradually her name would be forgotten, and she would be able to live out her days without attracting attention. Her head was splitting mercilessly, and our heroine thought that she first needed to take some medicine to be able to think straight. She thought that she was definitely on something, because no matter how crazy she was, she had never played with fire like that in her life. She continued to scold herself with all her might, because how many times had she promised herself that she would behave quietly and not stick her neck out? The pain gradually subsided, and, more benevolently, Rustica said that she would not be drinking at Uncle Ben's tavern in the near future, and she won't talk to handsome guys while drunk, and people will forget everything over time. With this thought, she dozed off. Something unusual literally tore her out of her sleep. Our heroine jumped up sharply, and the sleep seemed to vanish by magic. She had never felt such energy in her life, although it felt like the tracks of a wild animal. All she could understand was that no matter who or what it was, it had clearly left a mark near her home. She lived on the outskirts, and her instinct told her that she had better go and check what was there so that she could sleep peacefully. It was already getting dark outside, but she decided that this would not be a hindrance, since over the years she had spent here, she had come to know the area well. As she approached the source, her curiosity grew more and more aroused, and the feeling of vague energy was mixed with a smell. Our heroine couldn't mistake this salty taste on her lips for anything else. It was definitely the smell of blood, and fresh blood at that. This made her wary and move further with greater caution. She checked every step. Soon the smell became stronger, and Rustica realized that she had come very close. She concentrated as much as possible before taking the last step. But what met her gaze was a surprise even for her, an experienced fighter, hardened in numerous battles. In a small clearing, she saw 2 dead bears and a lone man, clearly wounded in this unequal fight. The thought flashed through her head that he could really have dealt with these huge things alone, and she came closer to help. Imagine her surprise when he raised his head and she saw her drinking buddy from yesterday standing in front of her. He said her name in a weak voice, and then asked why she left him alone in the tavern and left without saying anything. Our heroine was taken aback for a few moments. She needed to understand how this happened and why this man was here. She clearly remembered that when she left the tavern, she made sure that he was asleep. Could it really be that he had followed her all the way here? Her gaze slid over his face, trying to understand what really motivated this man, chance or something more. When he asked if he had done something wrong, she said he was talking nonsense, then demanded that he not move and introduce himself. The stranger replied that this meant she didn't remember him, even though she had given him bread in his childhood. She chuckled and couldn't count all the children she had helped. He said that he thought she only gave it to him, then asked what should have happened and that she made hot chocolate for others. After he said that they were going to sleep in their tent, she interrupted his speech, saying that what was more important now was that he was seriously injured. However, he thought otherwise, so he said that this was more important than the wounds. Did she really not remember him? Thinking about the memories he was talking about, our heroine suddenly had an idea. His words about childhood gave her an idea, and before her mind's eye there appeared the image of a very young child soldier whom she had met at the barrier in the past. Taking advantage of her silence, the stranger again asked why she left him alone and went away. Then he spoke himself and said that he had searched for her for so long, and how glad he was when a miraculous chance helped him find her. He asked if maybe he was bad last night, but it was his first time, because he didn't know what to do, but he would try harder in the future. She tried to stop him, saying that he shouldn't talk because he was bleeding, to which he asked her not to leave him alone and not to go away. Barely holding his breath, he said everything he wanted, and then, exhausted, fell on her shoulder and lost consciousness. All around there was only a frozen silence, filled with an inexplicable feeling of peace and silent anticipation. Having already put him to bed, she thought that if he were an ordinary person, this wound could have led to a rupture of internal organs. And even if he was a member of the Empire's knightly order, it must not be easy for him, and she didn't understand. so what was he doing? Then she remembered that if they met at the barrier, then she was still active on the battlefield. She mentally calculated how much time had passed and realized that she must have been 17 or 18 years old then. Rustica remembered him vaguely, but even among child soldiers he was definitely handsome and his face stood out. Perhaps that was why she looked after him more often, especially since for some reason he often got into trouble with others. Only then did it dawn on her how old this stranger was, and it turned out that she, like a slut, had slept with a minor. Afterwards, I wondered why he had appeared so suddenly, whether he, like her, had suddenly lost his strength, or maybe not. Judging by how quickly his wounds were healing, he was in a different situation, and at that moment he came to his senses. He called her by name and, looking at his face, she thought that he was so handsome that it took her breath away. But the next thought sobered her up, because maybe he was a spy sent by the Emperor with orders to charm her. So, in a cold tone, she said that as soon as he felt better, she urged him to leave this place. In a friendly tone, he replied that she was behaving so callously, but she had still saved him and thanked her for it. Our heroine cursed silently, because he even smiled so beautifully, and he meanwhile noted that she had a very nice house. He walked around the room so calmly that she wondered if he had broken his arm and a rib. His wonderful mood began to irritate her, and without hiding it, she asked who the hell he was. And what kind of madman attacks a bear with only a sword, not to mention that there were two of them. Brushing these questions aside, he started talking about how it didn't matter to him. The most important thing was that he had met Rue after all. After all, when she left him in the tavern and went away, he was hurt and very upset. But despite this, he was still happy. Tired of this conversation, she said that it was just a mistake and therefore suggested pretending that nothing happened. After these words, he suddenly burst into tears and asked through his tears why she was saying that he was a mistake, because it was not so. He really likes Rue, so he spent the night with her, but she doesn't remember and tries to get rid of him. Almost clutching her head, she said that she remembered and asked him not to cry, and then he asked his name. She remembered him only vaguely, and seeing her silent embarrassment, he said that his name was Hayden Constant Roaston Belair. She felt awkward, and he said it didn't matter for now, asking afterward if she had heard Perset's name lately. But she hadn't heard anything like that, so he asked the next question: how long had she settled in this backwater? Having learned that it was 4 years, he bombarded her with questions, saying that she had been here since they parted at the barrier, and had been here all this time. He managed to drive her crazy when he told her that since she liked it here, he would settle down here too. Because he must take responsibility for her, and she for him, after all. He said that yesterday was his first time. Pulling herself together, she said that she agreed and seemed to remember him a little, but in her memory he had blonde hair. His answer discouraged our heroine, because he explained that it was a consequence of the fact that he had crossed the barrier several times. This statement was beyond her comprehension, so she asked him again what he meant by saying that he had crossed. Hayden realized she knew nothing about this, so he confirmed his words, adding that Kaleta was no longer the only empire. Our heroine could not even imagine how this enormous, impossible-to-break-through creation of nature was broken through, an obstacle made up of unknown things that cannot be climbed or overcome. During the war at the barrier, she had been convinced countless times that neither magic nor physical force worked. The merchant behind the counter suddenly asked her that she was from Kaleta, to which our heroine answered in the affirmative. The man continued that she knew perfectly well about the barrier and that a merchant had recently arrived to sell his goods. So, that man said a lot of strange things about the breach in the northern side of the barrier. The salesman laughed and added that that was why he asked Uncle Ben if the visitor had been drinking in his tavern. After paying, Rustica replied that that was true. The alcohol there was definitely very strong, which was something she wouldn't dream of after it. However, her soul was uneasy, because the second foreigner who had arrived was already saying that the wall had been breached. And if the barrier was indeed broken, then there was nothing to compare it to in terms of how intense the war had become. Her head was spinning, but no matter what she did, it would not give anything the current her was just a useless person who could not do anything. Hayden's head was aching for another reason he didn't know or understand why she couldn't remember him. What did that son of a bitch Carlos do to her? But at least it's good that they met, even though things didn't go as planned. He thought that the wound he received from the bears had allowed him to stay there a little longer. At least this could be considered a wonderful event, because he saw her so beautiful and still tender. When the hawk arrived and delivered the message to him, he read that Carlos, Emperor of Caleta, still could not comprehend the state of affairs. It was reported that even though the barrier had been broken, people were slowly emerging from there. After letting the messenger go, Hayden decided to leave things as they were. He wasn't going to see the son of a bitch's face just yet. He was thinking that now was not the time to worry about Carlos or anything like that. He had more important things to do. All he cared about was the Empire's true hero, who had lost everything and was still being mercilessly used. He thought about her, about his savior Rustica Genos, who had been so shamelessly stolen from him several years ago. Smiling at her, he thought that the main thing was that he had found her, and he could sort out everything else a little later. Rustica noticed that he was recovering surprisingly quickly. His bones were healing at an amazing rate. The skin color improved, but every time she thought it was suspicious, he would refer to barrier crossings. He told her that he should get better as soon as possible, because he chops wood and works well, so he will be an excellent helper. Such speeches confirmed her suspicions that he had no intention of leaving. She couldn't seriously hope for a happy ending with the handsome man. She thought that was impossible, and besides, it was highly doubtful to just leave this rascal alone. His combat ability and recovery were at the level of an ace of the knightly order, and he should most likely have been recruited by the Empire long ago. It also seemed simply impossible to her that the knightly order would break through the barrier, and then she remembered that she had completely forgotten about the soup on the stove. But Hayden had everything under control, and she, noting that, judging by his skills, this was not his first time cooking, asked if he lived alone. To which he again joked, saying that if she hadn't noticed, he was telling her that he lived with her. Deciding not to react to this remark, she joined the meal, noticing the changes in her way of life. All this time she thought that she was living well and peacefully alone, but perhaps she was still very lonely. Realizing where such reasoning was leading, she almost choked because she practically didn't know this man. All that was known was that he was an unknown stranger, and she didn't know at what moment he would show his true face. So her thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of a visitor. Rustica broke away from her dinner to open the door. It was a messenger from the tanner who came to report that the skins were very good, so they decided to pay a decent price. He also said that the owner was ready to pay immediately, and, if she wanted, he could accompany her. The amount was truly attractive, so our heroine decided not to put off such a matter for long. As the messenger had said, the tanner was waiting for her and had even prepared the entire amount for her arrival, but asked her to recount it. Having thanked him, Rustica was about to leave, but his remark that she had been living here for quite a long time stopped her. And she replied that she still had to stay here for another 10 years, that she was still far from hearing such things. Having clarified that she was from Caleta, he asked if she had not yet heard the news that the barrier had been broken. She stared at her coins as if struck by lightning. Here we go again, and she had almost convinced herself otherwise. Having said that he was probably joking, she heard in response that she apparently knew nothing, and that this was reliable news. Saddened, she said in a barely audible voice that in that case an even more serious war would break out than the current one. The owner added that according to rumors, an evil king has appeared behind the barrier, and they say it is a handsome man with dark hair, like an angel. The description was so similar to one she knew that she hurried home, developing a plan of action along the way. She won't believe it until she sees it with her own eyes, and she needs to go to the northern barrier to check it out. She decided that when she returned home, she would pack her luggage, but she was worried about what would happen if she returned to Caleta and met friends. She still remembered the cold looks and ridicule of people when she lost all her abilities and lost her authority. She didn't have the courage to endure it then, so she ran away like a coward, and if she encountered him again, would she be able to cope? Our heroine didn't have time to answer this question, because she heard a familiar voice asking if she had already returned. To say she didn't expect to meet Hayden here would be an understatement, and the fact that he was meeting her left her extremely puzzled. In a completely confused tone, she asked why he was there, to which he, as if nothing had happened, replied that he was waiting. To his question, "There's nothing heavy, he could help," Rustica answered honestly that she didn't have any luggage. She admitted to herself that his unexpected appearance had caused her some discomfort. Then she turned the conversation to the fact that she had sold the skins of the bears he had killed and received money for it. He added that wherever she went with her finances, everything would be fine, and then he said that it was a good idea if she was going somewhere. Thinking that she didn't know where this man came from or what his purpose was, she replied that he needed to leave. She didn't know if the emperor had ordered them to check how miserable she was living or if it had something to do with the barrier being broken. But she found it unbearably hard to take care of this wretched body, and she did not want to get involved in anything or tolerate anyone's interference. Not understanding what was going on, Hayden asked why people were so irresponsible and whether it was really so unpleasant for her to do this to him. To which, waving it off, she replied that it was only one night, and she does not attach importance to every fleeting connection. Deeply disappointed by her words, our hero asked if they would meet again next time. In response, she said that this was impossible, but if they saw each other again, then let him pretend that he did not know her. Knowing her past, he thought that if he insisted now, he would only make things worse, and he didn't want that. He understood that pressure now would only worsen the situation and could lead to even greater misunderstanding. But he couldn't just let her go, so he said that since that was her will, this time he would back down. A bright light enveloped his entire body as he asked her in an almost cheerful tone to take care of herself, then added that they would meet soon. Literally a moment later, she was left alone in the clearing, surrounded by silence and the quiet rustling of leaves. She stood for a moment, trying to collect her thoughts and understand her feelings, feeling both heaviness and relief inside. When Rustica returned home, there was no trace of Hayden's presence, as if he had never been there in the first place. As she now found out, this rascal was a magician, and of quite a high level, who could use teleportation magic. She was curious why such a man had come to her, and what secret lay behind his disappearance, as sudden as his appearance. All these questions gave her a headache, as if an internal storm was tearing her apart with thoughts and worries. Every thought weighed on my temples. There were too many unknowns, too many unanswered questions. She slowly sat down on the edge of the chair, closed her eyes, and, taking a deep breath, tried to calm down, because she was alone again. By the way, she thought, there was peace and quiet again, very quiet and no sounds, and just at that moment she heard someone approaching. A voice came from behind the door. Rustica Genos, Knight of the Kaleta Empire, come out and receive the imperial order. As she left, she had already thought of how she would scold this idiot who had decided to play such an unfortunate joke. But the words, "What nonsense," broke off, hanging in silence. She swallowed nervously, trying to comprehend what was happening. Standing before her was none other than Aldwin Rochester, and she forced out a question about what and why he had come at all. He happily replied that she needed to return to Kaletu for good news, because the Emperor had summoned her. After taking a few huge gulps to gain courage, she decided to herself that she definitely would not go anywhere. As an excuse, she offered to tell the Emperor that she had died, had gone on a long drinking binge, and had died suddenly. She didn't even want to know what was written in the message, but it said that she was being sent to the Perset Empire, appointed as a diplomat. However, Sir Rochester obligingly read to her the contents of the written order sent to her by the Emperor. Rustica was beside herself with rage. First they got rid of her when she lost her abilities, and now they were poisoning her on a diplomatic mission. Aldwin began to persuade her to think about her age, and reminded her that she was the best graduate of the academy. Why miss the opportunity? Indignant, she replied that they had been sending evil spirits through the wall for hundreds of years, and now they were counting on some kind of good relations. He tells her that at least they will live peacefully with each other, and this is difficult to accept right away, but everything is not as bad as she thinks. When he added that he had volunteered to go with her, our heroine almost choked on her drink from astonishment. I asked him why he needed to go beyond the barrier, to which he calmly replied that a diplomat should have a bodyguard. And she suggested that he write a will, because it was most likely a barbaric country, and even she, a person without a family, did not want to go there. Sir Rochester reassured her, saying that the situation there was not like that, and that the Emperor valued her, so she had nothing to fear. He ended his speech by saying that the Emperor had always known that she was here and was waiting for her to return. Our heroine listened to him and thought that these were the words of a fanatic who, respecting and honoring, unquestioningly follows Carlos's will. She once took an oath with the same face, and no matter how devoted she is to him, he knows perfectly well what drives her. Aldvin continued to say that more importantly, she always wanted to go beyond the barrier, and now she would have that opportunity. And doesn't she think that by using this mission she can bring back the people who were drawn there? Rustica thought that there was little difference between dying alone in this hut and dying by going beyond. As she gathered her belongings, Aldvin noted that she had lived here for 4 years, but nothing more remained. She replied that she lived modestly, so that if something went wrong, she could quickly leave. To his other question, whether she would return, our heroine, without lying, answered that if it works out after all, this is her home. And she cast a farewell glance at him, in which sympathy was intertwined with determination. The journey was long, so she told her companion to hurry, as it would soon begin to get dark. However, he asked them not to worry, because the Emperor had taken care of them and personally handed over the Stone of Movement. Rustica was a little worried, because she had not left the borders of this provincial kingdom for so long. From past experience, she knew that the journey would last no more than a moment, and she prepared herself to see the palace. However, when she found herself in the capital, in front of the gates of the Katata Imperial Palace, she still could not hide her surprise. Before her eyes, a small rift shone, which could in no way be compared to the huge barrier she had seen earlier. What she saw did not fit into her head at all. She could not even imagine that everything had changed so much. However, Aldwin distracted her from the spectacle, saying that this was why the Emperor had chosen her in such an emergency. Our heroine, accompanied by Rochester, headed through the Imperial Palace of Katat for an audience. She was worried for a while, but gradually the anxiety subsided because, by and large, she simply came back. The knight invited them in, and she heard the Emperor's voice. He noted that they had returned earlier than he expected. When he asked Lady Genos if it had been a long time since she had seen him, she bowed, replied that everything was correct, and greeted him. She thought to herself that he must be more than 400 years old, but he hadn't aged a bit since their last meeting. The Emperor said that this was an unprecedented event, and he was confused, but friendly relations through diplomacy were still better than war. Then in the future there will be no unnecessary sacrifices of young guys, and he knows very well how Lady Genos loves peace. But they are being cautious, because they have absolutely no idea what the enemy country is like, with which they have been fighting for so long. That's why the diplomat's mission is so important, and let her go to find the missing residents and find out what the enemy is capable of. And the most important thing is to find out how they create evil spirits, so she should stop in the capital and report periodically. On the other side, they will be provided with an escort who will be waiting for them outside the barrier. The general terms of her mission were clear to our heroine, and she asked what reward she could receive. The Emperor informed her that she would have a sufficient monthly salary, and he could promise this. Thinking that it wasn't very generous, she decided to remain silent, because he knew that she wouldn't refuse the mission, so he invited her. He knew better than anyone about her desperate desire to find her parents, who had disappeared behind the barrier almost 10 years ago. The Emperor also knew very well that she could do nothing with a body deprived of all its abilities. She was part of a hastily formed group of diplomats for Paraseta from the Kalat Empire and consisted of only 4 members. The first was a former member of the Knightly Order, a genius swordsman who was currently deprived of his abilities, Rustica Genos. Her bodyguard and deputy was appointed the son of Viscount Melvaro, a member of the Imperial Knightly Order, Aldwin Rochester. The second bodyguard was a member of the Knightly Order, Eliza Barkova, and the last was a servant to carry out minor chores. Mentally assessing the composition, Rustica thought that she looked the most useless and did not understand why she was chosen as a diplomat. She knew that Carlos was not the type to naively trust a person after 4 years and send him to an enemy country without any control measures. Aldvin dropped out because he volunteered himself, and Lady Barkova still remained. At one time they had been in a knightly order together. Even then, Rustica was amazed by her excellent swordsmanship and stealth techniques. In other words, she had the potential to work as an assassin, and there was still a fourth, a servant named Martin. As far as she knew, he worked in the Imperial Palace, which meant she could confidently say that he was the Emperor's man. These were His Majesty's loyal subjects to the core, who, as she understood, would eventually have to watch over her. This meant that she was in for a terrible time and would not be able to relax even for a second. All these conclusions did nothing to improve my mood before setting off on such an unpredictable journey. She could no longer back down, although she caught herself in this cowardly thought several times while getting ready. Rochester reported that everything was ready, and all she had to do was give the command that they were going to carry out the order of their emperor. Putting her horse into a gallop, our heroine raced ahead of her diplomatic group, feeling a strange excitement. The wind rushed noisily alongside, fresh air blew in my face, and my heart beat faster in anticipation of important changes. But still, everything looked a little different than she expected. The barrier was quiet, only the guard was on duty. Quietly and focused, as if no threats or dangers existed nearby, Rustica restrainedly squeezed the reins. Rochester asked her the question she had been asking herself, that she probably thought she was going to her death. Hiding her tension, she asked him if he hadn't prepared, and he replied that he was going to live a wonderful life. And to be honest, ambassadors have come several times during this time, he added, so the situation is not conducive to drawing swords. Then he continued to say that the gates would be opened in any case, and that we would first talk to each other, so there was no need to act rashly. To which Rustica retorted that this could indeed be their new strategy, but Aldwin was sure that the Emperor would have noticed something like that. I asked her to stop worrying, because the prevailing opinion was that they had underestimated them and were gradually running out of steam. Rustica thought that this kind of thinking was similar to Kalitu, although he was a young gentleman who grew up in an aristocratic family. As she approached the very edge, she thought that this was still a very important moment, and she had suggested doing this 4 years ago. But then no one listened to her, and now she simply couldn't believe that they could just walk in there like that. Her whole body was filled with barely contained excitement. She was standing on the threshold of something unknown, and it was frightening and alluring at the same time. I thought what's done is done, and we should at least be glad that they can now go beyond the barrier. Gripping the reins painfully, she closed her eyes and urged her horse on the unknown awaited her ahead, but she was no longer afraid. This unknown turned out to be quite attractive in appearance, and most importantly, it was not at all different from an ordinary capital city. At first, it really seemed to her that the sun was shining brighter here, but then she realized that this was only a first impression. When Rochester said that everything was different from what they saw on the other side, Eliza advised them to be careful, in case it was an illusion. Aldvin didn't really believe it, since the enemy couldn't use magic at the same high level as they could. Our heroine asked him to be careful with his expressions from now on, because she came out to meet them. She introduced herself, explaining that she was a subordinate of Emperor Kaleda and an envoy sent to Perseda. He also introduced himself, saying that his name was Simon Keinberg, Count Palatine, and that he had been sent by Emperor Perset. He named each of their diplomatic mission by name. He said that everything was correct, and they could settle into the provided carriage. Looking at the city outside the window, she thought with some sadness that outside everything turned out to be completely different. Previously, she thought that evil spirits hid here, but here there were landscapes and ordinary people, not particularly different from Kaleda. The Count Palatine reported that His Majesty was already awaiting their delegation at the Imperial Palace. After asking him a leading question, she learned that the city they were observing was the fortress city of Perseda, also the capital of Shalea. She didn't even try to hide her admiration. The city really was very beautiful and stood in a well-chosen location. The palace's spires soared into the sky, piercing the heavens, and the Gothic windows reflected the craftsmanship of the masters, lending a mysterious air to the structure. She furtively examined every detail, the exquisite carved ornaments, the glow of the stained glass windows playing with different colors on the floor. All these little things seemed to her like living witnesses of a history unknown to her, like guardians of the past awakened from a long sleep. And today they are hidden behind the majestic walls of the palace and the keepers of its mysterious secrets. It was certainly a magnificent structure, and although the Katat Palace was not inferior in luxury, this place impressed her from the moment she entered. Continuing to admire, she wondered what kind of emperor he was who ruled such a fortress. The bright light of the sun from the open window blinded the newcomer, and Rustica could only make out the towering silhouette of Emperor Perset. When he said, "Lady Genos has finally arrived," the timbre of his voice seemed vaguely familiar to her. The emperor turned to face his guest, and greeting her, expressed the hope that she had enjoyed the journey. It was Hayden, and even though she was surprised by such a strange meeting, she couldn't help but notice that he was still stunningly handsome. However, she was the head of a diplomatic mission, and it was neither the time nor the place to express any of her thoughts or feelings. She tried to control herself, but she realized that she was doing a poor job of it. She kept thinking about him all the time. I tried to somehow explain the current situation, how it happened that Hayden ended up as the Emperor of Perseda. Maybe it was all a dream, because the man who suddenly fell on her head couldn't be an emperor living behind a broken barrier. His question brought her back to reality, and she said that their emperor had called them to take the path of friendship between states. After reading her dossier aloud, he asked her to be sure to take into account the fact that magic was not widespread in their empire. "And its use is illegal except by those with permission," she replied. "Of course." Inside, seething with anger, our heroine thought that he was saying this, knowing that she could use magic. I wondered if this person was really Hayden. Maybe there was a person with a similar face outside the barrier. The Hayden she met in Kaleda had a big smile and was a very sweet and good-natured young man. But Emperor Perseda is completely different, with a sense of nobility from birth and, if you look closely, they are completely different. Meanwhile, His Majesty continued that it was probably difficult to leave his homeland, as it was not an easy decision. He then advised to be careful with alcohol in Perset, because it is well known for its strength. Rustica exhaled when the audience ended, because for her this was not a diplomatic reception, but a real torture chamber. She spent most of her time deluding herself, trying in vain to convince herself that this was just someone who looked like Hayden. But everything in his little comments, fleeting glances, and even his wishes to have a good time simply screamed the opposite. Returning to the carriage, our heroine decided not to give in to panic, but to gather as much useful information as possible. When the bodyguard asked how everything went, she answered through clenched teeth that formally everything ended well. And he told her that he was very nervous while she was gone. He was afraid that something could go wrong and the mission would fail. But she was worried about something else entirely, so she asked when he heard that she would be the one being sent as a diplomat. Aldvin answered evasively that he wanted to find her a best friend, so he volunteered after 2 days of reflection. She thought he had found out from his father, and it must have been more than a week since her name had been the subject of discussion. 4 days ago, Hayden appeared on the outskirts of the Kaleth Empire, apparently deciding to find out for himself what the enemy diplomat was like. This means that he calmly spied and left, and she, without suspecting anything, sincerely took care of him and sheltered him. Seeing her face, Rochester asked why she was looking like that, whether she was unhappy that he had done something like that. Muttering that he was annoying, she wasn't thinking about that at all, and asked where they were actually heading. And she received the answer that since everything was done, they were going to the Kaleda embassy, which from that day on would become their home. On the way, our heroine thought that Hayden's words about them meeting in the past and whether she remembered him turned out to be nonsense. When they arrived, Rochester said he was worried they would get a cold shoulder, but things turned out better than he thought. She offered to come in, and the knight, having agreed, asked what they would do and said that he did not know. Vindictively thinking that he could start by spreading rumors that Emperor Perseda was no good in bed. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Rustica thought it was time to move out and conduct reconnaissance on the spot. As soon as they arrived at the embassy, they immediately began running the household in the mansion allocated to them. She was surprised that the embassy was in good condition, but its size was too big for her to handle on her own. So she entrusted Aldvin with hiring workers, advising him to process all applications without exception. Sitting down on the sofa, she thought that the affairs were practically sorted out, and in general she looked at various documents. Now there remains the problem with money, because they haven't even discussed the exchange rate, and this still needs to be done. The thought occurred to her what a diplomat the knight was, and her mood soured, and all desire to work vanished. She forced herself to pull herself together, because if she had been in such a mood, she would not have even gone to this place. She told herself that the 4 years she had lived like a scumbag were enough. It was time for her to start a new life. However, this magical kick was only enough for her to change her clothes and, upon seeing the city, to become despondent again. She thought that it was not easy for her, because she had led a reclusive life in the forest, and now she was suddenly thrown into a harsh society. Our heroine was distracted from her gloomy thoughts by a friendly man who asked that they were apparently new tenants. Guessing that she was an envoy from Kaleda, he told her that there had been constant knocking at their mansion for the past few days. She apologized for the noise, adding that they should have gotten to know each other first, but they didn't have time because they had just arrived. Having replied that it was nothing to worry about, he added that the embassy of the neighboring country of Nerva was here and that they had come here 5 years ago. This answer made her think that it seemed that the Perset Empire had enough countries on the periphery. The man turned out to be a very sociable person, who also told her that this entire street was diplomatic. Then he said that if you think about it, the Kaleda envoys were in Perset for the first time and asked if they had exchanged currency. It was a hot topic, so she said no, and she had just gone outside to ask about it. A helpful neighbor replied that there was currently no information about the Kaleda currency in Perseta, so he needed to pay a visit to the bank manager. After that, he handed her his business card, from which she learned the name of the neighbor. His name was Sir Felix Keika, and he was the messenger of Nerva. As he said goodbye, he told her that the bank was at the end of the street and wished her a pleasant walk. When she learned that this man was also an envoy, she wondered if young diplomats were a common situation here. Thinking that she would also need to make a business card for herself, she began calling Aldvin to go with him to the bank. After exchanging the currency, she said dejectedly that she had not thought that the manager would be so callous about their gold coins, and that their emperor would be furious if he found out that the envoys of his empire had been treated in this way. However, the people of this country will look at them as an enemy state, and they must be prepared for this. But it wasn't all that bad, because Kaleda's gold had value, and they exchanged some pretty good money. Rustica suggested going shopping, and Rochester agreed and told her about a store that had a line outside. She didn't quite understand what exactly attracted her bodyguard to this store, but she decided not to go there. After watching her companion go, she thought that she wasn't interested and that she'd rather wait for him outside. And in order to occupy herself with something, she decided to read the latest press and at the same time find out what life is like inside this country. When she asked if all the newspapers had the latest news, the newsstand owner answered in the affirmative and asked if she had come from the provinces. Having answered evasively, the diplomat noted to herself that there were significantly more publications here in her country. There were only 2. After reading that Kaleda is a country of thieves and whether the Great Perseta should establish relations with it, Rustica decided to buy a newspaper. At this point, she was pointed to another headline and told that it was too supportive of the aristocracy and hated. She was so engrossed in her work that she barely heard what was said to her, so she decided to ask again. Looking up, our heroine saw Emperor Perseta in person, and the words seemed to get stuck in her throat. But another question, where does this bastard always come from, sounded loudly in her head. Trying to ignore him, she asked for 2 of each type of publication and magazines too. When Hayden remarked that even here she was pretending that they knew each other, she asked if she had to do that. Hearing in response why she seemed upset, he only did as the messenger ordered. She extended a long A. Then he asked if it seemed like they would continue to run into each other, and if he could now pretend to know her. Muttering as he pleased, she thought that he was using informal speech towards someone whom he had recently treated so tenderly. While paying, I also thought that in the current situation this is natural, although still strange and unpleasant. She wanted to get rid of the emperor as quickly as possible so that these awkward situations would not happen again. Remembering her companion, Rustica wondered Aldvin had been in the store for a long time, but why was he nowhere to be seen? Hayden said that everyone goes crazy when they go into that store, and if they want to leave, it will take a while. Before she could figure out how he had ended up there again, she heard him suggest they go for a walk since he had a little time. Noticing that he hated vanity, she asked why he had gone to the city then, since she knew that it was always like this here. He replied that he wanted to meet the envoy informally, and didn't this look like a private meeting? Having explained my thoughts, I can now speak more honestly about things that are not impossible to say in front of others. Looking at her sideways, he continued that he was happy because she recognized him and was glad that he could speak more comfortably. Rustica asked if he hadn't been the one to pretend first, and he answered with a question, is the messenger now very slow-witted, or is her memory failing her? Thinking that he was picking on her, she did not answer, especially since she simply did not have such an opportunity. In response to his question, she behaved at ease with the escort, they are close, and replied that they were originally colleagues. He asked the following question: wouldn't it be better to draw a clear line between their status as an escort and an envoy? When she replied that she always draws a line, he said that it was true. He knew that very well, but he was a little worried. Suddenly, Hayden changed the subject and suddenly started talking about the fact that starting with the so-called colleague and ending with a hired killer under the guise of a knight who will not hesitate to plunge a dirty sword at the Emperor's command, and also a servant with deep knowledge of poisons, all of these are escorts attached to the retired knight. Having left Cal at once, Hayden continued that he was confused about their purpose of accompanying or following. She realized that he had conducted a thorough investigation, because without it, how could he open the door to the people of an enemy state? She said out loud that no matter how informal this meeting was, his statement was beyond all bounds. Then she asked why he was telling her such a thing, and Hayden didn't answer right away, as if he was carefully checking every word. Leaning towards her so that only she could hear, he said that he wanted Lady Genos to understand his feelings. He added that he really sincerely hoped that his purser empire would please the Genos envoy. After listening to him, she clarified that he was offering her, a diplomat of an enemy state, to change the ideology. Then he said that he was glad that they understood each other and hoped that she would like it here and decide to live here all her life. Rustica replied that when he made such an offer without a good reason, she had no choice but to refuse. When he said that the messenger would soon find out the reason herself, our heroine felt a clear threat in his words. Now she was in Perced as an envoy of an enemy state, and one could say that her life was in the hands of the Emperor. Without losing her composure, she replied that no matter how worthless her life was, she also had pride. At that moment, she became curious as to why he had decided that she would suddenly betray her emperor, to whom she had sworn allegiance. Despite what she saw in his gaze, she decided not to show her true feelings. It was important for her to keep herself under control. And when he asked why he should care about the pride of the Genos envoy, she felt a strong sense of suppression. She was convinced of this by the sensation that echoed in her fingertips, and she realized that this man could crush her with one finger. But she was not going to give up, so she said that she came to this place ready to even die if necessary. There was a note of fortitude in her voice as she added that if she died, she would die, but she would not give up her dignity. Our heroine was so belligerent that the Emperor retreated and thought about something. He chuckled at his own thoughts and said that this was not typical of people from the Kaleda Empire. She noticed that the feeling of suppression disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared, and he apologized for unwillingly surprising her. Hayden said that upon arriving in Shalea, her feelings seemed to have been rekindled, and added that he would be more sensitive in the future. And answering her unasked question, he said that it was bad if she thought that he was a person who liked to deliberately intimidate her. He continued that, judging by her expression, she didn't seem to believe him, and it bothered him a little, but what could he do? He had to try harder so that the messenger could trust him, and she said that he didn't need to try. It was enough that he was concerned about it. Without listening to her, he added that in the west there was a place called Flash, which had mountainous terrain and wide plains. The Agraf who rules this place has the surname Genos. Maybe there she can find the people she misses. Meanwhile, the envoy's bodyguard, making his way through the crowd, was wailing because he thought he would die from waiting. Having broken free, he looked around for Rustica, and when he saw her, he almost dropped his purchases in surprise. He had no idea who she was talking to, and he could only guess who this majestic figure belonged to. His exit from the store did not go unnoticed, so our hero wished the messenger a good time as he left. However, seeing the carriage driving away, he had a hunch and, unable to restrain himself, he said that it was the Emperor. She asked him to be quiet, so he whispered and asked what she had just talked about with Emperor Perseda. Leaving this question unanswered, she said that she had to report this to their emperor, then asked. He was very surprised. Rochester replied that there were all sorts of guys around, and here she was talking to some handsome guy the size of a door. Having learned that the conversation had gone smoothly and nothing had happened, the bodyguard suggested returning to the embassy. But now she wanted to know more about this country, so they went to a bookstore to buy books and, of course, a local map. The first day in Shaley turned out to be quite tiring for our heroine, but at the same time very fruitful. After the walk, she went down to the dining room and was amazed by the abundance of different dishes. Her eyes simply ran wild. Over the past few years, she had become accustomed to simplicity and asceticism, so she was surprised that Martin had prepared all this. Martin said that if she suddenly wanted to try something, then let him know in advance. He would do everything in his power. For some reason, at that very moment she remembered the Emperor's words about their servant having deep knowledge of poisons. She felt uneasy, but she couldn't help eating in front of Martin, and in front of everyone else so as to check for poison. However, the soup turned out to be so delicious that she decided that even if it was poisoned, she would not mind eating it and dying. The assassin, disguised as a knight, meanwhile said that she had been told that the messenger had met with the Emperor of Persetta in the city. Rustica replied that she planned to report this to Carlos, and then said that she had bought some magazines during her walk. She shared that life is in full swing in Chalet, so they constantly hold various meetings, and Aldvin asked if they could prepare for them too. Our heroine asked in surprise. After all, they were diplomats of an enemy country, and did he really think that anyone would invite them? The day had been eventful, so she fell asleep quickly, but her sleep was not as long and restful as she had expected. The noise from the street simply made it impossible to sleep any longer. The chanters were shouting at them to go back to their own country. However, deep down she understood them, because if you read all the nasty things that were written about them in the newspapers, you wouldn't make such a fuss. She was somewhat reassured by the fact that law enforcement officers were outside the embassy walls, meaning they were under guard, so she agreed to a cup of tea. Aldvik, judging by his displeased look, was also woken up when he came to her. He asked why Rustica went out. It was dangerous. She responded by asking what exactly the danger was, given that Perseda's security was trying so hard to prevent protesters from demolishing the building. In general, they had better be prepared. Everything is heading towards the fact that instead of being invited into high society, they will most likely be stoned. Hearing about the invitations, Rochester remembered that he had come precisely for this reason, since they had also been sent one, and not just one. From her sour expression, he guessed that she was lazy, but asked her not to frown and not to shirk her duties. She planned to pay a visit to the aristocrat named Genos, whom the Emperor had told her about yesterday. But there was nothing to be done, and she began to look through the senders, because what kind of madman would send an invitation to the embassy of an enemy country? On the first one, she saw the seal of the imperial family, and without even opening it, decided that she could safely skip it. Another was from the meeting of Perseda diplomats. She thought that since they were also diplomats, they would most likely need to go. There was also one from the neighboring Nerva embassy, which said that if everything was going well for them, they should come for tea the day after tomorrow. The signature belonged to an acquaintance from yesterday, and she thought that she couldn't ignore it, and that it would be better to ask Martin for desserts in advance. I thought that it wasn't that bad. They might not have received any at all, considering at least the demonstration outside the building. Stretching, our heroine summed up that the day after tomorrow there was a tea party in the neighborhood, and in 10 days there was a meeting of diplomats. There was only one thing left unread, the one she had put aside only when she saw the imperial seal on it. She looked at him and could not decide. Her relationship with Emperor Perseda was extremely difficult. She felt sick to her stomach and, after weighing the pros and cons, decided to watch the content solely for educational purposes. But as soon as she took it out and started reading, she realized that she simply couldn't refuse this invitation. It invited the envoy, Rustica Genos, to a tea party that would take place in the imperial courtyard this afternoon. The exit turned out to be a difficult task. The crowd at the walls chanted how they, such thieves, dared to stick their dirty feet in here. Our heroine didn't know when this stone throwing would end, and she wouldn't even be surprised if a killer with a knife got in. But looking at her companion today, she figured that the killer from this side would be much stronger. She took the cake Martin had made with her, but she wasn't at all sure it was the right thing to do, considering where she was going. Eliza advised strengthening security, adding that the situation was bad and that it was not a good idea to constantly be away. Having answered that she was here specifically for this, she thought that even if she didn't leave, it didn't mean that she would necessarily be safe. Then, with a touch of malicious irony, she realized that every day for her was turning out to be quite exciting and exciting. Having approached the majestic walls of the palace fortress, she, knowing who was the owner of this magnificence, looked at it with different eyes. She didn't know why she had been invited today, whether it would be for purely diplomatic matters or for a more secular conversation. The cake was taken away from her after all, and she wondered whether it was possible to show up to the emperor's invitation empty-handed. Growing more and more nervous, she came to the conclusion that she had no particular reason to live, and if she angered him, then let him simply kill her. As she bowed and greeted the emperor, all sorts of bloody scenes of her execution flashed through her mind. They were so colorful that she couldn't think of anything else, not even his beautiful smile. Hayden invited her to sit down in a friendly tone, and she continued to stand in her uncomfortable position until it dawned on her. He had been pointing out her place all this time, but she hadn't realized it, and when she realized it, she mentally scolded herself for her utter stupidity. When he asked her how she liked the embassy after one night, she replied that thanks to his care, their stay was very comfortable. The emperor said that if in the future something seemed uncomfortable to her, then she should not be shy and speak up at any time. I asked her if she liked her tea, and she said she wasn't picky, thinking she couldn't tell because it just tasted like hot water with a hint of flavor. Hayden asked her to be more clear. In high society, everyone loves to talk, and it's worth saying a word, and rumors will give birth to dozens of words. Continuing to study it carefully, he added that, in addition, people were very interested in the Kaleda envoy. She replied that she was sorry, but whatever she did would be seen in a bad light, so she didn't care about the rumors. In response, he noted that she spoke as someone who had already been subjected to similar rumors. Our heroine thanked him for the advice, then asked him to tell her why he had called her today. Smiling slightly, he asked if the envoy didn't know that a private meeting with the emperor was a very great honor. Having answered that she knew this very well, Rustica asked whether there was not a purpose in all of His Majesty's meetings. Pouring tea, he replied that not at all, it was all for the sake of developing communication and friendship, and asked if maybe she didn't want to be friends with him. She thought that it seemed like this asshole could read minds, and if he knew this, he would have sent her away already. But she said that it was an honor for her. Hayden spoke again, saying that, however, her cup was still not empty, and it seemed that his guest was not particularly enjoying her tea. There was a subtle change in his expression, but she felt threatened when he asked if she might not like the place. At that moment, our heroine realized, almost with horror, that the threat was felt by every cell of her body, and it did not come from him. Intuitively, she turned in the direction from which she sensed danger, and, assessing the situation as hopeless, simply froze. She didn't need to be told what kind of creature was slowly but surely approaching. She had seen hundreds of them in her time. Everything inside me clenched, and my heart beat as if in time with an approaching threat, expecting an inevitable collision with the inevitable. Hayden said in a calm tone that this was a sample of the so-called Kaleta evil spirits, and they call them monsters. Rustica cursed and thought that she couldn't even use magic. It was now impossible for her to resist this monster. Her first thought was to run, but she realized that it was too late. Even if she ran, she wouldn't get far, and he would tear her to death. The realization of hopelessness strengthened her resolve. She must try to do something, and she looked back. She glanced at the emperor and saw that he wasn't even moving, so this meeting was definitely to test her. She couldn't and didn't want to stay here, but at the same time she couldn't even move from the spot. Her body seemed to have turned to stone. Staring at this monster with all her eyes, she couldn't understand whether this bastard emperor really didn't think about acting until the very end. Thoughts ran wild, even though she had no regrets in her life, but right now she didn't want to die like this. However, what followed was not at all what she expected. Our heroine witnessed how an invisible force destroyed the monster. An amazing picture appeared before her eyes. It seemed to her as if nature itself was mercilessly and powerfully dealing with the monster. Streams of energetic energy flowed through the air, cutting through the darkness, and she thought that this was no ordinary battle taking place before her. It was something much more, like a manifestation of an ancient power capable of destroying even the most terrible monsters. When the last drops, which had posed a threat just moments ago, had dissipated, she asked where they were. The emperor replied that he had not said that there were estates ruled by an aristocrat with a similar surname to the envoy. He continued that this place is the edge of Flash's domain, northwest of Perseta, and as she sees it, it is an area in which monsters often appear. Due to the wandering mana, a phenomenon periodically occurs in which monsters attack in huge numbers, and they call it a wave. and this area is often overwhelmed by such waves, and he is sad that this is the only way he can attract the attention of the envoy. When he said that usually just him was enough, but not in this case, she retorted that if he wanted to scare her, he succeeded. But his goal was to find out what the messenger was interested in, not this, and he later apologized for unintentionally frightening her. A mysterious smile began to play across his face as he asked if it hadn't been more fascinating than frightening. And she had a strange feeling that she didn't need to say anything because he already saw right through her. Every hidden emotion, every motivational nuance, as if his gaze penetrated her, revealing all the secret corners of her soul. So she didn't hide the truth and said, as she understood it, that her sense of battle had long since died. He chuckled, and our heroine was slightly upset because she shared with him what she had long and carefully hidden in the depths of the empire. But when, seeing her reaction, he added that the Emperor of Caleta had told her so, it suddenly dawned on her like lightning. She looked at her interlocutor and thought how she could have been so blind and not notice such an obvious thing. This man had never threatened her before. All his hostility was directed only at the Emperor of Caleta Carlos. Therefore, she considered it her duty to explain the situation and said that the Emperor had never said anything like that. In response, she heard that it was that Emperor who made her think that way, and it was impossible for the sense of battle acquired through experience to worsen. After all, even elderly knights who have retired retain a keen sense of combat, and it is nonsense that she has lost the sense of combat at her age. Rustica replied that it was true, and the feeling of battle that she now experienced on the battlefield was half that of an ordinary knight. And if he suggests changing his ideology because of his former glory as a knight, then it is in vain. She cannot hold a sword as before. To which the Emperor replied that no, but he would personally ensure that the envoy could hold his sword again. However, our heroine considered this statement too self-confident, so she said that it was impossible. And to stop any further attempts to convince her otherwise, she added that she would no longer answer his questions. But Hayden had a different opinion and said that they should see each other more often and asked if she was free tomorrow. When she abruptly stated that she was busy, he asked her to cancel, adding that she did not believe his words because there was no trust between them at all. He continued that it would definitely develop if they met more often, so he suggested meeting tomorrow at the same time. Having said goodbye to our heroine, he hurried to his chambers, because there a piece of the cake she had brought was waiting for him. When the Count Palatine reported that the initial check had been passed, he breathed a sigh of relief and offered him some food as well. But Sir Simon refused, explaining that he did not have such a good immunity to poisons and advised him not to eat it either. However, our hero did not listen to the advice, because it was a gift from her and he should at least try. Then I listened to a report that there were signs of an approaching wave of monsters in the west, and it looked like it would explode soon. He replied that he knew it himself. He had gone there and checked it recently, and could say that the monster that appeared was simply enormous. The Count Palatine asked with concern whether by recently the Emperor meant the time he had spent with Lady Genos, and received an affirmative answer. He said dejectedly that if the Emperor's goal was to scare her, then he had certainly succeeded, but Hayden replied that she was very surprised. The Count Palatine continued that in the absence of the Emperor, the people had no choice but to act. But now everything is different, and with his appearance, people will not do anything that can harm them. And although the last wave of monsters in the north was stopped by His Majesty alone, this time the wave will be larger. Then he asked if he was sure he could handle her, and the Emperor replied that he must always be ready for battle. When asked if he needed anything else, he said that the magical wave at the Caleta embassy would be discovered today or tomorrow. Therefore, he would strongly advise the Count to pretend that he knew nothing about it. Then he explained that he wanted to know more about Carlos Arthur Ingram, but he wouldn't know anything until he came here in person. Already late at night, our heroine was poring over a report to the Emperor and wondering why she had to sit and do this. She had originally intended to find out what kind of noble family this was with the surname Genos, because it was important. She didn't want to hope in vain, but she couldn't rule out the possibility either she had to check everything. And if there was even the slightest chance that she could find her parents, who disappeared during the war, she would want to hold on to it. Rustica was tired, and the report was not coming. Thoughts constantly revolved around her parents and what had happened during the day. She was tired every day, but today, after seeing this thing after a long time, she felt much more tired. She remembered those old times when she instinctively recognized the presence of evil spirits. She remembered with some sadness how all her senses had become heightened and how her body seemed to be sending a warning signal. Before, everything happened exactly as she felt in those moments, and this made her wary. From many years of experience, Rustica knew that this intuition had never let her down, so she could not help but listen to her feelings. She didn't quite understand why this was happening, but soon enough the answer materialized in a light, shimmering silhouette. It gradually became clearer, and soon she was surprised to see her emperor. Without further ado, Carlos got straight to the point and asked if she was writing a report, and Rustica replied that she was. When he asked her how she was feeling after a couple of days spent in Perset, she said that she had not yet fully recovered. She offered him tea, but he refused, explaining that he was not here now and that it was some kind of illusion. The emperor said that he came here only because he was curious to see how she was getting along here. It was actually a really sweet way of saying he was wondering when she would die after he sent her to her death. Thinking this way, she said that her abilities were limited, but found out that the country did not use magic, and the emperor was a little crazy. Carlos was intrigued by this formulation, and she explained that the emperor had encouraged her to change sides. Upon learning that this had happened on the day of her arrival, Carlos remarked that it seemed to be advantageous for the emperor of Perseta to have her among his people. Our heroine flatteringly replied that she was shocked by such an offer because he is her only emperor, and she considers him a model. Then Carlos said good-naturedly that such a proposal was really rude and asked what she had done today. And Rustica said that she had gone to the palace because Perseta is famous for its social events, and she was invited under the pretext of a tea party. However, when she answered the emperor's question about who else she had met there and said that she had been alone with the owner, he became angry. He, however, did not scold her because he did not see the point in it, but having drawn his conclusions, he disappeared as suddenly as he had appeared. Even after waking up in the morning and replaying the events of the previous night, I understood that the emperor was extremely dissatisfied with this outcome. But there was a positive side to this. Having answered his merciless questions, our heroine was freed from writing the report. She had been in Persée for 3 days now, but she was still having trouble adapting. At some point, she realized that she could not hear the voices of the protesters on the street and thought that her complaints to the emperor had had an effect. Seeing Eliza come in, I asked where she had been and heard in response that she had been buying newspapers because it was nice to read them during breakfast. The knight said that there are many different newspapers here that can help one understand Perseta, some of which even criticize the emperor. Our heroine replied that it was true, and she thought the obituaries and social department were particularly interesting. There weren't any like that in Calais. Aldvin asked if everyone had slept well, as it had been surprisingly quiet the previous night, and our heroine knew the reason for this change. The article stated that the state police had issued a warning to those who threaten the dignity of the citizens of Perseta. When he finished reading that the imperial administration would not forgive such behavior, he said that everything had been settled without mentioning Kaleda. Having asked if she was going to the palace again today, he himself guessed from the expression on her face that she would go and apologized for the tactless question. Rustica looked at the faces of her colleagues and saw sympathy in their eyes. They understood the gravity of the situation she found herself in. She looked at the imperial palace again and wondered what kind of nasty thing the local emperor had prepared for her today. She considered his question about whether she had rested well last night to be a mockery, but she laconically answered that she had. Hayden said he was glad to hear that because their lesson today would require some concentration. When she asked what else he was going to do, the emperor replied that he had a very boring etiquette lesson ahead of him, and he invited her to join. Then she asked what kind of etiquette lesson he was talking about. She caught a cold note in his voice when he suddenly asked if he hadn't mentioned that using magic here was illegal. Instinctively, our heroine tensed up and heard that her emperor had crossed the border without proper permission. She didn't expect this. She could only guess how he found out about it, because no one at the embassy knew about the night visit. She decided that the best option for her now would be to refuse, so she said that she did not understand what His Majesty was talking about. He then asked her why she thought no stones had been thrown at their embassy the previous night. Then he said that it would be problematic if the emperor appeared before people in such loose clothing. and it is very disrespectful to appear before others in just an unbuttoned shirt and a blue robe, and he finds it rude. Then he said that she, in turn, thought it would be worth attending etiquette lessons, and Rustica wondered what he had in mind this time. They walked in silence, and she worriedly thought that if he saw this as a problem, then war could break out between their countries again. He interrupted her thoughts with his question, because she understood that he was an emperor who was not chosen in times of peace. Then he said that he thought he had demonstrated his abilities sufficiently, but this turned out to be not the case. This place is full of people who doubt him and want to test him, and then suddenly he asked if she could dance. Not understanding what he was getting at, she replied that she didn't know how to dance at all, since she wasn't an aristocrat by birth. Hayden had a different opinion, so he told her that you don't have to be an aristocrat to dance, either here or in Kaleda. But she was now more concerned with another question, to which he answered that it was too serious a matter simply to cross the border of another country. He added that he understood that her emperor was dying of curiosity, but such behavior was too imprudent. And should he turn a blind eye to this, and he calmly explained that he was not shifting the blame onto her, this was solely the fault of the emperor. Our heroine wanted to clarify the situation, but Hayden interrupted her and said that she was very tactless. However, even if a crime had taken place here, if she cooperated with him, he was ready to ignore it. Rustica asked, confused, what he was trying to say, and the emperor playfully offered to be his dance partner. She still assumed it would lead to nothing, but when she saw the ballroom, she realized he was definitely serious. So when he said she would feel more comfortable if she took off her coat, she said again that she really didn't know how to dance at all. But all her attempts were in vain, Hayden insisted, so she had no choice but to accept her fate. The thickness of her clothing surprised the emperor, and he asked if she was not feeling stuffy in it, or if she liked something heavy that way. After muttering something incoherent in response, she thought that she couldn't tell him that all the prepared clothes from Kaleda looked like this. When he said, "Well then," the young lady, who had never learned to dance, noted to herself that he was addressing her as an aristocrat. In a last attempt to refuse, she hesitantly said that she had never been a good partner. She said this more for herself, because she guessed that if he had decided on something, he would not accept any refusals. His words that he chose her himself, so this simply couldn't be, confirmed her suspicions. He asked her not to be nervous, but she could not help but do so when she was in front of the emperor, and she told him so. Her anxiety only increased because he was so close and she couldn't calm down at all. He just noted that, looking at how freely she spoke to him, he thought that he shouldn't worry. Trying to calm her heartbeat, our heroine followed his instructions and placed her hands on his shoulders. But they were so close to each other that she seemed to be able to smell the faintest hint of his body odor. The thought made her head spin, and his advice to relax didn't really help her. On the contrary, it only increased the tension. Rustica tried very hard to throw all extraneous thoughts out of her head and concentrate on moving in the same rhythm with him. To prevent herself from getting lost in her thoughts and to remain on the edge of calm, she raised her gaze to him. And at that moment, when their eyes met, our heroine remembered that night. She felt awkward, and she blushed. Feeling even more awkward, she lowered her gaze, but the emperor asked her not to look down, but to look at him. However, she was afraid of making a mistake, but he reassured her that even if she stepped on his foot, nothing bad would happen. He added that it wouldn't hurt anyway, everything would be fine, even if she stepped on him 100 times in a row. This was said in a very friendly tone, but it didn't make her feel any better, because her head was still full of the wrong things. Realizing that she could not concentrate, she began to lose control of her body. It ended up being what had scared her from the start. Even through the sole of her foot, she realized that she hadn't stepped on the floor. She started screaming in horror. Then Hayden asked, "They stepped on him, so why was the messenger making such a loud noise?" Thinking that she couldn't bear it anymore, that it was all too embarrassing for her, she decided that it would be better for her to leave this room. Having apologized for her behavior, Rustica took a step to get as far away from here as possible, as quickly as possible. However, the emperor, holding her in place, asked why she was planning to run away again. Looking her straight in the face, he added that if she was sorry, then she shouldn't run away, because that was not the solution. It would be better if she stood still. He said it so convincingly that she thought she had to find some other way out. After thinking about what she could do to at least not feel embarrassed about stepping on his feet, she came up with something she could do. She knew it was a half measure, but by taking off her heavy shoes, she would at least not worry about hurting him. He looked at her with eyes full of amazement, so she decided to explain why she came to this decision. She said she was going to step on it countless times to finally get it right, so she thought it would be better to take off her shoes. The astonishment did not disappear from his face. He looked at her for a couple more seconds to try to understand, but he still did not understand. After telling her this, he suddenly thought that if she was doing this, there must be some meaning to it, and he decided to support her. Taking off his shoes, he explained that in this case she would suffer less if she stepped on her bare feet rather than on her boots. Then he picked her up in his arms so suddenly that she didn't even have time to come to her senses, let alone resist. But everything turned out to be much more prosaic than our heroine initially thought. He simply did it so that it would be more convenient for them. At first, she didn't take his word for it, but in reality, everything turned out to be simpler, and she calmed down. Now that she wasn't stepping on his toes, she stopped being nervous and started getting the hang of it, so the remaining time flew by. She thought that when she opened the invitation to the palace today, she had thought that it would be an incredibly long day. But looking into those eyes, she caught herself thinking that perhaps this day would turn out to be as long as she thought. Rustica had no idea that she would become so captivated by this new activity and gave herself over to it with rapture. True, when he put it on the floor, she, putting on a serious face, said that by that moment she had learned the basics. Ignoring her tone, the emperor praised her, saying that it was not only the base, but everything they had done today. He was so eager to please her that he added that learning 3 dances in just an hour was a pretty good result. Then he suggested taking a break, since it was almost lunchtime, and she agreed, adding that they would see each other later. But he surprised her again when he said that she would go with him and that he was sure that the imperial chef had already prepared everything. And without giving her a chance to refuse, he added that he had already told her that today they had a very boring etiquette lesson. And it will also be very long, because next on the agenda is training in meal etiquette with the envoy. So they would meet in the dining room after she took a bath, and after these words, he left her alone. She had little time to try to understand what was wrong with him, but she managed to find the answer to this question. Our heroine would like to think about it, but unfortunately, she has to deal with other more pressing issues. If Carlos saw her now, he would definitely go crazy, accusing them of what they did to Ambassador Caleta. There were no pants in the palace, so she quickly changed into what the maids had prepared for her. Meanwhile, Hayden was the one who forced her to dress formally, because an envoy should not be looked down upon. He said that standards of decency were very important, and so she didn't understand why he was looking at her like that now. She tried so hard and there was no reaction. Finally, he spoke up, saying that it suited her and made her look much lighter. Then he asked to accept this clothing as a gift, explaining that he was just thinking of giving the same to the envoy. Entering the dining room, the emperor said that the sun was shining pleasantly outside, and he assumed that it would be possible to eat outside. But the persistent coolness somewhat dampened his intentions, and they would still be forced to dine inside. When Hayden asked if she had had time to get to know Shalea, she replied that if she had time, she would have enjoyed a tour of the place. Then he said that it sounded like he had treated her badly, and Shalea was not yet a place she could properly examine. He continued that there were a lot of eyes here from different countries, and many of them were interested in Khalet. Now is the perfect time for those cunning foxes to deceive an innocent person like her. So she must think carefully about whom to trust and whom to follow in this place, what to be wary of and what to accept. The next day, she had a tea party planned at the Nerva embassy and, grabbing some desserts, she headed there. Right from the doorway, the diplomat started talking about the articles that had come out about her yesterday, and he was particularly struck by the one from the Eastern Bulletin. It said that she visited the palace every day, but came out with a pale face, and the clothes she was wearing were not the same as when she came. While handing the desserts to the owner, our heroine said that she had read this article, but other newspapers refrained from raising this topic. The diplomat said that as an envoy of a foreign state, he naturally knows about all the rumors and the current state of affairs. They say that the young emperor is a very unusual person because he withstood the struggle with seasoned old noblemen. When Rustica asked what the hell kind of emperor this was, he replied that it was all quite complicated, so he would start with a dictionary. He said that the name of the ruling emperor is Hayden Roston Beller, and that he is the last of a line that disappeared 430 years ago. Then he explained that someone had kidnapped the heir of the Beller family, either with the intention of ransom or in an attempt to destroy the family. Our heroine guessed who they were talking about, and the diplomat confirmed her guess that this man was the Emperor Carlos of Caleta. When she said she wasn't surprised and not to be angry, he continued that they were sure Carlos had taken everything from Perseda and put up a barrier. Thus, the barrier divided Perseda and Caleta, which were originally united, and reduced the territory of the country. Even after several hundred years, Perseda still did not recognize Caleth, and this can be seen in the emperor's title. Of the many titles awarded to the emperor here, about 40% refer to southern Perseda, or today's Calete. Rustica asked if the heir had disappeared hundreds of years ago, then shouldn't that have meant the end of the empire? Felix replied that the nobles wanted to divide power among themselves and rule their territories alone. But then the question arose as to who would then regularly pay taxes and raise an army for the country. However, Perseda was ruled by men of terrifying wisdom, men who took no part in politics but who were sworn to defend the empire. They live for thousands of years and can use magic even now. In the east it is the Dragon Lord, the leader of the dragons. The next sage lives in the north, but that region is closed and, unfortunately, little is known about him. Well, the last one, the one in the west, is the Lord of the Magic Tower, the keeper of all magic and teachings. The dictionary said that the emperor was the head of the Magic Tower, so Felix clarified that the sage was the head of it before Hayden appeared. And in general, as soon as the emperor appeared, he became so agitated that he killed everyone, so there are no more people in the Magic Tower. The messenger of Nerva continued that, be that as it may, the imperial banner will not fall as long as the sages protect this country. They also recognized the emperor who suddenly appeared a couple of years ago as the legitimate heir of the lost Beller family. The nobles of the time looked down on the young emperor and decided that it was better this way than to let the banner fall behind an empty throne. They considered that he was young and thought that they would be able to bend him to their will. But the new emperor was a difficult opponent. Immediately after his appearance, the young emperor began to clear out monsters in the north. And by the massacre alone, he proved to everyone both his military might and his political power. After all, while there was no emperor, monsters appeared in various places and local nobles were forced to deal with them. The only prosperous region remained in the east. Thanks to the Dragon Lord, no waves of monsters appeared there. Therefore, they paid no attention to other regions, although from time to time they sent formal armies beyond the barrier. Little by little, they captured new lands and engaged in usury, and then an emperor appeared and drove the monsters from the north to the east. Until then, the eastern nobility had only pretended to know how terrible the monsters were, but the emperor then taught them true fear. The emperor responded to their complaints with indifference, saying that he could do nothing if the monsters were running in that direction. This was one of the things that made the eastern nobles resent the emperor, and thus the extermination of monsters ended in the east. And this was only after 4 battles, however. The emperor did not care about either the strength or the opinion of the eastern aristocrats. Felix ended his story by saying that the emperor is a very multifaceted person, but no one knows what he wants. So the whole country is wondering why he is paying attention to her, so she has become the main character of rumors in Perset. Thanking him for caring about her, Rustica added that there was no need to frighten her in this way. He replied that he wasn't trying to scare her, but that she still didn't understand the full horror of the Perset media. When she asked if things were that bad, he replied that the pen was sometimes sharper than the sword, and that diplomats were now betting on how long she would last. Our heroine couldn't help but wonder how much time they were giving her, and was horrified when she learned that it was only a week. However, this gave her an idea, and she asked Felix to change the bet to a month, then she would ensure his victory. She was confident in the envoy's bet and even knew why she could hold out for so long. Emperor Hayden wanted her to stay in this country, but it was not his desire that kept her here. It all depended on what she had yet to check, so she took up the matter closely. The first thing she did was go to the state library, because that was where she could find comprehensive information. 2 days ago, when Carlos so unexpectedly visited her at night at the embassy, he made her an offer. As usual, he started from afar and asked if she knew why he had appointed her as the envoy to Perseda. She didn't know the answer, and the emperor explained that it was because he, like no one else, understood her longing for her lost parents. But in this matter, she knew for sure that he was being disingenuous. He didn't care at all about the people who disappeared into the barrier. Mentally calling him a snake-like bastard, she heard that he would not stop her from searching for her parents in this country. Without giving her a chance to speak, he continued, "Before heading here, she asked what reward she could get." Now that he thinks about it again, it seems to him that his answer was not enough. And so he will do this. He will help Lady Genos with the search for her parents and will provide full support. If she can return safe and sound after completing this mission, she will live happily with her parents in Caleth. The Emperor added that they would not want for anything, and then she wondered if that was enough to be a diplomat. At this point, it turned out that both Hayden and Carlos told her about her parents at about the same time. Finding a noble almanac on the shelf, she thought that it looked like she would have to choose which of them to trust. But first of all, she needed to make sure that her parents were really alive and well. Finally, she read that the County of Flash belonged to the Magic Tower, and then came under the control of the Emperor. The first Earl, Ethan Arthur Genos, was the man who crossed the barrier and was awarded the title of Earl for his services in winning the first wave. He is married and has 3 daughters. His wife, Milena Genos, was awarded the title of Baroness for her services. She thought. Her mother and father disappeared behind the barrier when she was 14 and never returned. After crossing into the enemy country of Persetu, they both lived well and were even awarded titles for their services. The almanac presented dry official data, but our heroine still felt a sense of relief. Besides, they had children, and she has younger sisters, which means her parents erased her from their lives and started living anew. 11 years have passed, and all these years she has risked her life with a blunt sword at the ready and endless battles with evil spirits. Our heroine thought with sadness that all this time only one single reason had led her to this moment. She promised herself that she would survive on her own and, as a proud daughter and knight, would go beyond the barrier to save her parents. And even when she was left alone, when her body and mind were falling apart, she kept her word. But what could she achieve in the end? Her parents, who came here as citizens of an enemy country, must have overcome many difficulties before they earned their titles. And then suddenly their daughter appears, who not only came as an envoy of Kaleda, but also lost her abilities. Her parents even achieved the honorary title of Knight for Life and lived to serve their new country. While a commoner like her couldn't even hold a sword, she felt ashamed of it and wanted to run away. But there was nowhere to run, and it didn't matter whether it was Hayden or Carlos. She considered it too attractive an offer for herself. Rustica didn't see the point in worrying about this alone, and her parents didn't know she was there or even looking for her. She was so confused and upset that she didn't pay any attention to the world around her, but he was always watching her. When she woke up the next morning, she thought she had been so confused that she had not been able to sleep at all and felt exhausted. She didn't sleep a wink all night, but she still couldn't get her thoughts in order, but at least she managed to find out that her parents were alive. But what to do next was a problem, and she couldn't rule out the possibility that Hayden would turn on her and betray her later. Perhaps she should have chosen Carlos, because the fact that he offered the reward personally told her it wasn't a lie. Just when she thought her parents might not want to come back if the opportunity arose, she was called and was distracted. Behind her stood the new maid that Martin had hired. He told Rustica that she was a 14-year-old orphan. She tried to pull herself together. She couldn't make a fool of herself in front of her child, and if her concerns reached her colleagues, there would be trouble. Having asked that the girl's name must be Rusilla, she added in a friendly manner that they had similar names, but the maid already knew about this. Then our heroine noted that Rusilla was brave because she got a job at the Kaleda embassy, although she probably heard all sorts of horror stories about them. However, the young maid quickly replied that this was not the case, and the messenger said that it was good to be brave, but not all people were like that. Remembering that the butler had actually sent her, Rusilla told him that breakfast was ready and that they were waiting for her in the dining room. Having wished each other a good day, they parted, and our heroine slowly trudged downstairs, thinking about this girl. The fact that they were both orphans since childhood made Rustica wonder if there was anything she could do to take care of her. She thought that it would probably be nice to buy the girl some candy or chocolate when she went out. Aldvin, seeing our heroine, asked if she had slept poorly last night, as her face looked somehow unwell. When she honestly answered that she hadn't slept at all, he asked why and jokingly added, although no, the question was asked incorrectly. How can one even sleep when Emperor Perseta tortures people like this? And Rustica quipped, asking why he asked if he knew the answer. Rochester continued more seriously that on days like these it is best to have a good rest, but unfortunately this is impossible. Handing over the envelope, he said that an invitation had been sent to the envoy, then sarcastically added that the invitation was for someone who would soon be leaving. When Eliza asked who was leaving, she said that diplomats were placing bets on how long she could endure such treatment from the emperor. She added that everyone was betting that she would pack her things in a week at most, but right now she didn't want to see that purple envelope. The knight advised her to hold out for this week, and Aldwin asked what the emperor wanted again. Having answered as expected to see her in the palace this morning, I thought sadly what the hell the emperor of this country needs. But she had no choice, so she went to the meeting again, hoping that the emperor did not have anything out of the ordinary in store today. Before our heroine even had time to find out the reason for this invitation, she heard that she needed to change because these clothes were not suitable. She wanted to rest, to sort out all the questions that were bothering her, but instead she was again being pulled somewhere. The imperial maids urged her to just come with them for a while, but she wanted to know what Hayden had planned this time. She thought that this was all going too far, because as soon as she arrived, some kind of devilry was already happening. After she had to come to terms with it and change her clothes, our heroine thought that this time she had at least been offered a pantsuit. No one actually said anything to her directly, but from the maid's conversation she understood that they had an off-site event planned today. While wondering to herself what it could be, she heard the emperor's voice complimenting her, saying that the suit suited her very well. His tall figure leaned leisurely against the doorframe, and the sly smile on his face and the sparkle in his eyes indicated that he felt confident. The emperor was full of his own superiority, ready for any challenges and intrigues of the day, and invited her to join him. Whenever she was around him, our heroine always expected some kind of trick, and this moment was no exception. Hayden asked if she wasn't looking forward to what they would be doing today, and she gave a meaningful, well. He said that she didn't seem excited and that he was constantly thinking about how he could entertain her, but her reaction made him sad. After thinking about what he wanted from her, our heroine asked where they were heading now and what they were going to do. When the emperor asked when her memory would improve, she asked incredulously what he meant this time. His smile didn't bode well when he answered, "Nothing special, but someone would be upset if she didn't recognize him." Then he added that she shouldn't worry, he wouldn't attack her. Rustica wondered who could be upset. The mystery in his voice was overwhelming. She felt that there was something hidden behind his words, and he was clearly not telling her everything. The emperor was in no hurry to reveal his cards. He only said that he would like her to see him for herself and recognize him. Our heroine was already tired of this game. She decided that it was time to end it, either let him tell, or she would return to the embassy. It was at that moment, when she was saying this, that a painfully familiar sound was heard on the other end of the line, and she turned her head. Feelings rose up inside her that were so familiar to her. They always warned her about the appearance of evil spirits. Rustica also felt a mixture of fear and déjà vu, because she had already experienced this feeling before, as if the shadow of the past was hanging over her again. Her heart fluttered in her chest. A coldness lurked inside her. She understood that the situation was repeating itself and making her feel defenseless. Hayden shouted at Icaros, and the monster magically landed right next to the messenger, causing her to retreat and stumble. Our heroine froze. It seemed to her that time itself had stopped to capture this dramatic moment. Icaros looked at Rustica with his unblinking gaze, and the emperor said kindly that he had asked him to go out more slowly. While Envoy Genos was trying to come to her senses, the emperor said that they should first say hello and introduce them to each other. She looked at what she had called evil spirits all her life and began to say words of greeting in a very uncertain tone. When Hayden asked the monster not to hide, our heroine had the thought that maybe she should stay away too. When she said that she thought it would be better for her to leave, our hero replied that if she left first, this guy might start stalking her, and he won't be able to stop him every time, to which Rustica replied that she doesn't think she will often see the animals he raises. However, his answer did not reassure her, because it implied that there would be more of them in the future, and all she needed to do was extend her hand. After asking herself why she was the one getting it from the emperor, she decided that it would be easier to accept her fate. The messenger, carefully approaching the griffin, extended her hand as a sign of peace and trust, although inside she felt the opposite. The creature's gaze was full of curiosity and respect, and he easily made first contact with his new acquaintance. While the emperor gently praised the monster, saying that he had grown into a good boy, she tried to understand what had just happened. Hayden asked if now that they had said hello they could go for a ride, and she replied that it was enough for her that she had met him. She thought to herself, how could he suggest such a thing? Even seeing the expression on her face, he still wants to sit her on it. However, the emperor did not calm down, so she said that she felt that Icaros was not very happy with the fact that she was going to ride on him. To which she received the answer that naturally he doesn't wear everyone, but he is sure that Janos will allow the envoy to ride. Then she asked what he wanted to say. No matter how much she refused, he would still make her sit down and ride. He laughed and replied that of course he wouldn't force her, but he was glad that she had become a little smarter. When she said that she didn't need help, she knew how to ride, he replied that horses and Icaros were different things because it was a griffin creature. His strong arms quickly sat her on top. He wanted to make this moment as safe and calm as possible. The next moment she felt the feathers and muscles of a living creature move under her feet, and he said that this was a minimum precaution to save her life and asked not to take off anything. Rustica thought that when they were alone, he touched her so calmly, and at that moment she saw the Count Palatine. The emperor handed her the reins without looking, and asking her to wait for him here, added that he would return very soon. Our heroine thought that, judging by the haste in which the courtier personally arrived at this place, the matter was clearly not simple. Then she returned to her problems, because why did she, as the messenger of Kaleda, constantly have to go through so much? It was already infuriating to her that she was constantly being called to the palace at the last minute, and now she also had to ride a griffin. As she pondered her troubles, she involuntarily tugged at the reins, so Icaros took this as an order to act. She had no idea how to control this creature, and so all her attempts to stop it were in vain. It even occurred to her that she could persuade him, so she asked why he had jumped up so suddenly. Then, in a gentle voice, trying to imitate the emperor's manner, she asked if perhaps he would lie down again. When the griffin flapped its wings, she asked in horror if it was really going to take off right then and there. She asked him to stop, but when he took off into the air, she thought inconsolably that this day would probably be recorded in history. The day when the divine beast of the great Emperor Perseda, Icaros, flew over the city, showing the messenger what true strength means. In the days when our heroine was still one of the knights of Kaleda, there was a magical beast that all the knights were very afraid of. With a gigantic body and a terrifying appearance, it rushed across the sky at a speed that was impossible to follow with the naked eye. He tore people apart with his huge claws, and his roar echoed, causing everyone who heard it to tremble with fear and despair. His eyes blazed with fury and cold evil, as if he were a creature created only for destruction. Each of his flights was like a nightmare, in which there was no room for mercy or compassion, and all attempts to resist seemed futile. Our heroine believed, relying on her former knightly instincts, that this was the very creature on which she was now riding. Still, Rustica continued to talk to him. She asked that he knew who she was, didn't he, and was doing this because he knew. That he acted like a sweetheart, and now he's taking out his anger on her because they fought in the past. When she said that no matter how much she had been with him, there was not a scratch left on him, he suddenly became sarcastic. Then she thought that, of course, given their past, in which they had clashed, he might want to annoy her or take revenge. Icaros chirped something and she thought, great, let him do what he wants. Maybe she had lost her powers, but she still had her pride. But when he repeated his cry, she looked at him and quite suddenly realized that he was getting her attention in this way. From the height of his flight, she saw how beautiful the city was, spread out below, the narrow streets, the roofs of houses sparkling in the rays of the sun, and the river, meandering gently through the heart of the city. It all seemed so peaceful, as if the world could still be beautiful. Icaros, although a griffin, was still the emperor's pet, and he was pleased to share this beauty with her. When she realized this, she thanked him, although she did so with some hesitation in her voice. Old habits are hard to change. She also wondered when he planned to let her go, but it looked more like he had no intention of landing. And she, being on his back, felt that she could simply die here if this continued, and he continued to circle above Perseda. And at that moment, when she had already begun to lose all hope for the future, the emperor unexpectedly joined them. As if nothing had happened, he settled down behind her and said that he did not remember telling Icaros to fly away with Consul Jeans. Then he apologized to her because she was clearly in shock, but Rustica replied that everything was fine. She was fine and was not in shock. She was lying about her condition, of course, but she didn't want to see articles about Kaleda's messenger fainting from surprise. The emperor asked if she could hand him the reins and added that he was still sincerely sorry that he had frightened her. When our heroine fulfilled his request, he advised her to straighten her back and also to release her feathers. He said in a calm tone that he would keep her safe until they got down and asked her not to be nervous anymore. He explained that his original goal was for her to gradually get used to it before moving upstairs. When she asked why he wanted to come up here, Hayden replied because it was beautiful, especially when the sun went down. Now that he was nearby, she felt calmer, and she asked if it was beautiful now too, so she could stay and look a little longer. She also added that she was not afraid, and if Icaros did not fly too quickly, then she would be completely fine. The emperor advised her to lean more heavily on him, to relax her body, and then they would be able to leisurely examine everything from above. Our hero was a little surprised that she had found a common language with the griffin so quickly, but decided that it was not worth focusing on now. He showed her various places in Shalea, pointed out the Mel River, and told her that it was across it that a new bridge was now being built. The diplomatic district where she lived, wide streets, art museums, a library, and other such places. This picturesque view was mesmerizing in its magnificence, and it seemed that at that moment, time stopped to capture this beauty forever. However, nothing she saw made the desired impression on her, and the reason was only that she was so close to him. The warmth of his body pressed against hers, the breath that mingled with his voice as he told her about his city, and the beating of his heart, which she felt behind her, echoed the living rhythm of the world that stretched far below. It all reminded her of the closeness they had shared that night as Rue and Hayden, moments filled with warm silence. Rationally, she knew she shouldn't get close to him, but maybe she could at least enjoy that warmth a little. To forget about common dangers, unresolved issues, and feel sincere closeness again, even if temporary. The emperor asked the griffin to land, and it glided so effectively that it took her breath away. Then he said that this was Bapel, and reminded her that this was the road she had taken from Kaleda a few days ago. Our heroine asked if she was leading him back to her country. Then he asked if the messenger really wanted to return already. But she replied that no, she just didn't know where this road led until the Great Rift appeared. And she received the answer that any journey across the Bapel Bridge is carried out solely at his discretion. He also added that, according to the established rule, it is the emperor's privilege to decide where this road will go. Rustica understood what he meant, but did that mean that he could take her to her parents right now? This thought changed her mood. She missed them terribly and could get to them at any moment at his request. The emperor noticed that Rustica had become sad, but he understood that he had no right to question her, so he decided to return. He promised her that next time he would give her a real tour because the sunset was worth seeing. But she refused, citing the fact that one experience of worrying about breaking her neck was enough. Hayden had no choice but to scold Icaros for being too much of a culprit today. The next morning, the newsboy was shouting out that a wave of monsters was coming to the west, and His Majesty would be setting out in person. She remembered that yesterday, after dropping her off, the Emperor told her that he had urgent business and connected these two events. It was probably because of the monstrous wave in the west in Flach that the Emperor seemed to have been forced to hurry and hide for this very reason. Exhaling, Rustica thought that it looked like she wouldn't be allowed into the palace for a long time, but she didn't yet know how wrong she was. Because the very next second an urgent message came from the Emperor that they would be expecting her in 20 minutes at the embassy. It was a complete surprise to her. What kind of meeting with the envoy could there be if he was going to deal with the wave? However, she had no choice, so she quickly got ready and ran out into the street in front of the embassy at the appointed time. She told the equally surprised Aldwin that the Emperor wanted to see her and began to wait, not knowing why Hayden was delayed. But he didn't delay. She was simply waiting for the carriage and did not expect at all that the Emperor would use a completely different means of transport. Her suspicions arose too late, and our heroine could no longer influence the current situation. And even the wide, good-natured smile on the Emperor's face could not change her attitude towards such a means of transportation. Moreover, yesterday she quite clearly expressed her opinion on this matter, but her arguments were apparently not listened to. The bodyguard remained at the embassy building and watched the receding dot in the sky with a worried look. The Emperor asked her to calm down. Everything would be like yesterday, to which Rustica replied that she did not want everything to be like yesterday. And in general, she doesn't want to die young. Hayden chuckled and said that he was very glad to hear such a statement from her. She looked so depressed every time they saw each other that he worried she had lost the will to live. Feeling the tension in her body, he advised her to relax and look ahead so as not to miss an important moment. After asking why this time and waiting for an answer, she opened her eyes and looked with bated breath at the enormous army. It was a sight worth seeing at least once in a lifetime. The sight of galloping Imperials riding on Pegasi shocked her. However, she quickly came to her senses. All this was good, but she still remained the envoy of a warring state. So she asked if the Emperor was forcing her to participate in the expedition to the west, and in fact, he was kidnapping the ambassador of Kaleda. Overjoyed, he asked about the kidnapping and explained that such a thing could only happen in dreams, and that he was happy that he had finally achieved it. Our heroine thought sarcastically that it turned out that the kidnapping was his dream, and that this royal bastard had gone completely mad. He distracted her by telling her to pay close attention, because right now she was watching military might from the front row, where every detail expresses strength and readiness for battle, and his voice was filled with pride and seriousness. They moved so fast that our heroine didn't even have the opportunity to open her eyes because of the wind. As the air currents became weaker, she thought that they had probably already flown through Bapel and looked ahead. However, she immediately wanted to close her eyes again, because she was not prepared for such a change of scenery on the other side. Obeying the instinct of self-preservation, she pressed herself against the griffin and thought that if she didn't dodge immediately, they would definitely die. She had no idea what was happening behind her, but realizing they were still flying, she thought they were still alive. Then curiosity got the better of her, and Rustica decided to check out what was happening around her, but the sight did not please her. Hearing the Emperor's cheerful voice, for some reason she thought that it was easy for him to speak, because he was losing all his abilities. He, however, advised her to pull herself together, and then added more tensely that, judging by everything, they had a long way to go. The Emperor asked her to take the reins from him, and our heroine thought that he must have completely lost his mind to ask about this. Having fulfilled his request and trying to cope with the controls, she continued to reflect on his behavior. After all, he knows that she has no abilities and is completely useless in such a fight. Rather the opposite, she is a burden. When the moment came to speak, she asked if he was really crazy, and Hayden replied that maybe she wanted to swing a sword. Rustica tried to put everything she thought about this into her gaze, and he, chuckling, noted her bold, albeit silent, answer. To which she replied that death was staring her in the face, so it seemed that everything else did not matter. Then she continued her tirade that if he didn't like it, he could behead her or do something else at his discretion. Without forgetting for a second that they were fighting, the Emperor replied, "And if he doesn't want to, especially when he sees her so insolent." She had no opportunity to immediately continue this conversation, because all her attention was occupied with combat maneuvers in the air. The air battle continued. The Imperial Knights pleased her with their coordinated work, and their Pegasi reminded her of war horses. The Emperor said that their goal was to fight them face to face, and she replied that she didn't care as long as her safety was guaranteed. He confidently replied that he would guarantee it, and that not a single hair on her body would be harmed, and his words were enough for her at that moment. In the short time she had been controlling the griffin, our heroine had become very comfortable with it, and Hayden behind her gave her confidence. Without realizing it, she felt the euphoria of a real fight take over both her body and her mind. As Icaros confidently flew through the air, his heart beat faster and faster, and his head became a jumble of thoughts and fears. And yet she enjoyed the feeling of freedom that was transmitted to her by this powerful creature and filled every cell of her body. At that moment, she felt that she could overcome any obstacles, as if nature itself supported her with every flap of her wings. The Emperor's magic scattered enemies, turning them into flaming torches, and powerful spells led to complete destruction. The battle resembled a performance. Everything exploded with bright flashes, creating an atmosphere of invincible power and merciless fury. In those moments, it seemed that nothing could stop him, and the entire planet shook under the power of his magical spells. Gradually, only the dying ashes remained in the air, swirling and slowly settling on their clothes and faces. The Emperor, having carefully assessed the situation, ordered them to descend to the ground so that they could safely continue their operation. The griffin dived sharply downwards, spraying dust and ash around, raised by its powerful landing. His wings touched the surface softly, leaving a trail of tiny sparks behind them and shaking the ground beneath their feet. Thus, the wave of wasteland monsters in the northwestern region of Persetta, Flash, was suppressed in literally a matter of minutes. According to Hayden, these waves were caused by a phenomenon where a wandering mine without an owner intertwines with one another. He used powerful magic to drain this mana, preventing new monsters from spawning while simultaneously destroying those already created. Our heroine pondered this as she found herself on the ground, seeing that in just 2 attacks the nearest monsters had been destroyed. Now she understood how it had happened that the previous enslavement had ended after only 4 battles. Rustica was curious to understand how the Emperor managed to use such complex magic and how much power he had. She wondered if she could surpass Carlos in that case, and her thoughts gradually became more or less organized. There were still some small gaps, but now she understood that, being in Perset, she would be able to sort out a lot of things. Our heroine was once again so immersed in her thoughts that she completely failed to notice how the Emperor appeared behind her. He was curious about her thoughts on the battle and asked her to share her impressions. But she was irritated that she had ended up on the battlefield at all, rather than sit back and calmly deal with the accumulated questions. So she replied in a dissatisfied tone that she had seen enough, and now she would just like to return to the embassy. To his remark that she was more critical than expected, she responded with a question about whether she should give him a standing ovation. Without changing her tone, she continued that she would politely decline and asked why the hell he had brought her here. He replied that it was a kind of special treatment, and he personally took the envoy on a tour to show the scale of Persetta's army. Rustica managed to ask why her, when one of the knights approached with a report and interrupted their conversation. He said the area was now cleared, but a second wave was expected, and Hayden asked what about Count Flash. Our heroine couldn't help but listen and heard that the Count and Countess were now far from the castle, leading the battle in the west. The knight added that they were always ready to receive him, no matter when he decided to visit. Looking at Rustica, the Emperor said that he could not enter the castle if its owner was absent, so they would set up camp at Belfort. This is how our heroine fell into a trap set by the Emperor, and she was quickly drawn into a whirlpool of events. The journey to Belfort didn't take long, so she didn't have time to really sort out her feelings. There were Imperial knights bustling around, and she decided it was best not to get under their feet. She wasn't in a very good mood. Icaros rubbed against her to stop her from standing there with such a sour expression, but she didn't want to share her problems with him. Angry with herself, she thought that it was too late to run away, so she had no choice but to follow Hayden to Belfort. But the Emperor who had brought her here did not pay attention to her because he was very engrossed in conversation with the knight. The Imperials were busy setting up tents and were stealing piercing glances at her, which made her feel uneasy. There was absolutely no one to talk to, and she asked Icaros what the Emperor wanted from her, that he even involved her parents. He couldn't answer her, but sensing her depressed mood, the majestic animal rubbed itself against our heroine. This made her feel even worse, and she asked him why he continued to pester her. Couldn't he see that she was already upset? When the griffin cooed something back to her, Rustica thought that she must have gone completely mad to share her sorrows with an animal. But when she saw his face, she told him that even without his advances, she felt like her head was about to explode. Returning to her thoughts, she wondered if Hayden had called it a special relationship, so was it really beneficial to her? She participated in the subduing of the monsters, but she still remains a foreigner from an enemy state brought by the Emperor. But what upset her most was that she constantly heard about the great achievements of her parents, who lived nearby. Rustica could not meet them in such a state, neither as a knight of Caleta, nor as an envoy of the enemy country of Perset. After all, she didn't know what problems her incompetence could cause her parents, so she shouldn't have met with them thoughtlessly. In her current state, she felt even awkward inviting them to return to Caleth with her and trying to promise them anything. And if the news spreads that she is their daughter, everything they have built with such difficulty in this state could collapse. And what she was most afraid of was that if her parents rejected her first, she would not be able to bear it, and then she heard the emperor's voice. His stately figure stood out against the sunset sky. He asked that the two of them seemed to be tied hand and foot, having become so close. And since when did they become so nice and friendly? She replied that the griffin just does whatever he wants. Hayden ignored the irony in her voice and rather politely asked Icaros to release the Genos envoy. He looked at her, barely hiding a smile, which made her wary. Suddenly the emperor was planning some dirty trick again. But she understood the reason for that look when he explained to her that she was all in griffin feathers, and she relaxed a little internally. Our heroine was even happy when he said that the temporary housing was ready so they could go inside. When he told her that she seemed to be getting used to the battlefield again, she replied that it was all thanks to him, forcing her to adapt. He felt that this was probably the most effective method, so he added that he would definitely keep this in mind for the future. Thinking that there was no point in delaying it any longer, this conversation had to happen anyway, the emperor threw off his cloak and sighed deeply. He knew that she was looking for information about her parents, so he asked her point blank if she was ready to meet them. She was not prepared for this question, and he continued that he thought that she had long ago realized that Count and Countess Flash were her parents, and it would be more correct to say that she already knew, but it seems to him that the messenger is not happy about the long-awaited family reunion. Our heroine was silent, and how could she tell him about all the torments that had been tearing her soul apart for the last few days? Trying to suppress the trembling that might betray her true feelings, she said that she hadn't even said anything yet. The emperor replied that he always thought about what the envoy would like, but he did not know how much she would not be pleased to meet her parents. Having said that he had heard that she was a very devoted knight, he asked if loyalty to Carlos was really more important to her than her own parents. And she doubts them so much that for the envoy of Caleta, the Procession Count and Countess Flash must seem like traitors. He further asked whether this would be a heartfelt family reunion, or a scene in which the daughter reproaches her parents, or perhaps she is a disgrace to them. Rustica thought that he was provoking her. It was unreasonable and childish, but why was he provoking her so openly? What was he trying to achieve? They weren't that close, other than that one night that didn't count, so he simply had no right to demand an answer. Having thought this, she gathered her will even more strongly within herself, and when he, asking if he was mistaken, threw her the sword, she intercepted it without hesitation. She did it automatically, and no longer quite understood what an ambiguous situation she had gotten herself into. Feeling his gaze on her, she felt a strange and rather vague tension that she did not like. Something had to be done, but what? Because she understood that she did not have enough courage or chance to speak out against him. Thoughts flashed through her head, each one crazier than the other, but if she got into such a mess, then she needed to try to get out with dignity. Until that moment, she could not even imagine the extent to which she had become worthless and helpless. The feeling of hopelessness grew stronger and stronger, and she felt that she had finally lost all support in life. Her attempt to end her life lit up the entire area with a bright flash, and the entire camp in Belfast was seriously alarmed. However, the emperor did not need any extra witnesses to the incident, let alone assistants, who would not be of any help here. But he was still very worried about her. He knew that her life was not in danger, but that did not concern the rest. Our hero waited for her to wake up, and he could only scold himself for rushing things so much, for pushing her so hard. She couldn't swing the sword she was holding with such force in her hands, and felt her body becoming completely limp. However, it was a very familiar feeling of helplessness that had not left her since she lost her powers. But was it such that she lost consciousness from just holding the sword, or was it as if something was forcibly controlling her? From where far away she heard his voice. He was calling her by name. She did not understand what had happened. Her consciousness was confused. Then she saw his tears and the words sounded clearer. He asked why she did this. It would have been better if she had stabbed him with this sword. No longer holding back his tears, Hayden continued that he had provoked her, it was true, but so that she would hit him and not herself. He said it was his fault and he was very sorry, and although consciousness returned to her, she still did not understand the reason for such grief until she saw it. Her first thought was to tear off these shackles, but they did not yield to her efforts, and the emperor also asked if she could see them. Why such questions, she thought. Of course she saw, and she wanted to get rid of it as quickly as possible, but he stopped her. In a demanding tone, he asked her to look at him and answer one single but important question: does she see these chains? She could no longer avoid his persistence, but responded with only a nod of her head, because there was a huge lump in her throat. His voice immediately changed, and he said calmly, "Then everything is fine, at least my vision has returned," and asked her to calm down. And although Hayden claimed that it was normal, she thought completely differently. This simply could not be normal. Rustica clearly felt how magic was binding her entire body, and she instinctively knew that she had to tear them off immediately. However, he stopped her and said that this magic was connected to her life, the time had not yet come, and therefore she could not even die, although she tried. She didn't want to believe it, but as if to prove that he was right, the strength left her body again, and she felt it clearly. Our heroine did not understand a word that the Emperor was telling her, nor these visible chains, but since when they appeared on her body. She never questioned the actions of the always impeccable Emperor Carlos, believing that only fools doubted. In the Caleta Empire, daring to question the actions of the Emperor is considered the same as rebellion. However, she dared to ask the Emperor a question, as she always did, because this was the only way to achieve victory. But Rustica asked why they couldn't overcome the wall, since that way they could help their comrades and relatives who were on the other side. She said that they could cross the wall and destroy the magical creatures, and she was sure that this was how wars ended. In her 20-year-old eyes, the first duty of a knight was to protect the empire from all sorts of dangers and nothing more. But Emperor Carlos seemed uninterested in ending the war, and for years she simply did not understand why. She wanted to get to the truth, so she asked him if they shouldn't eradicate the enemies that threaten the empire. After all, they must destroy the barbarians and all magical creatures beyond the wall, and asked the emperor to allow her to cross this barrier. She wanted to get to the truth, so she kept asking him if they shouldn't root out the enemies that threatened the empire. She was ready to beg the emperor, hoping that her words would convince him to change his mind and give her a chance to fulfill her duty. However, the life-loving and naive new knight, Rustica Janos, had no idea what kind of person Carlos really was. As often happens in youth, she was a maximalist and saw in him only a kind and courageous emperor who cared about the country. Now that she remembered what had happened to her 4 years ago, our heroine was first horrified and then angry. All these years she reproached herself for becoming a helpless and useless knight, whose best place was on the very outskirts of the empire. His words clearly surfaced in her memory, but she could not remember them for so long. Instead, she was tormented by the same nightmare. But he told her then that it was not her duty and that she must remain in Caleth forever, and must also swear to him her complete fidelity. But she couldn't just sit there helplessly allowing him to steal her power, feeling that if she gave in, she would lose a part of herself forever. At that moment, our heroine opened her eyes and realized that it was just a dream, but some vague feeling of reality did not leave her. She listened to the silence, trying to understand whether all this was just a figment of her imagination or whether something significant was hidden beyond the boundaries of sleep. Some part of her remained filled with the same strong feelings, as if awakening had only opened a door to the unknown. Wondering where she was, Rustica finally woke up, and her movements in bed did not go unnoticed by the emperor. He asked how she was feeling, and it remained a mystery to her why he was glad that she was feeling terrible. She decided that it was worth finding out what he had done to her, and in response she heard that this should be asked of Emperor Caleta. Hayden prevented her from getting up, explaining that she was still under the spell, and she better stay in bed. She will probably feel like this for about a day, and Carlos will never let her die. Then she asked him to stop talking about things that only he knew about, and to share the information with her. Having agreed to tell her everything he knew, he made it a condition that she should at least eat a little before he began to speak. However, he started with a question and asked her to remember since when she could not use her power normally. She remembered it well, and when she voiced it, Hayden said that that was when the magic appeared, and she knew better than he what caused it. And I'm sure it's a spell that prevents her from using her power, since she hasn't been able to do anything for so long. After all, it was illogical for someone to lose all their strength in one go, and Rustica asked if he thought it was a punishment. Confirming that it was a punishment, he added that it was also exploitation, as the genius swordswoman Caleta could not use her innate power. He then continued by asking her if it couldn't be that the power had disappeared completely, then who did she think could use it? Our heroine finally realized what was going on, that emerald light, the symbol of all power used by Carlos, it was still stealing all her power from her. During this conversation, she realized that Hayden's provocations were aimed at awakening her dormant abilities. Processes began to occur within her that gradually opened them up, and thanks to them, her vision cleared when the spell was activated. The next day, Rustica was already outside and was able to observe the mass of mana that was said to cause the wave of monsters. She said out loud that now that she sees something like this, she understands the seriousness of the situation, and he said that therefore he should continue to monitor him. And she thought that in any case there was a mana accumulation here, but she couldn't see such things for 4 years and wasted her youth blaming herself. When she cursed at Carlos, the Emperor said that she was starting to get upset. Usually people deny everything for more than a week. Having replied that she had had enough time to deny it, she asked if he intended to praise Kaleta, as he had done with Perseda all this time. Having said no, he added that one of his goals was to return what Carlos had stolen from Kaleta, the territory, the power, and the magic. He was interested in what she thought now, whether her intentions had changed, so he asked our heroine about it. Rustica made a decision, so she said that she now had a new goal. The Emperor did not quite understand her, so he asked again. She explained that she was going to kill Emperor Carlos, and if he wanted to take part, she would allow him to join. She read confusion on his face, so she interpreted this reluctance to help her as, in essence, her business. Thinking that she had no right to insist that he join, she said, slightly offended, "If he doesn't want to, then there's nothing she can do." He smiled at the Emperor and said that it was not that he did not want to, but that he could fall in love with her again. The answer to him was that if he was in love with her, then it was somehow awkward. But then, since everything had turned out this way, maybe he would help her take revenge. Hayden replied that it was unfair. He was the only one who loved her, but now she wants to use him. It is ruthless and cruel. His tone was soft and gentle, which was completely at odds with what he was saying, so our heroine was a little confused. He continued asking, so, the ruthless and cruel messenger Jeans, if he becomes her sword, what he can expect in return? It was a rather direct question, but she thought that her invitation coincided with his purpose, but she still asked what the Emperor wanted. But first he wanted her to meet her parents, so that in order to carry out her revenge, she would need a secret foothold in Perset. And besides, no one can stop parents who live with only one desire to meet their child. After these words, all the worries and concerns of our heroine, which had accumulated during her entire stay here, seemed to evaporate. Mounting his faithful Icaros, Hayden said that it seemed it was time for him to go, promised to return soon, and wished her rest. Watching the squad leave, Rustica thought that it seemed she had worried for nothing, because it seemed her parents were also waiting to meet her. Then her thoughts returned to the Emperor, and she supposed that he would probably soon be able to finish all his affairs. At that moment, she was attracted by an approaching carriage, which a knight stopped and asked the newcomer to get out and identify himself. This greatly intrigued our heroine, who could have been brought into His Majesty's heavily armed detachment. It turned out that it was Charlotte Melmu, who had brought some food for the Emperor and the Imperials who were fighting to defend the Empire. The guards advised the lady to unload everything and return to her estate, as outsiders were prohibited there, but she clearly did not want to leave. Rustica had time to think that this lady had chosen an inopportune time when her attention was drawn to another carriage, which was also approaching. A very young lady appeared at the threshold of the carriage and, in a rather demanding tone, asked Lady Charlotte to return. In a shrill voice, she continued that the delivery of goods to the Emperor's camp was Count Flash's responsibility and that the monarch was currently busy. Repeating her request to come back, the young lady added that her mom and dad had definitely told Charlotte not to do anything like that. Milady replied that they were being too harsh with her because she had spent so much effort bringing food, and looked towards Rustica. And when she was told that outsiders could not enter Belfort's heart, she asked, "What about that woman?" She replied that he was His Majesty's honored guest, and snapped capriciously when Kaleta's envoy became such an honored guest. Our heroine had time to think that rumors of her presence had probably already spread when her attention was distracted by something strange. She could still hear the guards trying to prevent Lady Charlotte from speaking further, but she could already see the monsters approaching. I wondered if the small individuals had gotten separated from the main group and that it would not be difficult to deal with them since they were small. And at that moment, a thought occurred to her that greatly alarmed her because there were civilians here and even small children. Quickly getting her bearings, she grabbed the first thing that could serve as some kind of means of protection. She had no more time for further reflection now she could see, and since she could see, she could fight. Her heart began to beat faster with the realization that her sight, trained over years of knighthood, had finally returned to her. And although her body is no longer the same as it was before, she will be able to deal with the monster simply by being able to see and read its movements. After ordering a knight from the guard to take care of the ladies, she rushed into her first fight in years. Feeling a spark of determination ignite within her, she filled with pent-up energy, and her heart began to beat in time with the thrill of battle. Clenching the shaft in her fist, she gathered all her determination and quickly moved forward, feeling the fire of struggle ignite within her. However, when the flagpole broke, I thought with bitterness that I knew it wouldn't last long, but I didn't expect it to break so quickly. Looking around, Rustica tried to find a replacement for him, at least something that could be used. She heard the knight's voice. With a familiar gesture, she picked up the thrown sword, thanked him for his help, and turned to face the next monster. After all, it was now that she had to prove to herself and everyone around her that she had not yet forgotten how to fight for her destiny. The wind whistled in her ears, and she clearly felt that this battle would be an important test that would determine her path and a new level of power. Through the howling of the monsters, she heard the Imperials joining the battle and thought they would easily deal with this threat. She stood on the field, breathing heavily, with the feeling that she had been through fire and water, and her gaze was full of a new sense of strength and self-confidence. Remembering the civilians, she learned from the knight that Lady Charlotte had already left and asked if anyone else had been hurt. What worried her most was the fate of two young ladies who had arrived at the camp before the surprise attack. What concerned her most was the fate of two young ladies who had arrived at the camp and found themselves in the thick of the battle. Approaching the girls, she asked if they were hurt because she felt responsible for their safety. I felt that the mission to protect those who were defenseless in the face of danger was more important than any weapon. The young ladies were clearly very frightened, although they tried not to show their fear despite their age and fragility. Their little hands nervously clutched the folds of their dresses, but they held firm, as if they were afraid to show their weakness and give free rein to their feelings. There was a mixture of fear and hope in their eyes, as if they were waiting for someone's protection, and now it was she who was supposed to become that support. And although she was in no condition to console the children, when they clung to her, she felt that she herself became lighter. She quietly spoke words of support that the young ladies so needed, and at that moment she felt someone's invisible approach. Turning around, I saw Ikaros slowly descending from the sky, his wings stretched wide, reflecting a silvery sheen in the rays of the sun. He seemed to embody strength and calm, and the presence of the Emperor, sitting calmly on his back, inspired confidence and hope. It was as if this mighty protector had come at that very moment to become their support and save them all at the most critical hour. Hayden knew he was a little late, but he was glad to see them, and he also asked if they had already met, adding that they really did look alike. Our heroine listened with a little confusion to his words about how it was probably true that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. It began to dawn on Rustica that a week after she arrived in Perseda, she had met her sisters, whom she had never even suspected. The older one spoke first, introducing them as Sia and Bella, and then adding that they missed her very, very much. Then she started chattering non-stop that she didn't want to go because it was dangerous, but then she heard that their older sister was here. She told him that she knew they weren't supposed to come, but she found out that Lady Charlotte was still planning to come to Belfort. And it's their mother's job to take care of Belfort, because this is Flash's territory, but their mother went hunting monsters and she wasn't there either. That's why she had to take care of everything, and Bella also wanted to see her sister, so she couldn't come alone. Hayden approached and explained that Sia wanted to say that she wanted to meet her older sister. And she also had to stop Lady Charlotte, so she took her little sister with her, and that's how they ended up here. The Emperor took out his handkerchief and asked her to remain still so that he could wipe her face, but she tried to resist. But she had to give in when he added how she could dry herself when there was no mirror, because she had nothing to answer. He noted that the magic in her eyes had disappeared, probably having been dispelled by her during the battle, and this fact impressed him. Intrigued, Rustica asked hopefully if she would then be able to remove the remaining curses on her own in the future. However, he said that it was impossible. The spell with the eyes was simple, and he helped her, but the rest of the spells would be difficult. The little sisters watched her with wide eyes, and she wondered what was wrong with these tiny and amazing minds. The emperor noticed her confusion, so he asked what was wrong with her face, and she began to answer that they were just so small. She grew up alone in a family until she was 14, and then suddenly she meets sisters who were born after she separated from her parents. To be honest, she was a little worried about her mother's health, to which Hayden informed her that the Countess was fine and as healthy as ever. Then he continued that the problem was these little kids who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She started to wail that the godfather was really going to send them back and they would return home completely alone. Turning to Rustica, she asked her to go with them. They had a room for her at home and asked, after all, she would be living with them. Our heroine was completely confused. She didn't understand what to do. She couldn't say anything for sure, and she didn't want to lie to the children. The emperor answered the younger sister's question for our heroine, saying that of course, which is why the godfather personally brought Lady Jeans here. When Rustica whispered to him to explain what he was doing, he asked if she wasn't glad she had such sweet sisters. Having replied that everything was so, she added that she could not think clearly since she had younger sisters so unexpectedly appeared. Besides, they were still busy subduing the monsters, to which Hayden replied that that wasn't the issue at all. He added that she was more worried about something else, but wherever the Count and Countess went, they always prepared a room for her. He also said that her parents constantly said that their eldest daughter had long since grown up and needed her own place. She listened attentively to his words about how the Count and Countess seemed to be very worried about their reunion, just as she was. Whether it's the parents or the child, they all tend to worry too much, and anyone watching from the outside is clearly upset. He said he was sure she wouldn't be able to hold back any longer, now that they were in Count Flash's domain. At that moment, a knight approached and reported that Countess Mylene was asking for permission to teleport to Belfort. Our heroine was very nervous. The ground was slipping from under her feet, events were developing too quickly, and she was not ready for this. Quickly asking the emperor to wait because she needed time to process everything, she heard that permission had been granted. Hayden understood her feelings, but at the same time he felt that too much time had already been wasted, so he asked her to simply trust him. He also said that she had nothing to worry about when the youngest told her godfather that someone had already arrived and was coming out to them. Everyone present looked in the indicated direction and saw how the teleporter flashed and a woman appeared. And although Rustica had not seen her mother for a long time, she immediately recognized her because her face had warmed her heart for many years, even from a distance. Her heart was beating faster, and a lump of anxiety seemed to lodge in her chest because she could not predict what kind of reaction to expect. Fear of the unknown was mixed with hope, and she felt conflicting feelings fighting inside her. She heard her little sisters say the word mama and run towards her, and she felt her whole body freeze. Mom, a word she hadn't said for a long time, and the person she had long dreamed of seeing was right next to her. Even knowing this, why couldn't she bring herself to take a step forward? Was she really so afraid of losing her forever? She stood there, thinking hard, afraid to break the silence, afraid to awaken feelings in herself that seemed long forgotten. She stood there, thinking hard, afraid to break the silence, afraid to awaken feelings within herself, when she heard his voice. The emperor quietly said that he knew from personal experience that she had a habit of running away, but he thought that now was not the time to do so. He advised her to face her long-held fears and overcome them, and this would be the beginning of revenge, so it was time for her to act. She understood that he was right. There was a path ahead that she had to go through, and she couldn't remain Rustica the loser forever. Our heroine decided that she no longer wanted to be her, and full of determination, she went to meet her mother in order to reunite with her. At this moment, Lady Mylene was scolding her daughters, asking who had allowed them to visit the emperor without warning their mother and father. Ignoring the question, she rushed to share the good news and said that she had found their older sister. After repeating the phrase about her older sister aloud several times, the Countess suddenly looked up and froze in surprise. Her eyes widened and her face turned white, as if all the words had momentarily vanished from her memory, giving way to stupefaction. She suddenly saw something very important and long-awaited, which made her stop, forgetting about everything else around her. After standing there in a daze, they slowly began to approach each other, as if afraid of destroying the fragile thread of memories. The mother's shoulders gradually lengthened and her eyes filled with tears as she finally reached out to her daughter. Their embrace was so exciting, as if a hurricane of feelings was raging inside them: joy, relief, and silent love. It was a mother-daughter reunion where both participants shared the same feelings for the same reason. It was painful, like the time they had spent apart from each other, but it was just as hot. In their embrace, there were silent tears and endless words that they could not say when time separated them. Every touch reminded them of the lost years, but also of the undying love that had withstood all trials. A week after she was appointed as an envoy and arrived in Perseda, she met with her sisters and her mother, whom she missed so much. However, since the Countess was in the very epicenter of the war, they could not be together for long, and now only her choice remained. Our heroine felt conflicting feelings of love and fear, hope and even despair fighting within her. On one side of the scale was her family, whom she had missed so much for all these long 11 years. And on the other was Carlos's curse, because of which she lived for 4 years in torment and voluntary exile. Now she knew exactly where she needed to go, through the fog of danger and doubt, straight to her destiny, no matter what. After she saw the Countess out, she returned to Hayden, who was waiting for her, and offered to sit next to her since they were alone. He said that the 2 little ladies had already finished their meal and had gone to wash up, so she could enjoy her meal in peace. Rustica, having said that he had indeed accomplished something great, heard in response was that all he thought that he would be praised more. Congratulated her on her family reunion and new sisters, even if it was a bit over the top and a bit unexpected. She asked what was bothering her, what he planned to do with her, and he replied that she should ask the Count and Countess about that. And he added that the Countess believed that Rustica would naturally remain here. Then the envoy asked if it didn't ultimately depend on him. She asked when he promised her parents to bring her here within a week, what they promised him in return. Hayden replied that she was a quick thinker, but he had not brought her here to ask the Count and Countess for favors in return. Then it turned out that she would have to pay, because nothing in this world comes for free, and she said it out loud. To which he replied that he was not pleased when she was treated the same way as some others, but he was not such a petty emperor as that one. Then he suggested talking about something more pleasant. The Flash couple would be busy for a while, and the fortress would also be at the center of events. The emperor explained why this would happen. The reason for this would be waves of monsters, and he thinks that soon there will be about 7 large ones. Rustica asked about the sisters, and Hayden said that he was also worried, because their constant presence in the fortress on the battlefield could frighten them. But sending them back to Flash wasn't worth it either. He planned to make it so that the wave of monsters would be difficult to deal with. He explained that if they could easily handle all the waves, the Eastern nobles would try to keep him in check. If it's average, then they'll think he's on the same level as them. Then she said he's not in a position to worry about it. The emperor continued that as a ruler, he must avoid conflicts and promote harmony, since he did not want civil wars. She thought that this was the ideal attitude of a monarch. If a civil war started, then mostly people with low status would die. But now it was surprising to her, because such obvious things seemed alien to her when she was under Carlos's influence. He told me that the North had decided to remain loyal to him for now, while the West was mainly populated by settlers from the Kaleda Empire. The Count and Countess, who arrived 11 years ago, play a key role, and asked what she would prefer, Ambassador Genus or Lady Flash. He explained that here the eldest child becomes the heir, to which Rustica replied that she had never thought of such a thing. Having replied that this would definitely not happen anytime soon, he added that her parents had already made a decision and let decades pass. She thought it was all a trap from the start, and wondered out loud why she was asking if she already knew the answer. The emperor said that it was possible to look at it this way, and also that she would soon need to return to her place, and he was even worried about this. Not quite understanding where he was going with this, she said that the house in Kaleda was nothing compared to what he had found for her. And he asked if it wasn't natural to feel uncomfortable with a woman who saw the emperor only as a one-night stand. Then Hayden repeated that it was his first time, and our heroine lost her composure. She even jumped. She stated that it didn't matter, and they had agreed earlier to act as if nothing had happened between them. The answer she got was that he said they could behave as they were now, but he couldn't trust her because that's how she always drew the line. After asking why the conversation had gone in that direction, she asked him to drop the topic, but if she stayed in Perset, what would he do for her? Coming to life, he replied that he would return everything that Carlos had stolen from her and would even take revenge if she wanted to behead him. He would gladly do so. Finding it vague, she said it was difficult to promise such things when two countries were just beginning diplomacy. Instead, Rustica asked to lift the curse from her, because if it was lifted, she would regain the power of a night mage. And Perseda will receive a rare magician, which will benefit them too, to which the Emperor, chuckling, replied that this was a carefully crafted curse. If handled carelessly, it could threaten her life because it is intricately connected to all vital points. This meant that there was a chance that she would die. Then Rustica reminded her of what was on her eye and was easily removed. That was true, but Hayden went on to explain that the eyes were not only the weakest, but also the starting point of the curse. So it was easy to take off. Then he asked if she didn't usually look Carlos in the eye when she encountered him before coming to Perseda. Our heroine slowly said out loud her guess that then, simply meeting Carlos's gaze. Hayden continued that if that emperor realized the curse had been lifted from her when she returned to Caleth, he would likely reimpose it. But he knows how to remove it, and for now he will be able to remove the curse from some parts of the body on his own. And for now he will start with those that are far from her vital points. And while saying this, he carefully watched her reaction. He knew how she wanted to get rid of these chains, and he himself had long dreamed of freeing her from this injustice that bound her. He even felt a little uncomfortable knowing that he had set her up for yet another trap, but he saw no other way out for himself. So he asked her if he did that, would she stay with him, and she said yes, as long as he taught her how to take them off. Having promised to teach her, the Emperor thought that it would be better and calmer if he began to explain to her in detail every action he took. He said that the legs were further from the important points than the arms, and in order to support the damned body, it would be better if they were free. The Emperor asked her to watch very carefully, because her future fate depended on this observation. The curse must be weakened before it can be completely removed, otherwise it can cause unpredictable consequences. She watched this process carefully, realizing that her time and chance to fight for freedom was growing. She took a deep breath. Rustica couldn't tear her gaze away. Gradually her leg began to feel lighter. It was a very definite feeling. Our heroine felt such freedom that she wanted to immediately tear off all the remaining chains, but she knew that this was impossible. The curse on the heart, neck, and head would need to be weakened much further before it could be lifted, Hayden said. And if she tries to remove them by force, she might die, so she needs to focus on strengthening those parts where the curse has already been lifted. Hayden continued that he would free her right leg when she finished her meal, but in that moment she felt liberated. Feeling this lightness, she realized one thing, that for the sake of her freedom, the path she had chosen to stay with Hayden was the right decision. She finished her lunch quickly. She was so eager to hear that he had finished removing the curse from the other leg too. Then he repeated again that the removal process would be more difficult and painful than she expected and praised her because she had done well. Having completed this stage, the Emperor said that she now needed to eat well and rest in order to endure the next one. The conversation turned to the fact that the suppression of monsters in Flach was almost complete, so he was planning to leave and it was time for his godparents to go home. He did explain that monsters would still appear from time to time, but as soon as everything was finished, he would return to Shalea. When he asked if she was going to stay in Flach, Rustica replied that she should probably stay with her parents. However, she added that this would only happen after everything was settled and after she stepped down as Kaleda's envoy. Realizing that she was right, the Emperor replied that he would do everything in his power to ensure her resignation. She felt extremely uncomfortable returning to this conversation, but she said everything regarding what he had said earlier about her trustworthiness. Clarifying her question, he asked if she apparently meant that she seduced him in order to spend a wonderful night together. And he himself replied that he understood perfectly well when she said that they should behave as if nothing had happened between them. It would be petty to hold back because of something like this, and it is not right to treat a count's daughter in this way, so it should be considered as a separate matter. After all, this is definitely not something that should be shared publicly, but how can they make it all just disappear as if it never happened? When she asked him to behave this way, she wanted everything to remain a secret, and he kept his word and will continue in the same spirit. Rustica thought that when she proposed this agreement, she could not have imagined that they would meet so often. Then she thought that they would break up, and that it would not be difficult for them to keep their word, because they would never see each other again. Hayden said they couldn't pretend it never happened, and he wanted her to remember that night when she looked at him, because he always remembers her, and our heroine thought she had no choice but to admit it. His warmth, his tenderness, his gentle look that night, he treated her so gently when she was in despair that she could not refuse him. There was another reason why she couldn't lift her head and look him in the eyes. She wasn't sure she wouldn't give in to temptation again. He gently asked her to look at him, and in his gaze there was sincerity and a shadow of passion that could destroy her resistance. Rustica lost herself in his eyes for a moment, feeling that same alluring feeling she had tried so hard to suppress ignite inside her. When she said, "Your Majesty," he stopped her and asked her to let him speak first. Hayden, realizing he had already dragged out this conversation for too long, said that he was not trying to force her. However, if he leaves everything as is, then she will treat him only as an emperor, and he does not want that. Lowering his voice, he added that he hadn't wanted to force her to make a choice she might regret in the first place. He hoped only for openness and understanding, because this, in his opinion, was what would preserve what they had. The crew slowly tapped their wheels, breaking the silence of the road and creating a rhythm that accompanied their slow, measured journey. Our heroine thought that Hayden left after lifting the curse and returned, destroying the monsters single-handedly with his monstrous power. There was nothing else for him to do in Belfort, and she decided that she could return with her sisters and finally see her parents. She should be happy to be reunited with her family, but right now she has something that excites her more than this trip to Flash. It was her conversation with Hayden that kept running through her head. She kept going over and over every word he'd said. As she thought about it, she convinced herself that he had become interested for a moment, simply because his first time was with her. However, on the other hand, she understood that the Emperor did not seem like a man who could fall in love impulsively. She wondered if everything was wrong, if his feelings were just a clever trap to gain power or control her. Her heart wavered, and different scenarios flashed through her head. Perhaps this look, this care, was just part of a carefully planned game. Her true intentions remained a mystery to her, hidden behind her impressive appearance, like a shadow that does not reveal secrets. Rustica followed her little sister out of the carriage and heard her ask why he had come out to meet them. She turned her head and saw him, and although years had passed since their last meeting, he was still a very elegant man. She didn't want to hold back, because now she knew for sure that her family had never forgotten about her, and they had all dreamed of this day. With tears of joy in her eyes, she ran to her father, feeling her heart fill with warm hope and sincere love. Years of separation and boundless longing were intertwined in their embrace, and at that moment, everything around seemed unimportant. Their hearts finally found each other. The Emperor told her father that although he had taken good care of her throughout her stay in Chalet, today had been difficult for her. He suggested that perhaps she felt uneasy at the embassy, and it was quite understandable why she might have lost consciousness. Our hero was very worried about her condition, so he suggested calling a doctor, because she might just be very exhausted. The Count thanked the Emperor for helping them return their daughter, and the Emperor, in turn, thanked him for allowing him to stay at the estate for a week. Sir Ethan said that a week of waiting was nothing if it meant he could see his daughter's face again. Then he reported the situation, saying that they were still holding the western point and were trying to release the entangled mana using magic. Hayden advised him to take his time and stick to the original plan. The schedule was already tight because he had left Belfort in a hurry. The owner was worried about his daughter's condition, and the Emperor reported that it was not very good, and that today it was possible to lift the curse only in 3 places. He said that it was skillful and directly connected with life, and that it was also intended to prevent Rustica from recklessly committing suicide. He asked the Count not to worry, because he was taking full responsibility for lifting the curse, and this was the fastest way to defeat Coletta. He explained that Rustica was determined and asked to lift the curse so she could deal with Carlos herself. He went on to say that she had already decided to move to Perseda, but was still very cruel during the negotiations. When the Count remarked that in this she resembled her mother, Hayden added that they were all good, and he was already looking forward to what his goddaughters would grow up to be. Afterwards, the emperor spoke about how, as soon as the suppression was completed, a victory celebration would take place in Shale. And he asked the unsuspecting count, how about officially introducing his daughter and heir? The owner of the house considered this premature and was about to refuse. Then the emperor said that perhaps the count thought it was too early. Then the count began to say that Rustica had come to the country as an envoy of Kaleda, and that this was a big minus in high society. He offered to introduce her when everything calmed down, but Hayden believed that this would achieve nothing. She would forever be labeled as Ambassador Kaleda. The emperor advised the count to do as he said, and he would personally accompany her to the banquet he would arrange. He announced that at the victory celebration in honor of the great achievements of the House of Jeans, the emperor would personally declare himself partner of Lady Rustica Flash. In a conversation with her husband, the mistress of the house insisted that, of course, Rue should become His Majesty's companion. To convince her husband, Milady asked if this was not a great honor and if the emperor had never before offered to become his partner to any lady. He replied that his daughter needed time to get used to Perseda and that if she were introduced to high society now, they would tear her to pieces. He started talking about how their Rustica had lived in the village for 4 years before, avoiding people, and what would happen if she became the emperor's companion. Lady Mylene asked the count to pull himself together, said that he shouldn't worry so much ahead of time and that he should remain calm. The count replied that his paternal instincts were telling him something, and that it seemed to him that the emperor was looking at their daughter in a special way. Then Milady said that Rue was already 25 years old, and the girl was older than when she gave birth to her, so she could cope perfectly well on her own. She continued that they no longer needed to sew uniforms or buy swords. As they had when she entered the academy, her daughter was already an adult. In the future, they must support her so that she does not get too carried away with lifting the curse and taking revenge on the Emperor of Kaleda. Sir Ethan said sadly that he would like to stay with Rue to make up for lost time, and did not even want to think about her getting married soon. While her father was worried about the lost time, our heroine came to her senses and opened her eyes. The surroundings were unfamiliar. She couldn't immediately figure out where she was when she heard a sweet voice that suggested she drink some water first. When she got up, she saw the maid, who offered her something to drink, and who also informed her that she had lost consciousness. Then memories came back to Rustica, and she thought that everything was true. After meeting with her father, she fainted while crying. Then she noticed that it seemed she had not been out of it for long, since the sun had not yet set and was delighting her with its bright rays. The maid said that now that she was awake, she should wash herself, and they had already prepared clothes and water for her to bathe. She smiled softly and added that everything was ready, and in the clean water she would feel fresh and rested again. After the bath, she felt a sense of renewal inside her, like a new page in her life, ready for the beginning of something bright and important. The maid said that these were the clothes that Lady Mylene had prepared, and she said that Lady Rue could choose anyone she liked. Having said, "Let's look at Mom's taste," our heroine began to look at the dresses on offer. She was curious about everything. She thought it was extravagant, even very extravagant, and said out loud that, as expected, she completely shared her mother's taste. Her gaze was immediately drawn to an elegant dress with delicate lace and a soft, silky hue. She felt that it would perfectly highlight her figure and give her a special feeling of mood. Now she had to find the stairs that led down, but everything here was so huge that she couldn't do it. She looked around for a clue and finally saw a door behind which she could see what she needed. She stepped hesitantly onto the first step, but stopped immediately because she didn't expect to see him. Our heroine herself did not understand why she was so surprised and why his appearance made her so embarrassed. The thought flashed through her mind that perhaps she was simply not used to her new situation and was causing her to react emotionally. The Emperor said that he was very glad that he had come here expecting her, and seeing her surprised face, he added that she looked wonderful. He also said that he was simply happy that he was able to see her so beautiful before everyone else, and she, embarrassed, thanked him for the compliment. He smiled, and there was genuine warmth in his gaze, as if he wanted to say more than words, and asked how she was feeling. And without giving her a chance to get a word in, he continued that he should have asked right away, but he was so captivated by her beauty that he was at a loss. He asked her to forgive his rudeness and asked again if she was feeling better, and thinking that he was being too frank, she replied that she thought so. Hayden explained that she had become so agitated that she had passed out, and that lifting the curse must have been difficult on her body. When he asked how her legs were, Rustica replied that they felt so light that they now seemed unusually heavy. The answer was that it was normal and she would soon get used to it, and then they could move on to the rest. When the Emperor started talking about the dinner that was being prepared downstairs, our heroine stopped listening to him because she saw her father downstairs. She lost consciousness so quickly upon arrival that she did not have time to enjoy the moments of happy reunion with her family. And leaving the Emperor to cool alone, she rushed down, completely forgetting that just a couple of minutes ago she had been afraid to go down. Her father, taking her into his arms, saying, "So she was here with His Majesty," asked if she was feeling well. Having answered this question, our heroine also answered the next one, saying that she really liked the new dress because her mother chose it. The Count, as a hospitable host, did not leave his honored guest unattended, informing him that dinner was ready and they were waiting for him in the dining room. The Emperor said that he would follow them and noted to himself that the Count was much more perceptive than he had previously thought. Rustica really liked the dining room. It was beautifully decorated, and everything in it created an atmosphere of home comfort and solemnity. Our hero decided to take the floor and proposed celebrating the safe return of the eldest daughter of the Count and Countess. Everyone supported his proposal, and the raised glasses united all those present in a festive mood. The Countess asked when her daughter had her first drink, when she entered the academy or at the graduation ceremony. Rustica replied that she tried it at graduation out of curiosity, but it turned out to be too bitter, and she drank only a little bit. Then Hayden asked sarcastically, "And now she's already used to drinking," to which she replied that even if she drinks, it's only 1 glass of wine. But he didn't let up and asked the next provocative question, "So that means she never got drunk to the point of passing out?" After wondering if he was doing it on purpose, she heard her father say that he was interested in how she drank, just like her mother was very playful when she got drunk. And her mother said that her father confesses his love to everyone, and she remembered another incident when he asked her mother to hug him. Rustica said she had never been that drunk before, and Hayden added that it was not a good time to get completely drunk. Our heroine had no doubt that he was provoking her again, but then my lady spoke up, noting that the destruction of the monsters was not yet over. The Emperor declared that since Lady Rustica had decided to move to Perseda, he was sorry, but he did not intend to allow her to live peacefully in this estate. She was a skilled knight in Calith, and they can't just squander such a valuable asset, and he thinks his parents will agree. The Count replied that they were grateful that he saw such potential in their daughter, and they also did not intend to leave her at home without something to do. Having said that he knew that they would understand, the Emperor added that this was why he planned to visit the Magic Tower with her tomorrow. Then Rustica wondered if the tower's mages had any clues for her that would help her finally lift her curse. Hayden also added that he was going to travel discreetly, only with Rue, so he would leave everything else to them. So she still had the whole night ahead of her to speculate and make assumptions about why the Emperor had decided this way. On the way, the Emperor told her that the Western Tower was originally a place where the mages of Perseda studied and researched magic. But hundreds of years ago, during a great kidnapping incident, the magic that sustained the tower and the powers of its master were stolen. The culprit of this terrible crime was none other than the Emperor of Caleda, Carlos Arthur Ingram. When this incident occurred, the mistress of the Magic Tower was seriously injured and all her students were killed. As a result, the master of the Magic Tower handed over her position to the Emperor and began to live in seclusion in this ruined tower. All this has led to the emergence of strange rumors, such as that the tower has actually been empty for hundreds of years, and that if you approach it, you will be cursed. However, the appearance of the Western Guardian at his coronation dispelled the groundless rumors that the tower was completely empty. When the spires appeared ahead, the Emperor said that it seemed they had flown quite a distance since they could already see her. When she asked what was down there, Hayden replied that there were the remains of the surrounding houses and the ruins of the buildings located next to her. He also explained to her that the current owner of the Magic Tower does not intend to restore all these buildings. And it must have been hard for the tower's mistress to see her cherished research, students, and treasures being destroyed before her eyes. She hasn't left these walls for hundreds of years, so he wants to get her consent to restore the tower and check on her well-being. Rustica asked if he had any particular reason to take her with him in that case, and he replied that they had both been killed by the same man. She is also the heir to the county of Flash, which is destined to become the center of a more prosperous West in the future. When the monster wave stabilizes and the prestigious family becomes stronger, people will naturally begin to flock to these lands. These vast holdings were visible below, and he said that it would be difficult for the Count to govern the entire western region alone. When she said that he would have to pay a lot of attention to it, Hayden replied that of course he would do so, even if she didn't ask. Our heroes were flying closer and closer, and at some point she noticed a bright reflection from the upper floors of the tower. Ikaros, judging by the way he perked up, also noticed this, and the Emperor reported that this was a positive signal welcoming them. Then he added that they should descend slowly, and the griffin obediently began its approach to the ground, spreading its powerful wings. They landed softly on a small clearing and thanked Ikaros for once again doing a wonderful job. After looking around, our heroine said that this place really looks abandoned for quite a long time. A big, out-of-breath man suddenly emerged from the forest, breathing heavily but with a wide smile on his face. He quickly approached the Emperor and, greeting him respectfully, added that he had been waiting for this moment for so long. Hayden asked jokingly, "Sir Roderick, you never got back into shape while he was gone," and he replied that it was just that the tower was too big. Then the Emperor introduced her to Sir Callahan, a magician who was currently assisting the mistress of the magic tower. When he introduced her as Rustica Janos, daughter of House Janos of Flash, Roderick bowed incredibly low. Approaching her, he said with delight that this simply couldn't be. This was the famous Defender of Qatar. To which she replied that she couldn't believe he knew that nickname and asked if he was perhaps a former member of the Imperial Knights. Sir Roderick reported that he indeed was, and added that it was a great honor for him to meet such a respected man among the Knights of Kaleta. He also said that there were quite a lot of former members of the Order here, but in the end they all left, and now there is only him and one other person here. On the way, he said that he heard that the ambassador of Kaleta was coming, and that he did not expect that the legendary protector would accompany her. The Emperor had to explain that Rustica was the messenger, which greatly surprised Roderick. He had not expected this. She explained that she had originally come as an envoy, but now she did not want to do anything that would benefit Kaleta, even remotely. The former knight understood her feelings, because everyone hated Kaleta for various reasons, or simply resigned themselves to helplessness. And he thought that many would come when they heard about the messenger, hoping to return, but Rustica said that she had not seen anyone with such a mood. Roderick said that there are many here who cannot forget the past in Kaleth and cannot adapt here, and they will appear soon. To her question whether the magicians who came to the tower left for the same reason, he replied that they realized that there was little left here and left. She was still curious because the mistress must be deeply devastated, but Roderick replied that it was difficult to understand what she was thinking and feeling. They stopped at the teleportation magic circle that leads to the upper floors, and all they had to do was step into it. The Emperor did not interfere with their conversation. He simply waited for her to be ready to finally teleport. Realizing that Hayden was somehow calmly waiting for them to finish talking, she decided that there was no point in keeping everyone waiting. Suddenly, a bright light flashed around them, and it was as if invisible threads were pulling them upward, lifting them through space and time. In the blink of an eye, Rustica realized that the journey was over, and they found themselves on the upper floors of the magic tower. The former knight said that the mistress should be waiting for them inside, behind this door, and our heroine headed there. However, the Emperor stopped her and said that he would go first, asked her to wait a little. He would return very soon. Left alone with the talkative Roderick, she said that she had only been in the country for 8 days, and therefore did not know much. And she asked if he could tell her everything she needed to know about the history of this country and its guardians. He clarified that she should already know that Perseda and Kaleta were originally one country, and there were 5 guardians in the original empire. These sages balanced each region. In the east, the Dragon Lord; in the west, the ruler of the magic tower, Ophelia. The central guardian has traditionally been the Emperor of Perseda from the very beginning, and it is an honorary position for life. The 5 wise men maintained the balance, but over the last few centuries, some positions have become vacant, and Carlos is to blame for this. He dealt with the imperial family, and then the line of central guardians was interrupted, the northern sage disappeared, and Ophelia was attacked. Eventually, the Eastern Dragon Lord rebelled and drove out Carlos, only just managing to save the country from disintegration and leave the throne vacant. After the Eastern Sage retreated to the north, Carlos returned to the captured lands and erected a barrier that formed two empires. Our heroine listened very carefully to Roderick, and according to her calculations, one keeper was missing, so she asked about him. Her question greatly surprised her interlocutor. He had no idea that she did not know this important information. Looking at her carefully, Roderick said that Carlos Arthur Ingram, who founded the Kaleda Empire, was a southern sage. She thought that the Kaleda Empire was created through robbery, murder, and theft, and they guarded it with their lives without knowing it. She felt uneasy at the realization that these lands were created through theft and born surrounded by a barrier. Roderick added that Carlos stole all the jewels and knowledge like a coward, and even erected a barrier to prevent anyone from getting to him. Rustica said that she could not even imagine that this story would turn out to be true, and, having arrived in Perseda, she considered it all just rumors. She said that she had doubted Carlos's actions before he had not made any efforts to save the people on the other side. Then he said that it was all because Carlos had fled cowardly and dishonorably, and the barrier had served as his shield, and he would never have crossed it. It suddenly dawned on our heroine that perhaps this was why she was exiled for pointing something like this out to the Emperor. She said that she asked Carlos directly why he didn't cross the barrier, and then she lost her powers and was banished. She was shaking all over. Everything was clear to her now. None of her misfortunes had ever been a bit of her fault. It was all just bad luck, really terrible luck, and her inner resistance and desire for revenge grew stronger. Meanwhile, the door opened and she was invited in. Hayden informed the master of the Western Magic Tower that he had brought her. She couldn't yet fully comprehend the information she had just received, and her thoughts were jumbled in her head like a whirlwind. She found it difficult to recover from the shock, and so she walked slowly into the room, feeling a little confused and unsure. The Emperor's confident voice brought her back to reality, even though he had only asked her to come up to them and introduce herself. She was amazed by the almost airy master, and Hayden, meanwhile, introduced her as the messenger and daughter of Count Flash. Then he introduced her to Ophelia Quintile Aniche, the guardian of the West and the mistress of the Magic Tower, who had handed over control to him. Rustica bowed slightly, and Ophelia noted that it was such a simple and modest performance, very knightly. The hostess invited her to sit down next to him, and then hospitably offered her to drink tea with him, continuing to carefully study the guest. Our heroine felt a little awkward under her gaze, and she even shuddered when she said that Carlos had become more scrupulous. She was curious what Ophelia meant, but she could not imagine that the master would show her such a performance. She saw all her chains again. They shimmered from the light manipulations of their owner, and it even seemed to her that they were jingling. But this was just the beginning. When she saw Ophelia, she thought that Carlos had treated her much more carefully. The mage looked at the guest and said that it seemed like he was making good use of her abilities after taking them from her. Then she asked what she looked like, quite terrifying, wasn't she, and asked for her opinion. Then Rustica sadly replied that it was so terrible and disgusting that she didn't even want to look at it. Ophelia turned to the Emperor and said that she was sure he had not brought her so that the victims could have a leisurely conversation. He replied that the time had come to return the sage to his place. He ascended the throne, the great barrier opened, and Rustica returned to Perseda. Whether she liked it or not, the world had changed, and asked how long she intended to leave the position of sage vacant. Ophelia apologized, then added that if this was an offer to return to her post, she would be forced to refuse. She was clearly nervous as she continued that he knew she had been exhausted for a very long time and had lost her strength. She said she couldn't do anything about it and asked if it wasn't the same thing that was happening to Lady Rustica. Then our heroine said that this was why she ran away, to which the owner told her that she envied her for this. And she continued that even if she ran away, nothing would change, so she just quietly waits for her death. That there was little she could do, she then asked, and the guest was also waiting for her death, just like her. Rustica replied that if she couldn't do anything, then perhaps she would have done just that, but now she can't. Intrigued by this answer, Ophelia asked whether Rustica considered partially lifting the curse as a possibility, explaining that it may take a long time to remove it completely and that it may not be possible to get rid of it completely. Our heroine said that it didn't matter if she couldn't completely remove the curse, she would grab any opportunity. As long as she has a hand to wield the sword and the strength to lower it, that will be enough for her not to give up. Such a fiery and decisive speech impressed the Western sage, and she asked the emperor where he found such a speech. Our hero grinned slightly and replied a little evasively that they had a very long history. Standing up, Ophelia said that now it was clear, and this was the path he had chosen, and then she could no longer hide her situation. Smiling at some internal thought, she said out loud that so much time had passed. Wasn't it time to inspect the tower? The hostess led the guests through the floors and, opening another door, said that everything was rather deserted, and that this was all Carlos's work. He stole all the priceless magical books, ancient texts, and results of extensive research, and burned everything else. After that, everything here was left in disrepair and turned into a mess, but thanks to the help of her students, this place now looks like this. In addition, other artifacts were also confiscated. In addition to books, it is impossible to even list them all, and this is an irreparable loss. She opened the doors, and before the eyes of our heroes a completely empty hall opened up, through which only the wind walked. In this deserted and at the same time mysterious hall there was no soul, no signs of former life, only a feeling of absolute emptiness. It created a strange feeling and, not wanting to break the silence, Rustica quietly said that this must be where they were kept. However, Hayden heard these words, so he said that Carlos took everything from here to build his own empire. The tower's mistress joined their conversation, adding that he still supports this country, draining its strength. At that moment, our heroine thought that everything was exactly like that. Carlos had not just cast a curse, he had shamelessly stolen their powers. Ophelia and she were used by him and turned out to be just puppets in his cunning hands so that he could achieve his dark goals. And the scars that had accumulated over that long period of use had become deeply ingrained in that space, and it was truly terrible. Rustica couldn't leave everything as it was. She had an idea and asked Ophelia what was most important here. She replied that everything was important: Izar's sword, Nananki's staff, Velen's blue diamond necklace, and many other artifacts. However, Rustica already understood this. She needed a goal, so she asked to name the 5 most necessary and important ones. Then she asked the emperor to let her go on the embassy. She had a little time before they were obliged to return. He didn't yet know exactly what she had in mind, so he asked what she planned to do there, and she replied that she needed to return what was lost. She must show this thief, this bastard who only knows how to steal from others, what it is like to be robbed himself. It wasn't difficult for the emperor to guess what kind of adventure our heroine had planned, so she quickly found herself at the embassy. Aldvin was very worried about the messenger, because the last time he saw her was 3 days ago, when she flew away on a griffin in an unknown direction. Naturally, he asked her if everything was okay with her and why she hadn't let him know, but she ignored these questions. Instead, she said that she urgently needed to return to Kaleda, and whether he could help her with this. In response, he asked why. The envoy gave him a prepared speech about how she urgently needed to report the situation to the emperor concerning the Persetian army. The bodyguard asked if it was really so great that Rustica had arrived in such a hurry and wanted to go to Kaleda so urgently. She said that it was difficult to explain in detail, but she must return immediately to report, and in such a way that the Emperor of Perseda would not find out about it. He asked if she was sure, to which she asked if he had ever seen her react so strongly lately. They had known each other for a very long time, so Aldvin assessed the level of threat as extremely critical and decided that he would help her. Asking her to follow him, he explained that he had taken with him, just in case, magic stones that could transport them to Qatar. He explained that she need not worry about being tracked. There should be no such risk, and the Emperor of Perseda would not notice anything. After all, it is a magical stone created by Emperor Carlos himself, so its safety is definitely guaranteed. Then he asked, by the way, about Perseda's military secrets, whether she thought that this could lead to a war between their countries. She replied that she would report everything to the emperor and return immediately, and while teleporting, she added that she was leaving the embassy to him. A moment later, our heroine heard the surprised exclamations of the monks who served in the imperial palace of Qatar, and immediately after this followed the voice of the emperor, whom she had recently left. He asked if she was too good at lying. The monks asked who she was, and Hayden remarked behind her back that his ideal type of woman was one who secretly hatched a plan for revenge. She mumbled in a barely audible voice that they couldn't afford to get caught, and therefore asked them not to say anything unnecessary. And Emperor Perseda asked her not to worry, because he was only watching and she could only silently submit. Having announced her name and position, she added that she had returned in an atmosphere of the strictest secrecy and urgently requested an interview with the emperor. She was led slowly and solemnly into the audience hall, where the spacious room was filled with an atmosphere of grandeur and importance. Carlos said that seeing her return unnoticed, he assumed she must have learned some of Perseda's secrets. She nodded, then he asked everyone to leave because he wanted to talk to the messenger alone. The guard quickly left, and when he asked her what she would say, she replied that she did not want to waste his precious time, so she would get down to business. She reported that in recent days, while being close to Emperor Perseda, she had learned several important secrets. Surprised that there were several of them, Carlos asked to tell him what secrets that country might have. Rustica knew that if her lie was revealed, the whole plan would collapse, so she had to remain steadfast and she had to cope. She reported that the army was much larger in scale, and that they were all flying on creatures that looked like magical monsters, and that their numbers were large. Replying that the new emperor had been on the throne for 2 years, she added that he could, and therefore did not enjoy the support of the Eastern nobility. Aristocrats are only interested in maintaining their own status and expanding their territories, and do not worry about anything else. Carlos said that they had been used to the emperor not being there since they were born, so he was sure that was the case. She also said that the nobility was using rumors about Colette to attack the young emperor, but the sages were different from the nobles. Seeing that she had interested Carlos, she paused briefly and said that there was another secret, and it was this. This is what Emperor Perseda told her in one of his private conversations, that a new guardian had appeared in the south. After this, Carlos said that he would prepare a room for her where she could rest and asked her to let her know if she needed anything. The attendant informed her that the emperor had ordered her to return to the audience hall in 4 hours, and that in the meantime she could rest comfortably. Even when left alone, our heroine was not immediately able to relax, because the success of her adventure depended on her composure at the audience. Even when left alone, our heroine was not immediately able to relax, because the success of her adventure depended on her composure at the audience. She took a deep breath and seemed to have managed to keep her cool, as any wrong gesture or word could have led to failure. She was also afraid that Carlos would notice that part of the curse had been lifted, but fortunately it seemed that everything had worked out here too. It might be because Hayden cast illusion magic on her before she arrived. Without it, she might have been in trouble. Thinking that 4 hours was too little time anyway, she decided that she should hurry up and develop a plan. To make the most of this time and not miss a single important detail, she darted into the corridor. She was glad that there were no guards, and realizing that time was against her and every moment counted, she decided to slip away unnoticed. When the knight asked if she was leaving already, she replied that she hadn't been to Qatar for so long that she wanted to get some fresh air. And she was thinking about taking a walk through the Garden of Wisdom, and in order not to arouse unnecessary suspicion, she invited him to join her. They ended up walking together, and she heard the monk ask why the emperor suddenly ordered the activation of the magic circle. And when she heard the answer that this time it seemed to concern a visit to the south, she thought that Carlos was acting faster than she expected. It was even good if he so easily believed the news about a new sage in the south that she gave him. The thought occurred to her that Carlos must not be in the palace, then she should not waste time and start acting. She lured her escort into a trap, trying to be unnoticed. She waited for him around the corner where the shadow was hiding. And already there, taking advantage of the surprise, she quickly and decisively struck, after which he instantly lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. With a sharp movement, our heroine pulled the cloak off the intrusive guard. It seemed to her that this could be a good help, perhaps even play a decisive role in her plans, and then she heard the question of why she was rummaging through other people's things. After asking Hayden to put it on, she added that he said that this time he would only observe and not interfere. But if that's the case, wouldn't it be better to disguise yourself as a person from Kaleta, rather than hide like an outsider and observe? He started to argue that he liked hiding behind her. She interrupted him, saying that they didn't have much time, so he should hurry up. She advised me to cover my body with a coat, my pants with boots, and try to hide or change my face, otherwise it would stand out too much. Hayden asked. She was supposed to do it all herself, but if he was disguising himself as someone from Kaleda, wouldn't that defeat the purpose? Rustica retorted that nothing was known, and they could be in danger at any moment, and he asked if she wanted him to protect her. In a serene tone, she corrected him that it meant that they both had to protect themselves, and if he was ready, then they had to act quickly. After that, she told Hayden that the owner was gone, so they needed to return the stolen artifacts and destroy his house. At the entrance to the archive, where our heroes were heading, there was a guard and knights who were engaging in casual conversation to while away the time. They discussed the latest events, but did not forget that they were on duty and should not relax, even if their shift was soon to end. One of them thought he saw something or someone flash in the corridor, so he decided it was worth going and checking out the situation. After a while, his figure disappeared from sight and everything fell silent, leaving the second in a state of anxious anticipation. He waited a couple more minutes and realized that he needed to go and check where his partner had disappeared to. Unfortunately for him, he had no idea that our heroine's skills were still just as excellent as Hayden had told her. She muttered in response that such surprise attacks were easy, but fighting people head-on was much more difficult. She said that she heard that the archive is usually guarded by guards in different places, so it would be better if everything happened as quietly as possible. And she suggested that they continue to hide after the penetration, and asked him to hide again just in case. Luckily, there were no guards at the entrance, but even so, their best bet was to go around the outer perimeter and make their way into the inner part. Our heroine decided that she should go first and get rid of the guards, eliminating them one by one so as not to attract attention. She knew that if she failed, she could make a big splash, so she had to act with extreme caution and caution. She held her breath to keep her location from being revealed, knowing she had only one chance, and the whole plan depended on it. Carefully analyzing the situation, she began to gradually approach her goal, relying on her dexterity and cold judgment. She was genuinely glad that the first throw was successful, but she still attracted the attention of the second guard, which was not part of her plan. Now she had no choice but to quickly and decisively rush into battle, using all her dexterity and stealth. To deal with it as quickly as possible and avoid anxiety that could cause a chain reaction and reveal its presence. However, she felt a sudden weakness as if it were coming over her from within, and every movement seemed a little alien to her. She understood that time was running out, and her ability to concentrate now would determine her future victory. But her body still didn't react the way she wanted, even though part of the spell had already been lifted. She thought she couldn't afford to get caught here, so she decided to lure the others inside to deal with them there. She quickly took a stance and prepared to confront them, knowing that the further she retreated, the less chance she had of defeating them. On the other hand, our heroine understood that it would be difficult for her to cope with 6 experienced knights alone. To provoke her opponent, she said that they were very stubborn, and one of them, recognizing her, asked if she was not a famous criminal. Another supported him, adding, hadn't they said that she was sent as a messenger, and was she really going to betray them? Rustica saw that the speaker was using an artifact and decided that it would be better to use the guard without magic as a shield. But she didn't have time to put her plan into action, because at that moment she heard Hayden apologize for not being able to resist. Emperor Perseda added cheerfully that he was jealous, since they were talking about things he knew nothing about. While she was shouting at him that she had already told him that he shouldn't stick his neck out, the guard's attention shifted to him. One of the knights shouted out where this bastard came from, to which our hero playfully asked whether he was in the way or at the wrong time. But be that as it may, he distracted some of the guards, and our heroine had a chance to deal with the one who did not use magic. Our heroine was distracted by Hayden for a few moments, and the enemy did not fail to take advantage of this brief confusion. Thinking that before they attacked her again, she urgently needed to find something suitable so that she would have a spare, she began to look around. Rustica considered the artifact, which someone had dropped in the heat of battle, to be quite suitable for defense. She grabbed him just in time, because at that moment an inevitable threat was approaching the Emperor of Perseda, and her knightly duty was to always eliminate these threats, even if she was significantly weaker than the one she was protecting. A thought flashed through her mind about what the thing did, and she was really very interested, because the weapon vibrated in her hands. Everything else happened so quickly that she simply didn't have time to react, but the effect was impressive. In a matter of moments, she was able to trample the danger that had previously seemed indestructible and observe the consequences. Rustica said hesitantly that she had simply picked it up. It was lying nearby, but it turned out to be more powerful than she expected. I couldn't believe that thing had taken out all the guards, and I heard Hayden say that he never asked for protection. To which she replied that she may look like that, but she used to be a knight and had to protect him out of loyalty and duty. He looked at her in such a way that, unable to bear it, she asked what had happened, and received the answer that apparently he had fallen in love with her again. He continued that it was so unfair, he was falling more and more in love with her, and asked when she would finally accept his feelings. Snorting in response, she asked him to stop talking about such nonsense at such an inopportune moment, and to think about something else. To distract him, she asked him to find some worthy artifact before her newfound devotion suddenly faded. Hayden informed her that the scepter she was currently holding was the most valuable thing here and told her its name. He added that this artifact was no less valuable than the imperial crown, so it was very good, and asked to take another sphere. While putting the artifacts into a bag, she asked if that was all they had come here for, but all she heard in response was his silence. Instinctively she listened. Then he quietly informed her that, judging by the noise outside, they were probably about to be discovered. Quickly grabbing his hand, our heroine said that now was not the time to calmly enjoy conversations, it was time for them to leave. She was already determined to get them out of this dangerous situation at any cost in order to complete this mission to the end. Over the years of service, Rustica had managed to get to know the imperial palace quite well, so she led them to a very specific place. Feeling the stone panel, she said that she believed that there must be a place behind this wall where one could hide for a while. However, I didn't find any secret mechanism, so I decided to use such a powerful and attractive artifact again. She did say, however, that she apparently simply had no choice deep down. She liked the effect so much that she couldn't wait to check it again. Hayden asked if that was even possible, but the answer wasn't as important as the fact that it worked, and a passage appeared in the stone wall. He continued to look at the slab in amazement when Rustica brought him to his senses, saying that, in fact, they were running away and were being caught. Our heroes got through just in time, because the passage closed with a soft thud, and they found themselves in an almost ringing silence. She suggested they take a little breather before continuing on their way, and he, looking around, asked how she even knew about this place. She said that she once accidentally saw Carlos leaving here when she was heading to the archives to give him a report. That's when I realized there was something behind the wall, but I didn't know how to open it, but they were really lucky that they were able to get in here. Her companion was silent, and his face was darker than a cloud, and she had never seen such an expression on him before, so she looked in the same direction. Her first thought was that it was just a figment of her imagination after what she had experienced, so she asked what they were looking at now. Although she understood that her question sounded more than stupid, and most importantly, completely untimely, because she herself knew the answer. She was lucky and had never found herself in such rooms, but stories about such things always filled her with genuine fear and disgust. Now that she knew what Carlos was doing here, she felt uneasy staying there, but Hayden stood rooted to the spot. Taking a couple of steps towards him, our heroine understood what had so shocked Emperor Perseda, and was no less amazed than he. She wished she had never in her life ended up in this place and become an unwitting accomplice to Carlos's atrocities. There were still very young children in these flask columns, and she was even afraid to imagine what kind of monster one would have to be to do such a thing. The mere thought that a person could do such a thing made her sick, and she didn't even have the strength to apologize for not being able to restrain herself. Suddenly, Hayden broke the silence and said that on behalf of the Perseda Empire, he expressed his deepest gratitude to her. Rustica felt a slight tremor from the depth of his voice when he said that thanks to her, they had found the bodies of the missing royals. Her whole body was pierced by cold, because what she was witnessing now was the most shameful event in the history of Perseda. And also humiliation, as such, her chest tightened with a sharp feeling of shame in front of Hayden and these innocent children. A few moments later, the Emperor teleported them, along with the remains of the dead students, to the Western Magic Tower. Ophelia couldn't believe her eyes, and she had a hard time controlling her voice when she said that he had found those who had been missing for a long time. Without taking her eyes off him, she asked if these were all the remaining children, and the emperor replied that, unfortunately, they could not find the bodies of the rest. She couldn't look at it anymore. Tears filled her eyes. She only said that out of the 47 who disappeared, only 5 returned. And then in the form of corpses. Then Hayden hugged her and corrected her that there were not 5, but 6, including him, and he was the only one who returned alive. At the moment it was small consolation, but now the true state of affairs was revealed to them, and there was hope of finding the others. There was also the emperor himself, living proof that perhaps there might still be survivors somewhere, and therefore we shouldn't give up. Hayden said that their funeral would be organized later and invited Ophelia to see what Rustica had brought. The tower's mistress agreed that they would have time to mourn the children, but in the meantime they could find out what they had managed to take from Kaleda. Rustica took out the scepter and said that, unfortunately, she was unable to find the imperial crown. But what did the master think about it? Ophelia was delighted that they had found such a magnificent treasure. With its help, they would be able to remove several of the messenger's curses. Our heroine asked what about the mistress's curses, and she replied that hers were stronger, so it might not even crack. However, that was not all. She also grabbed a belt. She didn't know what it was, but it was kept together with the scepter. So she took it. After hesitating a bit, she explained that she thought it might come in handy, and seeing the reaction of the tower's owner, she realized that she had apparently been right. Ophelia said that this was her treasure, which she treasured very much, and it was called the Star of the Western Sky. It was a symbol of her power. The reunion of the artifact with its owner was a stunning sight. A bright light filled the room, and soft waves of energy rose around it. As if nature itself recognized this connection as sacred, the power emanating from the treasure began to absorb Carlos's curse. The emperor perked up, and he began to hope that perhaps they would be able to completely remove one of the curses from Ophelia. His eyes lit up and he took a step forward, peering closely at the artifact, asking his mistress not to move. The patterns on the artifact burst into vibrant colors, and the air filled with the quiet whispers of ancient spells cast by Carlos. He no longer thought about defeat. He saw how the power of these 2 artifacts began to grow, as if a powerful source of energy was being born. Our heroine couldn't take her eyes off this action. It was a truly important moment that might become the stuff of legends. The air was so filled with magic that one could feel its energetic vibrations, and then a soft pop sounded. Rustica had never seen such power before, but based on her still limited experience, she understood that the curse had been completely broken. It was only one thing, but the fact that they succeeded gave them hope that they would gradually be able to cope with all the rest. Ophelia revealed that Carlos had used the power of the scepter and the Star of the Western Sky to cast a curse on her, and Hayden added that that's why they were able to destroy it, under the strongest influence, but they still have a long way to go. Because everything is not as simple as it seems, and Ophelia would not have suffered for centuries, because Carlos's power grew stronger over the centuries. Rustica said that she had brought a couple more things with her in case they were useful, and asked if they would be useful. When asked what else she took, she replied that not so much, but besides the sphere, one looked like a pearl necklace, and the other like a ring. The owner said that these things belonged to Carlos and were once his symbols, but when he stole the emperor's symbols, they became unnecessary. And she continued that since they symbolized himself, he could not leave them unattended, so he kept them there. When our heroine remarked that this was so like Carlos, Ophelia asked if the necklace and ring should not be returned to Rustica. The emperor thought for a moment and said, "If the sage thinks so, then so be it," and asked the messenger what she thought about these things. To which she sharply protested, citing the fact that she was not at all interested in things that belonged to Carlos. Heading towards the door, she added that she would feel disgusted if she had them, so with all due respect she would bow out. But before she left, she turned around again and said that she still had to submit her resignation, so it was time for her to go. Ophelia reminded the emperor that Rustica was not interested in these things, to which he replied that if that was the case, then there was no point in imposing them on her. Then the hostess asked whether they had not originally belonged to Lady Rustica, and the emperor replied that this was indeed so. Then the Western sage heard an ominous sound suddenly coming from the pearls and asked Hayden what it meant. Our hero, continuing his manipulations with the necklace, replied that this sound meant that Carlos realized that his treasures were missing. Hayden knew that his actions were only provoking Emperor Kaleta to more aggressive actions, but that was exactly what he wanted. Our heroine was returning through the deserted corridors of the once magnificent Western Tower when she found herself trapped. She couldn't utter a word, she couldn't breathe, and because of the pitch darkness around her, she couldn't understand what was happening. A few minutes earlier, she had thought over her decision again and realized that she simply could not delay it any longer. When her resignation letter was ready, she reread it and thought that it must be okay, since she hadn't written a single word cursing Carlos. She felt a little bit of pleasure, but her body felt lighter after part of the curse was lifted. And considering that she hadn't picked up a sword and fought for a long time, it means she did pretty well, even though the ending was a bit disappointing. However, the fact that she could move while swinging her sword gave her hope, and she enjoyed her new sensations. She was very curious about how much of her lost abilities would return if more curses were removed in the future. Then I thought about my return to Flash tomorrow, and then I felt someone's presence behind me. But her feelings and reactions were not as sharp and quick as in the days when she was still a legendary knight. Our heroine was late, and now she couldn't do anything. Her body hung uselessly half a meter from the ground. She heard Carlos's words about how she dared to deceive him, and wondered a little belatedly how he had ended up here in the first place. He continued to ask who had advised her to betray him. Maybe those scoundrels from Perseda had taught her this. Did she really think that he wouldn't find out since she was hiding? But a strong magical wave tore her from his hands and he fell silent. This wave carried Carlos several meters away from our heroine, and she, taking advantage of the moment, quickly jumped up. Behind her, she heard Hayden say he had heard that the Emperor of Kaleta was obsessed with self-esteem. Magic sparkled in his palm as he continued to say that he was disappointed that he had no dignity or honor. In a cold tone, he asked whether threatening and pursuing a chained knight was part of the Emperor's dignity. Carlos replied that it was better than what he had done, sneaking in like a thief, and that he had not the dignity and nobility of an emperor. And that thanks to Hayden, his knight is now behaving badly, and the Emperor of Perseda still knows nothing about Lady Rustica. The answer was that it was precisely because of his lack of understanding that he was unable to become Emperor of Perseda and was forced to hide behind the wall. After Hayden, already turning to the sage of the Western Tower, asked her opinion on this matter, and she began to speak. After saying that Carlos was a cowardly bastard, Ophelia froze, her magical powers sparking with the tension around her, ready to explode. Emperor Kaleta said that he thought she would remain locked in that trash can forever and would crawl around miserably, but she managed to walk. She started throwing magic at him and accusing him of being an incompetent fool who couldn't even use the power he'd stolen. A coward who only exploits and steals, and who lacks the courage to face anyone directly, and even now only his appearance is here. It is therefore not surprising that all who once served him, knowing nothing, turn away as soon as they enter Perseta. However, Carlos was not going to give up. Even now, he shouted that it was because they were feeding the people these ridiculous stories. Ophelia snapped back at who he was trying to blame if it was he who suspected Lady Rustica as soon as she appeared here, and she threw after him that Rustica herself had chosen Perseda, and she herself had chosen the Emperor Perseda, and not him. Carlos, not believing it, said that this could not be true. It could not be that Lady Rustica could do such a thing. Hearing his desperate tone, our heroine thought that his reaction was as if he had been betrayed by someone he truly trusted. Seeing him like this was disgusting and vile to her, but pulling herself together, she said that he never once thought about pain and disappointment, which she suffered under his command, that she was just a pawn, torn from his hands, and from this she wants to vomit. Then Carlos asked what Emperor Perseda had probably threatened her with, and what else he intended to do while she was here. The answer was that he actually helped her and allowed her to meet her missing parents, and also gave her a title. Our heroine continued that the most important thing is that Emperor Perseda is gradually lifting the curse he imposed. Rustica decided that it was time to end this conversation, because it would lead nowhere anyway, and began to take out her statement. However, Carlos spoke again and said that he himself could do it at any moment, which completely angered her. So, following the envelope, she threw her accusations at him, that he should have done this a long time ago, but did. If he could do it at all, he would have done it already, because it was he who initially placed this curse on her, and no one else. She said that people tend to gravitate towards those who acknowledge and care for them, and no one will follow someone who treats them like trash. Once she started speaking out, she couldn't stop, perhaps because not a single person from Kaleda who came here decided to return. After all, who would recognize as an emperor a thief who, from the very beginning, has only stolen everything, and with this accusation our heroine has infuriated him. Carlos attacked her with all the force he could muster, considering the fact that his very presence was an illusion. Yet he possessed incredible strength, so Ophelia warned Rustica that if she resisted any longer, her body would not withstand it. Our hero thought it was high time for him to intervene, so he said he would take care of it and asked the magician to cast a spell of elimination. The words of the spell carried Emperor Carlos away with a powerful gust, not giving him the opportunity to reach Rustica. The magic continued to swirl in the air, and the Emperor of Perseda said that perhaps it was time to end this pointless conversation. And if Carlos is unhappy with what happened here today, then let him try to cross the Great Barrier and steal everything again. Then he added rather sarcastically that Carlos should take his resignation letter when he leaves. The illusion of the former southern sage Perseda dissolved in the magical waves, and he screamed that he would never forgive them. A soft pop announced that the unexpected meeting with Carlos had come to an end, and Rustica exhaled. However, it did not pass without a trace for her. Her health was already undermined, and such stress could not help but affect her. But still, she was proud of herself because finally, she was able to challenge the Emperor, whom she had served faithfully for so many years. She saw that her words disturbed him, but in the end, through common efforts, he was driven out of Perseda in disgrace. She saw in her mind's eye the expression on his face at the last moment, and thought that this was undoubtedly her first victory. Our heroine was tired and yet rejoicing, because she had finally defeated her master, who had deceived and chained her. The day turned out to be full of all sorts of events for our heroes, and it all ended rather ambiguously. And although Rustica made one of the most important choices in her life, she suffered by resolutely defending her decision. Her injury was quite serious. Hayden informed her that it would take time to heal and that she would have to take medication in the meantime. She asked him if she was interfering too much, but he didn't think so, because essentially it was her business. But Rustica saw his expression, so she said that as far as she understood, he was still angry. He didn't deny it because he was genuinely angry, but not at all about what she assumed. So he told her that she had suffered, and that he was too late, and was very sorry that he had underestimated Carlos, and overestimated his capabilities. He looked at her exhausted face and reproached himself for rushing things again, and for them to find themselves in the thick of things again. Although she told him that it was not his fault, he thought differently, that he was rushing things rather than letting everything develop gradually. He didn't want to bring up the topic now, which, in fact, had led to today's direct confrontation with Carlos. In fact, he was very worried about her, but at the moment he could only slightly ease her physical pain. While applying ointment to the affected area, Hayden said that it was his fault because she was the person he was supposed to protect. And she replied that it would be much better if she could protect herself, but for now, always under his protection. Then he asked her to tell him if he hurt her, and added that it would pass with time and she shouldn't worry. However, she has a huge level of determination, and if she meets him in person, she might even be able to behead him herself. He had never seen anyone resign like she did, but he had seen her strong desire for revenge against Carlos. He continued that, of course, this was not the only reason why he was so confident, but he, like her, had made a decision. His voice became even softer as he spoke, and said that no matter what happened, he planned to get rid of her curse. Now he is even more confident of this than before. Since part of Ophelia's curse was lifted, she will be able to lift hers too. She said she could bear it when he added that, of course, given her current condition, it might be too difficult. He explained that this was not true. Carlos had hit a key spot, so her whole body was in a state of shock and she could not feel herself. The best thing she can do now is to eat well and get more rest, and Rustica thanked her for her concern. After a short silence, the Emperor replied that he was not just worried, he was concerned about many things, but not to that extent. To which she replied that he already knew perfectly well that she was one of those people who strived forward without having any extra time. Our hero looked at her carefully and said that he also did not have time for leisurely conversation with her, and his heart is also in a hurry, that's why he does this. and she looked at his leisurely movements and mentally repeated his words. Her heart began to pound wildly, preventing her from concentrating, as if a hurricane of passions and anxieties were raging in her chest. Every thought she had was jumbled into chaos, making it difficult to understand her feelings, and panic began to creep in, threatening to cloud all clear thinking. At that moment, she realized that she needed to stop, pull herself together, and find the strength within herself to sort everything out. Our heroine realized that Hayden's words had had a very significant impact, and it was difficult for her heart to calm down. I even thought that I had simply gone crazy and was making up all sorts of tall tales that I was starting to believe. However, his words were completely sincere, without the slightest hint of a joke, and she felt the full depth of their meaning. Thinking along these lines, she realized that it wasn't just about words, it all started much earlier. Rustica felt everything that was happening, just thanks to his one touch, how much he was worried about her. How Hayden regrets that he can't protect her, even though he gave her his word, and how much he values her and is afraid of losing her. Thinking back on the last few days, she thought he was no longer hiding his emotions. His displays of feeling were downright blatant, which becomes impossible to ignore this sincerity in the eyes, the trembling in the voice, the constant tension in every movement. And no matter how much she resisted, all this slowly but surely eroded what they had promised each other to keep. On the one hand, she knew all this, but she couldn't look him in the eyes, because there was one important reason. Because as long as Carlos's green shadow hangs over her, she will feel like she is using his emotions for her own benefit. She needed to borrow his power until the curse was completely lifted, but she didn't want to accumulate an emotional debt to him. Her first priority was to free herself from the shackles. After all, it was a one-sided attachment that she could not return. Meanwhile, the Emperor visited Ophelia and, asking how she was feeling, explained that she had been a little tense earlier. Having answered that he had blocked everything, she asked if, since he had come at such an hour, it meant he needed something and how she could help him. He said that his goal before leaving the tower was to remove part of the curse from Rustica, and he wanted to remove as much as possible, so he would need her help. Ophelia replied that she had not yet fully recovered, and if he needed help, it might be better to turn to the Dragon Lord. But he thought that her help would be enough, and then the mistress asked if they could use the power of the symbols of Carlos the Guardian. The Emperor replied that it would not work because Rustica was cursed with the power Carlos had accumulated over hundreds of years. She couldn't help but agree, and thinking out loud she said that the fact that Carlos had accumulated so much power over a long period of time, it meant that after he left his post as a sage, he would benefit from the power of each newborn successor. Caleta was originally located in the central and southern parts of Perseda, so according to the law of succession of sages, the heirs of the southern keeper, whom they could not find, were born and died there until they met Rustica. Having finished her thoughts, the mistress of the magic tower concluded that this was truly the greatest blessing. Then she asked how he found her, and after asking who the sage meant, Hayden indulged in memories of days gone by. In his last days, Rustica was by his side, and he did not have to remember those days when he was still a very young warrior. But he would never forget the day they met for the first time. He remembered it as if it were only yesterday. Having said that she had found him herself, the Emperor withdrew into himself for a moment to relive those moments that had changed his life. Rustica was already a legendary knight, known to everyone in Caleta, young and old, so he recognized her immediately. It still remained a mystery to him why she didn't remember him, since it was thanks to her protection that he was able to cope with adversity back then. The great kidnapping and betrayal of the southern sage Carlos in the past lasted for such a long 7 days. During this time, he plundered the imperial treasures and the riches of the magic tower and did not stop there. He thought this was not enough, so he dealt with all the adult members of the royal family and kidnapped all the young royals. As a result, 47 royal children disappeared, and nothing was known about their fate, as if they had sunk into oblivion. And now, 430 years later, only 5 of them returned as corpses, which could not help but sadden the entire empire. But among these missing children there was one survivor, and thanks to his actions the country could now say goodbye to the dead. The Emperor gave the order to Shalea and quietly spoke the name of Albert Udric Belor, son of the Duke of Hepser, first. The knights saluted his memory, and the Emperor also quietly mentioned his middle name, Elodie Rosen Belor. daughter of the Grand Duke of Hellenberg. The monks prayed and honored the memory of another victim, Clarissa Thera Magnus, daughter of the Duke of Guiana. When ashes and shadows fell upon the White City, the sun and moon wept. These were the words with which the funeral procession was seen off. Our heroine heard other words, my child. Where are you? Even the desperate calls disappeared, but please return from your eternal flight. There were also the names of Louise Olga Leslie, daughter of the Earl of Mayle, and Richard Alexander Belore, son of the Grand Duke of Belore. The sight of these children's golden hair reminded our heroine of the Emperor as a very vague memory from the past. He was a boy with a pale face and dirty golden hair, cut in a disorderly manner, who looked at her with dead eyes. Today, centuries later, this grown boy says goodbye to them on behalf of the last survivor. Rustica suddenly wondered where he had been all these years, and what he had been doing while that golden hair was turning black. Along with curiosity, she felt pity for him in her soul, and thought that this was a feeling that was completely alien to her. When the 5 corpses of the royal children returned after 430 years, the entire Perset Empire was turned upside down. And to settle this matter, Hayden decided to finish the conquest as quickly as possible, and Sir Simon runs around the city as if his feet are on fire. Turning to the knock on the door, our heroine saw her guests, and the Emperor said that he had to check on her in the morning. He apologized for not having the opportunity and asked if he could look at her neck to see how she was recovering. Finding out that her neck still hurt a little, he got down to business and asked if she was sure that she was not injured anywhere else. She was a little surprised, and he explained that he was going to remove the curse and it was high time to remove more, but he was still worried. She wants to remove the ones on her hands, but Ophelia did note that the ones connected to her head were still dangerous, since Carlos had recently touched her neck. She continued that removing too many curses might prove too much for Rustica. But even removing a small amount might not have a very good effect, because they don't know what else Carlos might do with her. Be that as it may, he has tied Rustica up securely, to the point that she is curious to know how she will behave when everything is taken off. Our heroine was also interested, and she was so full of enthusiasm that Ophelia decided not to put it off. And she asked the Emperor to strongly support Lady Rustica, because they did not know how her weakened body would react. As Ophelia began, her hands sparkled with a soft, shimmering light, as if enveloped in a subtle wave of magical energy. Energy seeps from her palms like sunbeams and flows smoothly into the surrounding space, filling it with a warm glow. Hayden, in order to calm our heroine, whispered to her to lean on him and explained that it was better not to refuse him now. Magical currents wrapped around the hands, turning into a bright network of glowing threads that slowly but surely opened the bonds. Our heroine felt how the old spell was dissolving and filling her with a new, purified energy flow. Ophelia, understanding that the sensations could be unpleasant and even painful, said that the curses were finely woven into the tendons and bones. And the closer to the heart, the more difficult it becomes to remove it. And again he fell silent, continued to work, and calm was felt in her movements. Rustica was breathing heavily. She felt every thread inside her, and it was becoming increasingly difficult for her to cope with the pain that permeated her body. It was becoming unbearable, and suddenly it was all over. She could still feel her blood pulsating, but the heaviness was gone. She couldn't catch her breath for a while, and Hayden calmed her down, telling her that everything would be fine now. She said that when he removed the curse, the pain was not so strong, and asked what had changed this time. Ophelia answered her, saying that it was easier with the eyes, but as it got closer to the heart, it tied tighter and became more difficult to remove. So they need to get back the power that Carlos stole to break the curse completely, because it was this power that completed it. Rustica said that apparently a long journey awaited her, and perhaps she would not be able to complete it in her entire life. At that moment she even wanted to cry, because there was so much effort, and as far as she understood, there was no end in sight. But the Emperor said that this was not true, because less than a month had passed since they were reunited, and they had already done so much. He sincerely wanted to support her, so he added that they should just walk side by side, and from now on, he would always be with her. When she complained of a strange sensation, he said that he would feel this way quite often, since his body had lost its sense of balance. And what they did now was tantamount to finding out how the curse would react and how her body would adapt. They might change their approach in the future, but for now he advised them to strengthen their ankles so that they could dance together at the upcoming ball. He has put so much effort into training her that he doesn't want her to miss out on getting her ankles back in shape and showing off her dancing skills. She asked if he thought she didn't want to go to the ball. There had been a lot going on, and she was also trying to get rid of the curse and adapt. However, Hayden believed that attending the ball was a way of adapting, and as the daughter of Count Flash, she should enter high society. He ended his speech by saying that he had no plans to knight her just yet, and she replied that she enjoyed being a knight. The expression on her face was quite displeased at that moment, so the Emperor asked why she reacted that way. And our heroine replied that chivalry is what she does best, and that she also enjoys it. After thinking for a moment, she added that, besides, revenge was above all else, so she had neither the time nor the desire to be distracted. In response, I heard that if I only thought about that bastard Carlos, there would be no room left for him. Hatred and affection are two sides of the same coin, and if she thinks only about Carlos, it will hurt his heart. After a short pause, our hero returned to the celebration and asked to explain to him what it meant that she could not go to the ball. Without waiting for her to answer, he continued to convince her, because as the daughter of a count, she should be introduced to high society. Our heroine didn't understand why he was so insistent on this and said that there would only be enough time to lift the curse. And to his remark that it was still too early for her to join the Imperials, she replied that she knew and understood that she still had a long way to go. Hayden didn't let up, said that he would help her get revenge and become an Imperial, and asked if she could forget about it for a while. He also asked if she could look at him, and if looking at his face wasn't enough, then he could undress for her. With this proposal, he threw her off balance, both emotionally and physically. With a quick movement, he stopped her from falling and said that it looked like he would have to go to the ball to celebrate the occasion alone. And he might not even be able to get married because he lost his virginity, so how can he not cling to her? And when she asked him to pull himself together, he said that it was she who was rejecting the Emperor and that it seemed she was out of her mind. Not knowing what to answer, she blurted out the first thing that came to mind and suggested that he choose a lady who was much better than her. Holding our heroine tightly to himself, he said which lady he was talking about. He listened to her quiet breathing. Then he asked her if she knew how long he had waited for her, remembering her smile again and again all these years. And without waiting for an answer, he asked her to take responsibility for him. He could no longer marry anyone else. Having given Rustica the opportunity to see her parents, the Emperor was going to return with her to the capital, where other matters awaited him. Our heroine looked around because she didn't see her little sisters, to whom she hadn't yet had time to say goodbye. Her heart sank with anxiety because ahead of them lay a separation that seemed so inevitable. Finally, she saw them, the girls running across the yard, smiling and full of lively excitement, as if sensing the coming moment. Their little faces lit up with relief and excitement when they finally came up and decisively announced that they were also going to Shalea. Sha declared categorically that they could not stay here if their older sister was leaving, then they had to follow her. Rustica couldn't help but smile, her heart filled with warmth and pride for her sisters, but it wasn't her decision to make. They told the Emperor, their godfather, all the reasons why he and their sister should take them with them. And when they realized that it seemed their trick hadn't worked, they were ready to burst into tears and try to persuade him in this way. Hayden understood their feelings perfectly, but he also knew that now was not the best time for the Earl's family to leave the estate. He looked at these upset faces and asked if they were probably sad that they would have to part with their sister so soon. The young ladies nodded in response. Then he explained that she first needed to go to the capital. She had business there. Then he continued that they would see each other again soon, literally in 3 days, so they wouldn't have time to miss each other too much. Our heroine decided that it was worth supporting the Emperor and calming the girls down, especially since she was leaving for a short time. She said kindly that they were going to Shalea for only a short time and asked them to be obedient and stop crying. Then Sha threw herself on her neck and in a breaking voice asked why she was leaving them and going away alone. Bella joined in and added, no less upset, that Rustica had promised them that they would all live together. She lamented that they believed her, but now everything is changing again, and their older sister is leaving somewhere again, and they don't want this. Our heroine hugged them and then said that there was no need to worry ahead of time. She would return soon, and then they would always be together. The owners of the estate came to the aid of the emperor and, taking the little capricious children, began to say goodbye. The countess said that they had already prepared their things and would also go to the national funeral in 3 days. When Rustica said goodbye to her father, her heart was breaking. She knew that this separation would not last long and that she had to finish her business. But she had been separated from them for so long that she did not want to part with them even for a minute, but duty and revenge called her on the road. The emperor was also hurrying her, so she had no choice but to repeat to her parents that she would return soon. Our heroine cast a parting glance at them and thought that at least she now had her real family. The night announced that they were taking off, and she kept looking at them and thinking that so much had changed in her life in such a short time. She was so lost in her thoughts again that she was slightly startled when Hayden picked her up in his arms. She didn't expect that. However, he was worried about her. He knew that she still had trouble controlling her body and that her coordination often failed her. Having seated her on Icaros, he asked her to hold on tight and not to worry, because they could say they had already become friends with the griffin. His voice was confident and calm in tone, instilling in her trust and confidence in the upcoming journey. On command, the griffin powerfully flapped its huge wings and, rising into the air, created a whirlwind of wind around them. The emperor opened the Bapel, and the passage sparkled with a bright light, inviting one to enter into its deep unknown. The entire retinue rushed after the emperor. The imperialists were ready to follow at any time and in any direction. The countess said, puzzled, that it seemed strange to her to be preparing for a ball during a national funeral. Seeking support from my husband, I asked him if this was an unpleasant situation, but looking at him, I thought that I needed to support him at this moment. She looked at her family and couldn't understand how they could be so upset when they should be steadfastly preparing for the future. So she asked how he, being a father, could behave like this because the nobles would pounce on their daughter, trying to tear her to pieces. Unable to contain his emotions, he replied that he could not even imagine how difficult it would be for Rue, where all the aristocrats would gather. Milady, hugging the upset count, said that now their daughter had them, which meant they would be able to support her very well. And her father echoed her that everything was so, because now Rustica could really count on help and parental support. A young newspaper boy shouted out urgent news. He reported that the emperor had completed his western expedition and was now returning. For many citizens this was good, but still unexpected news, since their monarch had dealt with the West so quickly. There were voices saying that they shouldn't underestimate him because he was young, but it was truly remarkable. Just at that moment, the emperor himself appeared in the sky above the capital, shining majestically against the backdrop of the bright sun. Behind him was his finest and most powerful flying guard, who once again proved that they were up to any battle. The townspeople greeted their emperor with loud shouts, raising their hands, and their faces shone with joy and delight. Admiration and pride filled the hearts of the townspeople, as this day became a special event that will forever remain in their memory. Soon our heroine saw the square in the palace courtyard and thought that another journey had come to an end. The Count Palatine greeted his master and congratulated him on the quick completion of the expedition. When the emperor asked if anything had happened while he was away, he replied that if something had happened, he would have been informed immediately. He also said that national funerals are carried out according to protocol, priests care for the bodies, and a service is held every morning. Afterwards, the emperor answered Simon's question that Lady Rustica had also arrived and was heading straight to Glaze Palace. Our hero was distracted from his conversation with the Count Palatine by Icaros, whom he forgot to thank in his haste for his good work. Simon was very worried about another question: would Rustica really remain in the palace for the entire duration of the national funeral? The emperor, however, had already made an important decision for himself, so he replied that she did not need such formalities. And he added that the most important thing for him was that she was always in his field of vision, that is, next to him. With a barely noticeable movement of his hand, the emperor activated the ancient magical artifact, and in the blink of an eye, a bright green flash appeared. Following this, he disappeared, and a moment later he was already standing in the palace, as if transported along an invisible thread of time and space. Hayden headed to his quarters. He guessed that Simon probably had some more tricky questions hidden away. And then he also wanted to share with his faithful servant the spoils that they had snatched from Emperor Carlos. This was a secret that he decided to reveal only during a personal meeting with the Count Palatine. and he couldn't believe his eyes, and Hayden explained that it was his Ru who personally raided the treasure vault in Qatar. Simon said that this sphere and scepter are decorated with blue gems, and aren't these the symbols of Perseda? The Emperor replied smugly that, seeing that even the Count Palatine was enchanted, one could say that these were truly remarkable treasures. Simon cleared his throat and said that the gentleman had led him astray, because he had known from the very beginning what he had brought. He felt awkward talking about it, but he couldn't keep silent, so he said that the gentleman shouldn't call the lady Moya Ru yet. When Hayden asked why, he replied that Lady Rustica had not yet made her debut in high society, and it is not proper for an emperor to address a lady whose identity has not yet been officially revealed as his own in official capacity. Our hero became cheerful and replied that there would be war then, which threw the Count Palatine into furious confusion. He asked that the emperor suddenly declares war, and wouldn't everything be decided when the lady makes her debut in high society? The answer was that this was exactly the case, because the men of the empire would wage war for the heart of Lady Rustica. And of course he will be the only winner, the one who manages to reach her heart and earn her love no matter what. A look of determination and confidence flashed in his eyes, as if the whole world was already under his power, and the path to victory was clear to him down to the last detail. 10 days of mourning were declared for 5 of the 47 members of the royal family who barely managed to return. But even during this period, journalists did their duty and presented a sensation about the sudden change of Ambassador Kaleta. Rochester was furious. It was obvious to him that Emperor Perseda had something to do with this rearrangement. Eliza asked if Aldwin really thought the emperor of this country was so influential. He replied that she herself had seen how the emperor dragged Rustica around with him everywhere, and even the press had written that he had squeezed her dry. The lady assassin asked in response that he was, of course, right, but in the end, hadn't the messenger herself made her choice? And she explained that Rustica was a person capable of making her own decisions, and if she had resisted, she would have either been detained or killed. She continued that the emperor had merely made a statement, announcing that he was dismissing Lady Janet and appointing Rochester as the new ambassador. So Rustica had made her choice, and the emperor understood it, but Aldwin could not or would not believe it. He told the departing Eliza that the Rustica he knew was not one of those, but the knight no longer listened to him. Her task was clear from the start. She was a shadow who would punish the traitor, no matter the cost. She already knew from the newspapers that Rustica deserved enormous praise for the discovery of the bodies of 5 members of the royal family. I also learned that the former envoy of Kaleta, Rustica Genes, was the eldest daughter of the Count and Countess of Flash. For the lady assassin hiding behind the knight's mask, all that was left was to wait for a direct order from the emperor. Meanwhile, our heroine was also able to familiarize herself with this information, and she had something to think about. On the one hand, she was even glad that her bodyguards would learn about her decision not from her personally, but from the newspapers. She thought about Rochester and how he had taken the news, and suddenly heard a question about what she thought about it all. It was the emperor who, as usual, crept up to her unnoticed. He asked her without formalities, but simply to tell her about her thoughts. His voice was soft and calm, as if he valued sincerity and wanted to understand her true feelings without imposing any formal mask. But before she could say a word, he continued that he had taken various measures to entertain her, so that she would not get bored alone. This was an unexpected turn of events, so Rustica answered him, wondering if he had really made this all up just to keep her from getting bored. Then she added that thanks to him, she became a target for everyone in the Kaleta Empire and could not take a step outside the palace. Her answer stumped him because he hadn't thought about it, and it didn't really matter to him. Without giving him time to come to his senses, she said that she had not expected him to give her such honor for finding the bodies, and she sincerely thanked him. Hayden replied that he knew how much her parents meant to her, so he could at least do that, especially since she actually found those children. Then he asked our heroine if there were any inconveniences for her in the palace, and she replied that everything was fine. He continued asking about food and about the bed. Then she said that everything was fine and asked if that was the only reason he came here. Hayden looked at her carefully and said that he had learned from one lady that one should be careful when receiving guests. Then he added slyly, although he was provided with the money she received from selling the bears he had caught. Rustica got angry and said that she couldn't believe that he was remembering such things, that she had nothing now, and asked him to stop talking about it. To his surprised question about where they were, she sighed and replied that her savings were in the forest near the hut that was her home. The emperor considered it unfair that Rustica was left in another country, essentially without her own hard-earned money. Knowing her character, he understood that she must be embarrassed to enjoy all the benefits for free, so he decided to correct this. Extending his hand, he explained to our heroine that they were going to return what had originally belonged to her. Our heroes walked through the forest, and Rustica was suddenly overcome by a slight feeling of nostalgia, and she sighed deeply. However, a less pleasant surprise awaited her ahead. She looked at her hut and a question escaped her. "This is where the bear got in," to which Hayden cheerfully replied that for a bear, he knew exactly how to use the door correctly. The emperor said that it seemed that the place had been thoroughly cleaned out, but that did not worry him much. He was more worried about the children. The woman who taught them literacy with sweets and cookies suddenly disappeared, and then a bunch of horrible people burst in and looted the house. Then he asked sympathetically that she seemed to have come to terms with the fact that her house, in which she had lived for so many years, was in such a state. She replied that she thought it would be nice if some passing travelers used it as a shelter. She asked him to follow him, because she had taken everything important anyway, so everything else no longer mattered. The emperor took one last look at the chaos inside and noted that it did not look like Kaleda had used any magic here. But still, some inner instinct told him that they might have been looking for something specific here, but apparently they had not found it. While he was studying and thinking, Rustica had already gone deeper into the forest, and he had no choice but to hurry after her. She approached a small birch grove and began counting her steps. Her gait was confident, as if she knew exactly where to go. When she reached the center of the trees, she stopped, leaned against the soft trunk of a birch tree and took a deep breath. This was the place. She sat down on the ground and asked him to give her a shovel, and Hayden looked at her in surprise, as if she was asking for the moon from the sky. Then he asked her with slight bewilderment why she wanted to dig here by hand, like some kind of treasure hunter. Not understanding his reaction, she replied that, of course, because she buried it so deep that even a bear couldn't dig it up. To this, the emperor calmly replied that he had apparently simply forgotten his shovel, and she, upset, asked how she could dig now. Having calmed her down, he said that he would do everything himself and asked her to move a little to the side so that he would not accidentally touch her. Our heroine asked a very reasonable question, and he asked if he was going to dig with his bare hands. He replied that he wasn't and placed his palm on the ground. At first, Hayden carefully used his magic to sense the condition of the ground and determine where what he was looking for might be located. Having found the right place, he carefully cut away a piece of turf from above so as not to disturb the hidden cache underneath. She danced and muttered these were her precious gold bars, her treasures, but the emperor did not share her joy. While she was counting the quantity, he, with a sly grin, asked if this was really such a reason for immense joy. Ignoring his sarcasm, she continued that, just in case, she had exchanged a couple of ingots for precious stones. Our hero thought with bitterness that there were very few ingots and diamonds here. It was incredible, but they used it for such a meager fee. When Rustica put everything back into the bag, he asked where everything else was, and she replied in amazement that this was all there was. She then added that there wasn't much in the embassy either, since she now had it all and didn't care about what was left there. To his remark that a lack of greed was also a problem, she replied that she was greedy and that it could be stronger than the desire to kill the emperor. However, Hayden believed that the desire to kill Carlos was not ambition, but legitimate revenge, and asked if she had anything else besides that. She chuckled and replied that she wanted to live happily with her family, although this was a basic desire that everyone should have. That she is a person who has not been able to do something like this for a long time, and therefore she asks him to give her a break. Wanting him to interrupt, she continued that she was just starting to take her first steps, so she needed to be more careful. Unable to contain himself, he blurted out that she needed to be careful, he was on her side, and she shouldn't worry about what others thought. It didn't suit her. Then Rustica said that she was actually very sensitive to the opinions of others and timid, and not as amazing as he thought. And Hayden said she was wrong, because she was the one who gave her rations to starving child soldiers. She suppressed the envy and jealousy around her with her talents, speaking out against the conscription of young soldiers, so she is amazing. She thought about it, then he asked if she had probably forgotten, and reminded her that she had promised not to send him to the battlefield. From her surprised look, he understood everything and said that it seemed he was the only one who remembered what happened between them. Having said this, he became completely depressed, and wanting to at least slightly encourage the emperor, she said that this was not the matter at all. It's just that at that time there were so many problems and monsters that she was overloaded with them, so he was wrong to think so. She didn't forget. Her admonitions did not help. He remained silent and she could not get his attention. However, when she said that she might have forgotten the details, but she still remembered that fair-haired boy, he perked up. Seeing his reaction, our heroine continued that at first she seriously didn't recognize him, since he had changed so much during this time. Delighted, he asked if she could remember any conversations with that fair-haired boy or anything else. But she fell silent, because she did not know why she did not remember those days and did not understand whether the curse that had been imposed was to blame for this. Then she said that she had not forgotten him, and the whole problem was that she did not remember what kind of person she had been before. That time when everything was fine with her and she could do whatever she wanted and it was wonderful, but now it seems far away. It's as if it never happened, and maybe that's because the curse is concentrated in her head. He interrupted her and said that there was no need to apologize and that she could be as confident and shameless as she wanted in front of him. He remembers, so it's okay. He was the one whining like a child, not realizing how much pain she was in, and it was he who should apologize, not her. Because it was not her fault, he kindly asked her to look at him, because it was not difficult for her to fulfill his request. And looking into her eyes, Hayden continued that if she continued to look at him, he promised that one day she would remember everything. Smiling radiantly, our hero told her that he did not have the kind of face that could be easily forgotten. This slightly smug and self-assured phrase lifted her spirits, and she asked if he was so confident in himself, then why was he whining? Noticing that she had managed to dodge his assertive remarks, a spark of irony lit up his eyes. Extending his hand to her, he suggested that they return, since they had accomplished what they had come here for and there was no need to linger. However, when they returned to the palace, they again had a verbal altercation and again could not come to a common opinion. The emperor tried to convince Rustica that he could enter the embassy unnoticed and leave, to which she told him that he himself knew that the diplomatic situation was tense because of her, and that was why she was against it. But when she added that Carlos would definitely notice, he unkindly asked why she was calling this idiot by his first name so friendly. After replying that she was not at all friendly, she explained that calling someone by their name is something that can only be done with close people, and from now on she will call him only by his first name and address the Emperor of Caleta as the Emperor of Caleta. Hayden continued to insist, saying that he still believed he should visit the Emperor. She insistently repeated the demand not to go, given how the Emperor of Caleta had suddenly appeared at the embassy one day. She emphasized that such unexpected appearances are clearly connected to some kind of magical forces, and therefore the danger they pose should not be underestimated. When he asked her if she really thought he couldn't avoid something like that, she said that he probably could. But she wants to say that it would be better if they didn't create any unnecessary problems at the Kalet embassy at a time like this. And besides, if they start a war now, she won't even have time to make her contribution, because this bastard's head is still hers. Saying that it seemed like she was just waiting for the opportunity to personally behead Emperor Caleta, Hayden suggested they take a short walk. Rustica suggested that they start a war after most of the curse was lifted, and he replied that fine, they would do so. On the way, the Emperor informed her that he could cover the shortfall because he had something he wanted to give her. For some time they walked in silence, each immersed in their own thoughts. Then he suddenly said that if he had something to say, then let him say it. And when she asked him how he knew he had eyes on the back of his head, he joked that, unlike others, he was very interested in her. Rustica didn't know how to approach her question, but since it really worried her, she decided to do it anyway. He started evasively by saying that this was of course too much, but if he didn't mind, he couldn't tell her how old he was. Seeing his reaction, I thought I had said something wrong, so I added that if he didn't want to say how old it was, that was okay. The answer was that it wouldn't hurt to tell her once, and he said that to begin with, 430 years had passed since then. Now the remains of the royal family were returned, and he was kidnapped at the same time. At the time he was 13 years old. And when he woke up, he found himself in the laboratory that she found behind Kaleda's treasure vault. Afterwards, he fell asleep again, as if time had stopped, and when he came to, he was standing in front of the barrier in the form of a young soldier. Our heroine couldn't help but calculate that 400 years had passed before his growth temporarily stopped during sleep. Hayden said he met her after the seasons had changed 8 times, and she guessed he was about 15. And she said that she was studying at the academy at the time, and right after finishing her final year, she was thrown into battle, so she was 17. Then the emperor said sadly that this bastard used people as disposable tools. Neither 17 nor 15 was the right age to be sent off to war, and Rustica was glad he had survived. On this matter he agreed with her, although he added that it was because someone took very good care of him. When he suddenly asked if her curiosity about his age was satisfied, she replied that it was. However, she asked what one could be happy with at age and added that she was simply interested because she was curious. Hayden replied that it mattered to him whether she liked older or younger men, and if she wanted him, he could be either older or younger. Rustica thought that in any case, 2 years of difference was not that much, and he thought that she thought that 2 years of difference was quite normal. Having decided that they had finished with this topic, the emperor asked if she knew that after the mourning period was over, there would be a funeral. Afterwards, he explained why he was asking, because he wanted all of the Jean's family members to come, and she asked if everything would be okay. To this, he said that she was the one who entered the imperial family, and she was part of the house of Jeans, so it was fitting for her to be present. And making noise at an imperial funeral is considered disrespectful, so she shouldn't worry about it. Having thus obtained her consent, the emperor moved on to the next question which he planned to resolve. That's why he said that today he wanted to give her something, a gift that he had prepared especially for her. When handing over the gift, he explained that flashy and bright jewelry should not be worn at a funeral, but pearls would be fine. Rustica looked at them with some disbelief, and he added that he had also cast a small spell on them. It will help with the curse removal and provide her with protection, so the more she wears it, the better. Our heroine didn't say anything, so he began to worry that if she didn't like it and all his efforts were in vain. When she asked how they could do something like this, given the design was so intricate, she was told that a lot of effort had been put into it. Smiling, Rustica said that she liked them. Then she asked if the diamonds were real, and he replied that of course they were. The emperor said that the pearls she had brought had also been used, and he did not want strangers to touch them. He went on to say that, of course, the credit for finding the bodies of the imperial family would be recreated separately and later. And he asked that this gift be considered compensation for the money she left at the embassy, and he said that he would pay her compensation. However, she was still embarrassed by such an expensive gift, so she clarified that this was really normal, and he replied that, of course it was. Then she asked him not to refuse him. Then she took back her words, and with this phrase she managed to upset him a little. So he said that he was interested in what kind of person he was, in her opinion, so he asked if she really liked the earrings. He sometimes managed to be very persistent, but she did not intend to hide that she always loved such things. She also added that she liked them, she just had never had anything like this before, and he asked her not to worry. Continuing that now that he knew what she liked, he would make sure she had plenty of them. At that moment, memories of that night came flooding back to her when he had asked her in exactly the same way what she liked. He was interested in her feelings and tried to make sure that she felt good with him and that she had to focus on something else. And she seized on his words that he was happy, that he had another memory to return to. Thinking that she shouldn't avoid him because that would make everything even stranger, she asked what else he remembered about her. Hayden was so close to her lips that his heart wouldn't let him think straight and he had to hold back. So, pulling himself together, but still with a sigh, he replied that he remembered everything, even the things she so wanted to forget. Excited and a little embarrassed, the emperor hastened to leave, saying that they would see each other again soon. Sitting quietly on the bench, Rustica tried to pull herself together and put her feelings in order, but her heart was still beating faster. But her thoughts were confused in a web of emotions and memories, and she persistently tried to concentrate in order to find peace. The day of the national funeral for the 5 returnees arrived, and even nobles from the east and west gathered with the townspeople to honor their memory. However, even such a sad day did not prevent the aristocrats from discussing the latest gossip concerning the envoys of Kaleda. One lady told her companion that, as they say, the people from Kaleda have completely settled in the West, and how vulgar that is. After all, unlike them, the inhabitants of the East, these people only know how to swing swords, so how are they going to govern the territory? And their lack of preparation and strategic thinking may become their biggest weakness. She added that this had been said more than once by those who knew the character of these warriors well, and on this phrase she hesitated. The emperor arrived. At this time, our heroine was thinking about something completely different. She didn't even suspect that the sages would take part in this event. She was already familiar with Ophelia, but she was seeing the second sage for the first time, so she looked cautiously in his direction. She also noted to herself that both the guardians from the east and the west had arrived with the emperor and were following him. I thought that even if the opinions of the aristocrats were divided, the sages continued to support them. For Rustica, it was a moment not only of grief, but also a memorable reminder of the fragility of life and the importance of family ties. She felt a quiet sadness as she saw everyone gathered express their grief through their words, looks, and prayers. In her heart, this moment evoked both a sense of loss and hope that the memory of these children would remain strong in the minds and souls of their family. For her, the funeral was a reminder of the importance of compassion and that even in the darkest days, a light of hope can be found. Looking at Hayden, I wondered what it was like for a person to lose everyone who was once close to him and end up surviving alone. She compared their fates and thought that she had always hoped that her parents were alive, that they were somewhere far away and would still be able to return. While the lives of these children were already cut short, their dreams were scattered and disappeared forever. At that moment, she could not even imagine what feelings were now overwhelming the emperor: bitterness, despair, hopelessness. She felt a sense that he might be on the verge of breaking under the weight of loss, and she felt very sorry for him. So alone and vulnerable in this world that she wasn't sure he could handle it on his own. However, she thought that the emperor had a strong character, and she began to hope that he would have enough strength to cope with this too. The ceremony ended, and the crowd gradually began to disperse to their own affairs, when suddenly she heard a familiar voice from behind. Greeting her as Lady Rustica Flash, Sir Keika said that he had never seen such a solemn ceremony. When he asked what he had heard, the conquest of the West had been successful, but whether she was safe, she replied that for a knight, new scars were quite natural. The imperial knight informed her that His Majesty was waiting for her and asked her to follow her, replying that she would just say goodbye. After apologizing to the Nerva ambassador, she said that she had to go, but she was glad to see him again. He reciprocated and asked her not to worry, expressing hope as she said goodbye that this would not be their last meeting. She followed the knight through long corridors in complete silence, feeling the weight of the silence that seemed almost tangible. Only their footsteps echoed off the stone walls, creating a monotonous rhythm that resonated in her head. She felt her heart beat faster and faster, filling with a mixture of anxiety and curiosity, wondering what was hidden behind this silence. Ahead, seeing the figure of the emperor, she could not help but admire again his proud posture, which seemed to radiate power and dignity. But when she asked if he was okay, Hayden immediately changed and became the way she was used to seeing him. He replied that there was no need to worry about him and asked how she was, whether she had found it difficult or uncomfortable. After all, it was her first event, and Rustica replied that thanks to him, she could be there with peace of mind. And he told her that, as always, he said, she looked beautiful, and today she was so elegant that she attracted everyone's attention. Our heroine smiled and replied that if she keeps her mouth shut, that's usually the impression she makes. But she made such an impression on him even when she spoke, and so much so that it was difficult for him to resist. Having overcome his desire, Hayden said that they needed to go somewhere now and asked if she would go with him. However, seeing her expression, I asked why she made such a face, and she became indignant, saying that something was wrong with her again. He didn't want to say it out loud, but he still said that she was making a face that showed that she was worried and that his attention was a burden. And if he makes her uncomfortable and she doesn't like him, then let her just say so, and he will try to get over it. He added that it would be okay because it was important for him to understand her feelings and help her feel more calm. After thinking for a bit, our heroine asked, slightly slyly, if she told him, would he really fulfill her request and stop? Catching that tone in her voice, he imagined the worst, so he replied very pitifully that it was impossible, and he cannot do this, but he will do everything possible to ensure that she does not experience any discomfort or discontent. In fact, she had wanted to raise this topic for quite some time, but each time the moment was not quite right. As is the case now, but she didn't want to put it off, so she said she wasn't sure such a conversation was appropriate at a funeral. Then she laid out what was bothering her, because she didn't understand why he was interested in such an ordinary person like her. The emperor was silent for a few moments, and Rustica already thought that he would try to avoid this conversation, and she would not know the answer. However, his answer left her completely confused because he said that he had always dreamed of marrying his first love. Stuttering in surprise, she asked again. Then he replied that, of course, he was not making her an official proposal right now. But he doesn't intend to leave her, so after asking her not to feel pressure, he added that he doesn't intend to give up either. He ended by saying that neither now nor in the future, because his feelings for her were too strong to just let her go and leave. She was beginning to get irritated by his way of putting her feelings in a dead end, and now, having spoken out, he abruptly ended the conversation. Having said that it was time for them to go, they had already made them wait for a long time, thereby leaving our heroine completely confused. Without explaining anything to her along the way, the emperor led her into the main cathedral hall, and only then did she understand who was waiting for them. For some time now, she had always been pleased to see the sage of the Western Tower she could trust Ophelia as herself, for certain reasons. Ophelia joyfully said that she had been waiting for her and was very happy to see Rustica again, and the feeling was mutual. But in the hall there was also the Dragon Lord, a sage whose name our heroine knew only from a few stories and tales. His majestic figure seemed almost as ancient as the era itself, and his eyes filled with secrets and knowledge. He studied them both so closely that Ophelia said he made her feel uncomfortable when he looked like that. Then she realized that it was her mistake, because in the joy of the meeting she completely forgot to introduce Lady Rustica. After introducing him as the Dragon Lord who had long protected the country from the East, having replaced his severity with a smile, the Sage of the East asked our heroine not to be shy and to call him Melpheus. Ophelia said she remembered these children. They were weak from birth, and Hayden added that that's why they died, as if they had simply fallen asleep. Melpheus said that he was sorry that he couldn't use a little more power, and the Western mage asked him not to say that. Otherwise, she would be ashamed of herself for doing nothing but wallowing in despair, hiding in her tower while he had suffered for so long. His answer that all he was capable of for 400 years was dragging people across the barrier interested Rustica. So she asked again, and he explained that they had to drag people by force because they couldn't contact them and explain everything. That for this purpose during this time he sent 1 million people, and our heroine clung to the word people. At that moment, she had such an expressive expression on her face that Melpheus sympathetically asked what kind of monsters she had seen. She replied that she had heard from those who returned to Caleth that members of their army who crossed the barrier became magical creatures. They even said that they began to resemble terrible monsters, but it turns out that they were not magical monsters, but ordinary people. Ophelia began to calm her down, saying that she shouldn't worry too much. Carlos had always been good at magic and illusion. Hayden added that it could, which is why he created such a barrier. If you break through, you will appear as a monster to the residents of Caleta. He then continued that Carlos wanted to make sure that no one could leave the boundaries he had created. Meanwhile, Melpheus, carefully studying Rustica, asked if they really planned to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Our hero, without answering, asked the Dragon Lord not to stare at the lady, otherwise she would be nervous, and he asked him what was being controlled now. The Emperor replied that he was simply asking him to pay a little attention to the man who had been dragged here without any explanation. And turning to our heroine in a completely different tone, he began to ask her if everything was okay with her, if this wasn't too much for her. Having learned that everything was fine, he said that since they were talking about it, Melpheus could look at the curse that had been cast. Rustica, more agitated than ever, asked if the Dragon Lord could study her curse. And when he asked her opinion, she replied that she agreed. If it would help remove him, then how could she refuse? Having said that no matter what, the Dragon Lord released his magical power, and after a moment spoke again. Since he last saw it, it had become more refined and complex. Carlos had become quite adept at wielding the stolen power. He added a remark that the curse had become much more insidious and cruel than the one that had been cast on the mistress of the magic tower. Already turning to Rustica, he said that she probably already understood that he was unable to touch Ophelia's curse. That coward Carlos made sure to shield the curses he created so that neither he nor anyone else could break them. She wondered why the Dragon Lord couldn't lift the spell on Ophelia, but she never thought it was something like this. When the Eastern Sage spoke again, there was more confidence in his voice, as if he had realized something for himself. He said that, however, things might be different with her, so he would take the liberty of trying anyway. The Eastern Sage raised his hands, and his magic flowed through the air, subtle and mesmerizing, and with a light whistle it rushed towards Rustica. At that moment, it seemed as if a gentle wind rushed straight towards the chains, sparkling under the pressure of monstrous force. In the blink of an eye, everything flared with a soft light, and then began to dissipate into small sparks playing around her body. Our heroine could no longer stand on her feet. Her whole body seemed to go limp and was held together only by those damned chains. The Emperor managed to catch her and said, slightly disappointed, that everything was as he thought, and then asked if she was in a lot of pain. However, Melpheus was the one who was most shocked by this fact. He said that he could not stop him, and could not even remove the curse. Then Ophelia spoke up and said that, however, he had damaged the curse, and weakening it in this way was very important. And don't blame yourself too much, because it was thanks to him becoming the Empire's last line of defense that they were able to get this far. Rustica thanked him for looking at the curse and asked him not to worry, the cracked curse would break sooner or later. Melpheus replied that she was strong in both body and spirit, and he was sincerely sorry that he could not help her. They couldn't even imagine how grateful Rustica was to them, because despite everything, they didn't give up trying. After she left, the Dragon Lord looked at the others and asked what they planned to do with Carlos's heir. Our hero had his own long-term plans, so he wanted to first listen to the opinions of others and only then make a decision. Ophelia said that the balance that had been maintained for so long had already been broken, and that now it was time to move forward. Ignoring the methods and means, she thinks that they could speed up the process of removing the curse from the traitor's heir a little. Then the Emperor asked that they had gone through so much trouble to bring her to them, what would happen if she died? And just because they try to remove it in a hurry, then it will be an irreparable loss for all of them. Turning to the ruler of the magic tower, he asked if this was not so, and she could not help but agree. Then he asked Melpheus if he was going to go back to sleep, and he replied that when the Emperor was here, why should he stay awake? Hayden replied that he had hoped for that too, but as we know, things never go as planned in the world. The Dragon Lord replied that he and the mistress of the magic tower were, strictly speaking, elders, and it was time for them to retire. And I heard in response that people retire after death, and how one can even retire from a lifelong position. Melpheus couldn't believe the Emperor planned to wear him to death, and Hayden replied that he was thinking of rewarding the sage with a short sleep. But lately there's been so much work that he might have to awaken the Dragon Lord again soon, so don't get your hopes up. Meanwhile, Eliza was preparing the ground for her mission. The order had not yet arrived, but she had to be ready at any moment. She needed information about where Rustica was staying, but the spy said that she was well hidden and impossible to get to. She also said that no one knows where Lady Jean's is, and if anyone does know, they won't say a word. All that's left is to wait. Besides, they are already accustomed to this situation, and it is not the first time for them to lie low and wait for their hour to strike. She added that they are trying to dispel the gloomy mood after the funeral by turning it into a celebration of the enslavement of monsters. The Lady Killer replied that then we would have to focus on that time, but for now we needed to find out the traitor's location, in order to carry out the order on time, after which she heard the words of the spy that until then she would retreat and wait. Watching the informant go, Eliza thought that it had been a while since she had received an order from the Emperor, and she wondered why he was hesitating. Dissolving into the human flow, she thought that this was generally none of her business, especially since at the moment it was even to her advantage. Our heroine gradually got used to her new life in Perset. For objective reasons, she is still almost a hermit. But she was not too depressed by this state of affairs. She had lived the last 4 years in an even more difficult condition. In those days, she didn't have her magical abilities, and she didn't even know the reason why she suddenly lost them. Now a lot has changed, and she has hope that they will soon return, and moreover, she will be able to live with her family. There was only one obstacle left. She needed to finish off Carlos once and for all, and to do that she needed to be in good shape. So today she started her day with a workout, then took a bath and, after changing her clothes, went downstairs. The maid informed her that breakfast was ready, and Rustica, thanking her for her concern, asked that she be served some bread as usual. Then the maid replied that this would not do, and, in response to the surprised question, explained that the problem was that the emperor was here now. She, of course, knew his habit of appearing at any time he deemed necessary, but she did not expect him right in the morning. As she began the usual imperial greeting, she heard him protest furiously, almost begging her not to do it again. Pretending not to notice his violent reaction, she said, "What's the big deal? Everyone else does it." He replied that it did not matter whether others did it or not. He asked her not to do so, and asked if she wanted to violate the imperial order. When she said no, she heard that he was very sorry, otherwise he was going to show her what it meant to always be an exception. But Rustica suggested he just have breakfast, and Hayden said that he had already heard that she was training at the level of an imperial, and asked how her legs were. She replied that she had always trained this way and added that she felt uneasy when she couldn't move fully. But he was unhappy, because only part of the curse had been lifted from her, and if she started training like before, he would worry too much. She might get sick, but our heroine believed that bodies progress better when they are tired. When he said that he didn't like her approach to things, she replied that in that case he should offer his own, since she still needed to train. Confused by his fantasies, Hayden asked if she would really be satisfied with his method. When she agreed, a smile blossoming, he asked if she could practice with him alone that night. Understanding perfectly well what he was hinting at, Rustica quickly avoided answering, saying that first she needed to finish breakfast. Then she continued, saying that if he had told her in advance, she would have adjusted her schedule to take his visit into account. When he said that it wasn't worth it, since he wanted to see her, so he had to make arrangements himself, she replied that if he needed her, he should say so. He replied that sometimes he needs her, but he always wants to see her, and by the word need, they mean different things. The topic was becoming increasingly sensitive for our heroine, so she evasively said that perhaps, but they mean the same thing. The emperor caught on to her ruse and therefore specified that she meant it in a purely formal sense, while he meant it in a deeply personal way. Then he explained that in this sense he was now having a personal meal with her, and Rustica even choked after these words. And I thought, the way Hayden says things like that casually, it's clear he's quite the player, there's no doubt about it. Meanwhile, the emperor continued that, by the way, he was thinking about what she taught him that night. When she asked him what she had taught him, he replied that she had taught him the conditions that arise when choosing a romantic partner. He continued that he was telling her only so that she would know that he had fulfilled several conditions that night, and brilliantly.